Get everybody's attention for just a minute. We have an interesting two-step process to get started this morning, but I will recognize Ms. Rauch to give us the explanation of our hybrid hearing, which we will be doing, and the rules for that. Ms. Rauch, you are recognized.
Before today's markup begins, I'd like to review a few procedural points. This markup will be broadcast live on the committee's website, and the broadcast will begin following these announcements. I'd like to remind members who are participating remotely that they must be visible on screen for the purposes of establishing and maintaining a quorum, seeking recognition, participating in the proceeding, and voting. Remote participants must continue to use the software platform's video function while in attendance, unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems which render them unable to participate on camera. If a participant experiences technical difficulties, please do not hesitate to contact the committee's staff for assistance. I'd also like to remind participants that the software platform's chat feature should only be used to communicate with staff regarding technical or logistical support issues, and that those communications will not be considered committee records. Members are welcome to leave and rejoin the proceeding. If members who are participating remotely depart for a short while, for reasons other than joining a different proceeding, they should leave the software platform's video function on. If members will be absent for a significant period or depart to join a different proceeding, they may remain logged on to the software platform, but they must turn the platform's audio and visual functions off until they return. All participants other than the chair are currently muted. All participants are asked to remain muted when they are not engaged in the discussion. In circumstances in which members are not speaking and have not muted themselves, I will do so to avoid inadvertent background noise. Members and witnesses are reminded that they are responsible for unmuting themselves at any time that they wish to be heard during the proceeding. Thank you. We are now ready to begin, and I will count down from 5, after which the live stream broadcast will begin, and the chair will start the proceeding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we will come to order with that dramatic intro. Thank you. The committee will come to order. I ask unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare a recess at any time. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, members have 5 legislative days within which to submit written statements to be made part of the record. So ordered. The committee will now mark up H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorizing Act for fiscal year 2023. Good reminder for me to turn off my phone before we start. Thank you all for being here. As always, this is the annual beginning of the process of passing the National Defense Authorizing Act. It's a crucial process, as everyone knows. We've passed this bill now for 61 straight years. And the most critical part of it is it means that we are able, as a congressional body, to exercise oversight over the Department of Defense. There are many, many other departments within the federal government that haven't had an authorizing bill passed in years and sometimes decades. And I think that undermines our entire representative democracy. We are the elected representatives of the people. We are responsible for exercising oversight over everything the federal government does. This committee specifically does that over the Department of Defense, an incredibly important task and an important part of our responsibility as members of Congress. So in advance, I want to thank all the members and staff for the way this committee has worked in a bipartisan and bicameral way through the years to get that process done. It's legislation done right. We introduce the bill, we mark it up in this process, we have robust debates about amendments, and then we move the bill forward. That is not easy. And there are a lot of work goes into it. And right off the bat, I want to thank the staff for that. There were over 2,000 separate proposals submitted for this markup that the staff sorted through, and I think wound up adopting roughly half of those, which almost split perfectly 50-50 between Republicans and Democrats. So this has been a bipartisan effort to start, and I'm confident it will continue to be a bipartisan effort going forward. And the main goal of this committee right now is to help our military modernize, make sure we take care of the men and women who serve our country and protect our country, and to make sure that we're able to defend against our adversaries. It is a very dangerous world. We face threats from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, transnational terrorist threats. It's our job that our country, to make sure that our country is ready to deter those threats, and that is our main focus. Modernization, protecting service members. I think we've done a good job of that. In past years, our efforts at acquisition reform have made a huge difference already. After a couple of decades of struggles, primarily under the leadership of my predecessor, Mr. Thornberry, who I think is behind me there, we took a hard look at that and figured out what can we fix, can we learn, and we've made a huge difference. So what this committee does matters. I think this is a good markup, good bill, good starting process. I look forward to it. We do have several members leaving the committee, and this will be their last markup, and I want to make sure we recognize them. I will recognize the Democrats who are leaving, then pass it to Mr. Rogers for the Republicans. But we're losing a lot of experience and incredible talent on the committee this year, beginning with the gentleman to my right, Mr. Langevin, gentleman from Rhode Island, who's been a great leader in this committee for a number of years. But as I talked about modernization, nothing is more important in modernization than innovative technologies. The new things that are being developed and figuring out how to apply them. Jim, as the leader of his subcommittee for a number of years now, has been at the front of doing that. At recognizing groundbreaking technologies, making investments necessary, and implementing them properly. Number one, he's championed the stand-up of Cybercom as a unified combatant command, as we all know how important cyber has been. Jim has been terrific to work with. Really appreciate his service, and thank you for serving this committee. Jim Cooper, also a subcommittee chairman, who isn't here, actually. But anyway, we'll recognize him anyway. Obviously, when you think of Jim Cooper, you think of the Space Force. He and Mr. Rogers, the esteemed ranking member, when they were chair and ranking member, I think that flipped back and forth a couple times, who was chair and who was ranking. They worked incredibly well together to recognize just how important space was going to be in our military. Now, certainly the Space Command is, what everyone recognizes, but it's so much more than that. The work that they did to make sure that we are doing what we need to do in space covers a lot more than just Space Command. So I thank Jim for his leadership on that and his service. Jackie Spear, also a subcommittee chair, is retiring, and Jackie has made an enormous difference. We mention all the time on this committee that our number one goal is taking care of the men and women who serve. And I say this not as a slight to any other member on this committee, but nobody has done more to do that than Jackie Spear. Tirelessly looking after protecting our servicemen and women. Most notably, of course, after a 10-year effort, we reformed how we handle sexual assault in the military, and Jackie is the reason that happened. So her leadership in this committee, her tenacity in fighting for the men and women who serve is unequaled. She will be missed. I appreciate your service. Anthony Brown is also leaving us, who has been a great leader on a number of issues. A big battle we had a couple years ago as we went through the process of renaming military bases that have been named after Confederates. That issue is enormously important, and I can honestly say that it never would have happened without Anthony's leadership. So really appreciate his service on this committee as well. Kai Kahale was not with us very long, but did a great job representing Hawaii. And when you think of our national security and what's really important as we look to Asia, it starts in Hawaii. The military presence there is enormously important. Kai, as someone who has served in the military in his district, understands that. We wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and we thank you for your service. And lastly, on the Democratic side, Stephanie Murphy, who has served on the committee twice, actually, and is back. In her experience, she worked at the Department of Defense before coming over here. I think it's one of the great things about this committee. You have a wide diversity of experiences and backgrounds. But Stephanie's background serving at the Department of Defense, understanding how the Pentagon worked and helping us in our efforts to oversight has been invaluable. It's also worth noting that she is the first Vietnamese American woman to serve in Congress. And we really appreciate her leadership and service. And she loved this committee so much, she came back. So we appreciate you being here, appreciate your service. I thank all of the members who are retiring for their incredible work in this committee. And with that, I yield to Mr. Rogers for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to commend Chairman Smith and the staff for working so well together in such a bipartisan fashion on this bill. This is a very important committee and a very important piece of legislation, and we do it in a bipartisan fashion, and every one of us is very fortunate to serve on a committee, the only committee left in the Congress that is very bipartisan and does important work. You know, this bill authorizes over half of discretionary spending in the Congress, so it's a very important piece of legislation. I hope we will continue to work together, and I can assure you I intend to guard jealously our bipartisan work that we do here. We're going to have some disagreements tonight. Some of us are going to be ill about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but we need to keep in mind that what we're doing is important and get it across the finish line. Like the chairman, I want to recognize the retiring members. On the Democrat side, I've enjoyed working with you. I'm really going to miss my friend Jim Cooper. He's going to leave a real void when he goes back to Nashville. Those of you that know him know he's not only a great guy, but he is spooky smart. And so we're going to miss him. And Vicki Hartzler is one of our members who is going to leave this chamber and hopefully move to the Senate and be a leader over there like she's been here in the House. I'm going to miss her presence. And Mo Brooks, who is not here yet, he is going to be leaving, and he's done his best to represent Huntsville in the best way possible. Huntsville is a very important defense-oriented city in our state. So we're going to miss both of them. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. So we're ready to roll. Have a few announcements to set that up. The order of consideration for today's markup of H.R. 7900 will follow our subcommittee structure. We'll begin first with the subject matter that falls under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, then the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, and the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, followed by Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems, the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, then the Subcommittee on Readiness, and finally, last but not least, the full committee matters. If a member has an amendment that involves the jurisdiction of other committees, we request that the member, before he or she offers the amendment, have a letter from the respective committee chair indicating their waiver of the right of referral. I note I impose the same requirement before including language in the underlying mark. I remind members that this approach has been the practice of the committee for many years. It is done so that we can proceed directly to the House floor without our bill being sequentially referred to other committees. Members must not offer amendments that result in a point of order against H.R. 7900 on the House floor during its consideration. It is the chair's intention to operate under the 5-minute rule until Mr. Rogers gets impatient and tells us we have to shrink it down. So we'll work our way through that. And on that note, we, throughout the evening, are working out various different amendments, trying to get agreements, and typically we put them into en bloc packages. This can happen fairly fast. I know some members last year had a couple things wind up in an en bloc that they weren't quite prepared for. We're going to have to keep doing that, but I want to say to every member, and I hope you take this seriously, if at any point in this process you don't know what's going on and you need more information, we're going to be here a long time one way or the other. We may as well make sure that everybody understands what's going on and say, hey, we need to take another look at this, and we'll take another look at it. So as we're working through the en blocs, you know, make sure you're comfortable, and staff and the rest of us will work with you as much as possible to make sure you understand what's going on before we move forward. Before beginning with the subcommittee reports and following consultation with Mr. Rogers, I ask unanimous consent that the provisions contained in the reports of the subcommittee and the subcommittees and the chairman's mark, which includes full committee provisions, be considered for the purposes of this markup as original text of H.R. 7900, and that these provisions be considered as having been read, and that the bill be open to amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. And the committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Chairman. Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee marked now before the members of the full committee is a result of much work, diligent oversight conducted by the members of the subcommittee and certainly our staffs. I especially want to thank our ranking member, Mrs. Hartzler, and her staff for their support in building this strong bipartisan mark. Mr. Chairman, this subcommittee has built what we believe is a thoughtful comprehensive and bipartisan markup package to address the current and future modernization requirements of our forces. We have also done the best to address the many priorities that our committee members support within the subcommittee's jurisdiction. With that in mind, the subcommittee, Mark, has carefully reviewed the budget requests and makes recommendation on how best to equip and modernize our military. Additionally, we recommend action that ensures oversight and accountability for our nation's most expensive and complex weapon systems. To inform our markup today, subcommittee is focused throughout the year on Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps tactical strike fighter programs to reduce the risk, operational risk, and address aircraft performance deficiencies and support the capability and capacity to meet our current future requirements. Continued attention to department manned and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft and how to meet the combatant command requirements for those systems. And we continue the oversight on the Army's ambitious modernization strategy and the Marine Corps' new force design with its supporting modernization priorities. Certainly noteworthy this year is that we reinforce the subcommittee's progress oversight for the modernization and safety of our nation's conventional ammunition industrial base, an area of particular interest to myself and Ranking Member Hartzler. We must and we will bring these vintage facilities to modern, safe conditions. And certainly an issue of great concern has been the impact of inflation and its buying power on our military. The readiness and modernization programs with particular interest, the department has built in its requests based on years of experience, and certainly with the financial turbulence, this is a unique challenge. But despite the challenges, the recommendations, including this mark, strengthen land air forces risk in our industrial. I want to thank our staff for their hard work. Committee staff, Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffith, Kelly Repair, and certainly to our clerk, Pace and Rule. And certainly my office, who has worked incredibly hard, Katie Lee, Lucy Perkins, and Kevin Seeger. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge the support, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Hartzler, for any remarks she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Norcross for his leadership and collaboration in building this mark in a very open and bipartisan manner that continues the long-standing tradition of this subcommittee. It's been great working with you, and I appreciate your friendship and dedication to making sure our men and women have what they need. I'd also like to express my gratitude for the subcommittee staff, including Bill Sudi, Kelly Repair, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffin, Pace and Rule, as well as Chrissy Lee, my Chief of Staff, and Steve Azab, my Defense Fellow, for their support and hard work throughout this process. I want to second the Chairman's sentiments in thanking all of our colleagues on the subcommittee for their active participation and their hard work this year. Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine continues to highlight how imperative it is that our military possess the capabilities and capacity necessary to deter adversaries, quickly respond to crisis, provide support to our allies, and when necessary, fight and defeat any adversary threat to our national security. So many of the defense programs for which this subcommittee has oversight jurisdiction, including tactical aircraft, missile defense, ground combat vehicles, and ammunition production, are critical for maintaining a lethal and effective force to deter and defend against our adversaries. This mark supports the service's modernization efforts within these programs while also underscoring the importance of sustaining overall operational readiness, minimizing risk to our critical defense industrial base, and setting the right conditions to ensure priorities are balanced and our military is prepared and equipped to defend our national security. This mark also facilitates stronger oversight and attention to the department's management and modernization of its manned and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance programs, specifically maintaining the capability and capacity to support the combatant command requirements for these systems. I'm pleased the subcommittee's continued progression this year in highlighting and facilitating critical infrastructure modernization and safety projects within our defense industrial base and supply chains, an area that has been a personal focus of Chairman Norcross and myself for several years now. As always, I continue to be impressed and encouraged by the resilience of our military and the critical industrial base that supports it. So once again, I commend our members and staff for their continued dedication to supporting our warfighters and creating this bipartisan and comprehensive mark for which we should all be proud. I encourage everyone's support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Hearing none. We will now, don't I have to ask for amendments? Oh, sorry. We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Norcross for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1 consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: 2356R1 by Rep. Kelly, 2161R1 by Rep. Horsford, 1933R2 by Rep. Larson, 1832R1 by Rep. Jackson, 1615R2 by Rep. Loria, 1626R1 by Crow, 1665R1 by Jackson, 1718R1 by Vesey, 1745R1 by Stefanik, 1785R1 by Jackson, 1866R1 by Whitman, 1886 by Jackson, 1929 by Scott, 1949 R1 by Fallon, 1952 R1 by Jackson, 1955 R1 by Larson, 1974 R1 by Bergman, 2001 R1 by McLean, 2020 R1 by Slotkin, 2074 by Bice, 2080 by Turner, 2109 R1 by Sherrill, 2123 R1 by Kelly, 2231 R2 by DeChalais, 2363 by Courtney, 2415 R1 by Crow, 2432 R3 by Wilson, 2436 by Brown, 2448 R2 by Norcross. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Norcross. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Excuse me just 1 second, technical difficulties here. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey? So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes On the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark, until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark is concluded, the chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank Ranking Member Trent Kelly for his partnership throughout the year as we developed this bipartisan mark. I also wish to thank all members of the ISO subcommittee for their efforts and engagement on the critical issues that span the subcommittee's jurisdiction. Finally, I'd like to thank the professional staff for their tireless efforts to assist us in the development of a strong subcommittee mark: Shannon Green, Craig Green, no relation, and Patrick Nevins, plus our committee clerk, Will Braden. I'd also like to thank my military legislative assistant, Michelle Shevin-Coetzee, and my defense fellow, Charlie Jewell. The ISO subcommittee mark was developed in a bipartisan manner and encompasses priorities submitted by all members of the subcommittee and represents the unique and sensitive issue areas of our subcommittee. Our mark increases oversight of critical missions that enable the U.S. to share intelligence more quickly with allies and partners, build coalitions, and shine a light on disinformation. Our mark recognizes that these capabilities are more important than ever as we close ranks and increase coordination with our allies in light of ongoing, unprovoked Russian aggression in Ukraine. Our mark also strengthens the oversight framework for web-based military information support operations, MISU, and directs the Secretary of Defense to report on the deconfliction of information operations conducted by combatant commands, the Joint Staff, and the military services. In addition, the mark requires a briefing on the implementation of SOCOM's Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan, increases oversight of tactical and special operations, peculiar intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, as well as reporting of the open source intelligence enterprise. It strengthens irregular warfare by codifying the authority in Section 1202 of the FY 2018 NDAA and requiring the Department to brief on its plan to expand irregular warfare operations to vetted allies and partners in the Indo-Pac region, and requires a briefing from the National Counterintelligence Task Force on threats to classified research and efforts to address vulnerabilities and threats to DoD-funded research. I'm proud of what our subcommittee has accomplished this year and look forward to continuing strong oversight of intelligence and special operations. With that, I yield back to the chairman.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Intelligence Special Operations, gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank Chairman Gallego for his leadership on this subcommittee. Thank you for your opening remarks, Chairman Gallego, and your leadership in organizing this year's subcommittee markup package. I would like to commend our members for their efforts and support in putting together this package in a bipartisan fashion. There are many things to be proud of in this subcommittee markup package. In particular, the codification of SOCOM's 1202 authority is significant. This authority authorizes SOCOM to conduct irregular warfare operations. The expansion of this authority is paramount in our ability to compete and win as we shift towards great power competition. I would also like to acknowledge additional provisions within this package that support the transition of Special Forces soldiers from active duty to the National Guard, encouraged increased partnership between SOCOM and Polish Special Forces, and support the continued use of commercial data while calling upon the Department of Defense to increase the availability of this data for units at all levels. I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan top-line amendment that includes more than $50 million for intelligence unfunded priorities and $500 million for SOCOM unfunded priorities. These additions directly aid our intelligence and special operations communities in keeping our adversaries at bay. I remain concerned about our force posture and counterterrorism capabilities in Afghanistan. Last year's chaotic and failed withdrawal from the country has handicapped our ability to maintain situational awareness of a degrading security and humanitarian environment. The Department has failed to provide the congressionally mandated report from Section 1069 of last year's NDAA. We continue to ask for greater detail on the so-called over-the-horizon capability the administration has touted. It remains clear this strategy was completely inept from the beginning. In closing, I would like to thank the efforts of our great support staff. Today's markup would not be possible without the help from our professional staff members, Patrick Nevins, Shannon Green, Craig Green, our subcommittee clerk, Will Braden, and my personal office staff, Rodney Hall and Lauren Emmy. Thank you to our members and staff for their diligent work thus far, and I look forward to continuing to work together to ensure ISO equities are represented throughout the NDAA process. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? There are no, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. Chair recognizes Mr. Gallego for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Intelligence Special Operations as amended.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? By the way, I think everyone's aware of this, but the amendments just appear on that magical screen in front of you. So that's where you see the amendments if you wish to look. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will get to that tab eventually.
It's early in the evening.
It is.
So early in the day. Sorry, I'm like getting ahead of myself there. Takes a while to get into the rhythm here.
I know. The heck did it go? Apologize. Where's it? Ah, thank you. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 1870 by Representative Bacon, Log 1839 by Representative Brown, Log 1609R1 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 1588R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 1591 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 1633 by Representative Moulton, Log 1672R1 by Representative Bacon, Log 1817 by Representative Turner, Log 2194R1 by Representative Desjardins, Log 2246R2 by Representative Jacobs, and Log 2371R3 by Representative Kelly, and Log 2417 by Representative Scott.
Is there further discussion of the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Gallego. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Sorry, I'm a little lost here. Last tab. No, it's right here. Isn't this? No further amendments, Mr. Chair.
So just move adoption of the
I move to
report.
adopt the subcommittee report on the ISO subcommittee as amended.
Questions on the motion, the gentleman from Arizona. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Sea Power and Projection Forces mark before us represents a lot of intense work and constructive input from all the subcommittee members and staff who had to operate in a very compressed time frame given the late submission of the 2023 budget. I would particularly like to thank my longtime friend and colleague, ranking member Rob Whitman, for his collaboration to ensure that our subcommittee continued its tradition of bipartisan independent work to advance the mission of the Sea Services and Projection Forces, who, as we speak, are deployed around the clock and around the world to protect our nation. Here are some of the key elements of the mark before us today. Our baseline Sea Power mark authorizes over $27 billion for shipbuilding, supporting 8 Battle Force ships, including full funding for continued 2-per-year cadence of the Virginia-class submarine program and full funding for the Navy's #1 priority, the Columbia Ballistic Missile Submarine Program, whose keel laying was a few weeks ago on June 4th. up at Mr. Langevin district. Our MARC recognizes that execution of these programs requires a much bigger industrial base and invests a record $750 million to develop skilled workforce, increase shipyard infrastructure, and fix a brittle supply chain of small manufacturers all across the country by providing resources for new machine tools and digital technology. The subcommittee MARC also funds 2 DDG destroyers, a new fast frigate, a Flight II LPD, a fleet oiler, and a towing and salvage vessel. Thanks to the bipartisan work that's will emerge later in this meeting, we're going to consider a revision to the top line amendment that includes additional ships and shipyard infrastructure investments to support additional authorization for shipbuilding, which our subcommittee staff has been deeply involved in its design. In the area of non-battle force ships, I want to highlight that for the 4th year in a row, our MARC took an independent approach to address the alarming condition of our sealift fleet. It does give the Navy some authority to acquire used vessels to convert to U.S. flagged sealift vessels as requested. However, given the Navy's lack of a plan for new construction, our MARC for the first time designates the Maritime Administration as the lead agency to complete the design and construction in United States shipyards of up to 10 sealift vessels for use in the National Defense Reserve Fleet, modeled after the National Security Multi-Mission Vessel Program, which was by the Sea Power Subcommittee in 2014. We now know that the multi-mission vessel program administered by MARAD is successfully executing serial production of U.S.-built ships that can do the job for the reserve fleet. It is imperative that a new domestic build program for sealift moves forward. It will be a growth opportunity for America's shipbuilding industrial base and will reduce our dependency on the foreign used sealift market, which is far from reliable. The MARC also heeded the input of Marine Corps leadership and includes $250 million in advanced procurement for the LPD-33, reversing the decision to terminate the production line of 10 ships early, and sets a statutory floor of 31 L-class amphibious warships for the Marine Corps, providing clear direction for the future of the fleet. Lastly, our MARC prohibits retirement of 5 battle force ships planned for decommissioning, including 1 guided missile cruiser, USS Vicksburg, which has already completed 85% of her modernization, as well as 4 amphibious dock landing ships, further setting clear direction for the future of the Marine Corps' fleet of amphibious ships. For Air Force projection forces, our MARC authorizes full funding for initial low-rate production of the B-21 Raider and sets statutory floors for C-130 tactical airlift fleet and Air Force's inventory of aerial refueling tankers needed to project power in all domains. As usual, this MARC would not have been possible without the talented professional staff who diligently worked to incorporate input into the MARC and amendments from members of the entire committee. I want to thank Jay Valerio, Dave Sinicki, and Kelly Goggin, and also Najida Khan for working to build the unanimous support that the MARC received at subcommittee. Lastly, I want to thank 3 members of the subcommittee for whom we know this will be their last NDAA, Jim Langevin, Jim Cooper, and Anthony Brown. Thank you to all of you for your work, but even more importantly, for your sound judgment that has contributed so much. With that said, I urge all members to support this MARC, and I yield to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Ranking Member Rob Whitman, for his comments.
Actually, that's my job.
Sorry?
The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projecting Forces, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for any comments he would like to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for yielding. And I want to thank, too, Chairman Courtney. He's been an incredibly thoughtful and effective and thorough leader for our subcommittee. Joe is just a tremendous advocate for our nation's military, very specifically the Navy Marine Corps team, and Joe's a dear friend, and I truly am honored to serve with him. Mr. Chair, when this committee received the Biden budget request this year, the projected size of our Navy fleet was particularly troubling. While proposing to build 8 ships and retiring 24, the budget request asked us to continue the divest to invest strategy at the exact time that we see a significant inflection point in our competition with China. All things we do today must be measured by their ability to compete with China as the pacing challenge in the priority theater, and also by how well we prepare our own forces to contend with a peer adversary. I support Chairman Courtney's MARC that restores some of the most important naval vessels proposed for retirement, but we must also firmly commit to expanding our Navy and engaging with our partners and allies to confront the growing challenges of this century. There will be an amendment offered later today that seeks to expand the size of the Navy fleet and directly confronts the threats posed by China and their rapid naval expansion. I am particularly supportive of this top-line amendment expansion and the obvious advantages it provides to the Navy and to our national defense. This amendment rectifies many of the wrongs created by the Biden administration's FY23 budget request. This year, we were charged with not only investing in the national defense, but also addressing the impact of record high inflation. As such, Mr. Chairman, I request this letter from the Aerospace Industries Association and their support for a 3 to 5% growth above inflation be inserted into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also continue to support General Berger's overall vision and his desire to retain a capable amphibious force structure. This mark sets an amphibious ship floor, protecting the forcible entry capabilities of our Marine Corps, and it seeks to accelerate the light amphibious warship as key elements of the Commandant's planning guidance. Finally, we continue to make great progress with our strategic forces and our ability to project power globally. The B-21 bomber program is on track to deliver the right capability at the right time. I continue to support this deep penetrating bomber capability, and I am particularly pleased with the Air Force's active management of this program and our chosen industry partner. In closing, I again want to thank Chairman Courtney and his leadership in navigating through these tumultuous times. I also want to thank the staff. They have all done just an absolute tremendous job. They work tirelessly to make sure that this subcommittee has what it needs and that we have the information before us so we make the right decisions. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Courtney is indeed the right leader in the right place at the right time, and I'm glad to call him my chairman. This is a good mark, and I urge my colleagues to support this mark in the eventual top-line amendment that provides the needed capabilities to address a revisionist pacing threat. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the committee's report? Ms. Laurie is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith. I also want to thank Chairman Courtney, Ranking Member Whitman for your leadership in putting together this mark. I, too, agree that we needed to see a 3 to 5% real growth in this year's budget. We did not receive that. We'll be getting later on to an amendment, which we've mentioned several times already through this mark, of adding additional funds to get us to that goal. But I do want to applaud some things within the Sea Power Subcommittee mark, which I think are very advantageous and make this more appropriate, palatable moving forward. The retention of the USS Vicksburg, which has undergone extensive upgrades, as well as the 4 amphibious dock landing class ships, setting a floor for our number of amphibious ships, advanced procurement for LPD 33, the addition of a 3rd DDG, which we'll be considering later, and upping that to 15 over the future years defense plan. Also included in this mark, something I'm very concerned about, is our loss of VLS cells over the course of the next 5 years in what we've referred to as the Davidson window, one of our most critical and vulnerable points with regards to China's increased aggression towards Taiwan. This mark includes language for the Navy to conduct a study of how to increase the number of VLS cells using alternative platforms. Also very happy about the investments that this mark makes in our industrial base. And I strongly support this mark and want to thank my fellow committee members for their work on this, as well as the staff, and I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the mark, subcommittee mark? Hearing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Courtney for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? And without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Mr. Courtney is now recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 1582 by Rep. Scott, Log 1595 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1601 by Rep. Banks, Log 1637R1 by Rep. Crow, Log 1641 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1670 by Rep. Fallon, Log 1682R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1687 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1703 by Rep. Courtney, Log 1714R1 by Rep. Bergman, Log 1743 by Rep. Scott, Log 1752 by Rep. Courtney, Log 1766 by Rep. Courtney, Log 1825R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1843 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1844 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1861R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1888 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1916R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 1931R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2050 by Rep. Kim, Log 2081 by Rep. Bice, Log 2191 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 2222 by Rep. Graves, Log 2228 by Rep. Graves, Log 2245 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2255 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 2314 by Rep. Fallon, Log 2352 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2369 by Rep. Graves, Log 2372 R2 by Rep. Larson, Log 2381 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2414 by Rep. Courtney, Log 2460 by Rep. Bice.
Is there discussion of the en bloc package? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Courtney. So many as are in favor will say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces as amended.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from Connecticut. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17, in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments. So to this particular subcommittee, mark, until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee, mark, has concluded. And the chair now recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langren, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud of the work of this subcommittee has done this year, and it's been an honor to serve as the subcommittee, and this subcommittee in some way, shape, or form for nearly 22 years now, and at its helm since 2011. I'd like to first, of course, begin by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, as well as Ranking Member Rogers, and of course, Ranking Member Banks, for the outstanding partnership that we have had. It's been a true pleasure to work with him and our fellow subcommittee members in such a bipartisan fashion. It's made this mark stronger, and as this bipartisan work has made the mark stronger, and this has been the standard for this subcommittee. I'd also like to thank the subcommittee's professional staff, Michael Herman, Sarah Moxley, Josh Stiefel, Troy Nienberg, Laura Rausch, Jen Better, Payson Rule, as well as my personal staff, Catherine Mitchell, Margaret Taylor, and Matthew Cooper, for their hard work and collaboration on this critical legislation. As we mark up what will be my final National Defense Authorization Act, I'm certain now more than ever that we are putting the department on the right track when it comes to confronting emerging challenges with innovative technologies and solutions. It is the charge of this subcommittee to get cutting-edge technologies into the hands of our warfighters as quickly as possible so that they never have to enter a fair fight. To do that, we must continue to strengthen the R&D ecosystem, more closely align the Pentagon with the successes happening throughout private industry, and take those ever-critical steps to bridge the valley of death in support of our most innovative and advanced technologies. I believe we accomplished these goals in this subcommittee mark. Additionally, we must continue to provide U.S. Cyber Command the resources it needs to keep us safe in cyberspace while ensuring that there are robust oversight mechanisms in place. Our cyber mission force is a tremendous asset in our arsenal, and in this mark, we continue our efforts to ensure that our cyber operators have the resources, the training, and career trajectories that they need in order to succeed. Also critical to our success is the strength and resiliency of our information technology systems, so that we have included a provision that will finally tell us the price we are paying when the men and women of the Department of Defense are forced to make do with underperforming software and IT systems. This subcommittee has also prioritized research and development efforts in key technology areas such as hypersonics, software, artificial intelligence, electronic warfare, directed energy, and undersea warfare capabilities, as well as the test and evaluation infrastructure that support their advancement. As such, this mark initiates a comprehensive examination of test and evaluation resources, ranges, and infrastructure in order to ensure that we are postured to meet the demands of the future. In this mark, we provide robust support for our teammates at DARPA, DIU, AFWorks, and all of the other innovative centers across the department, and continue to make long overdue investments in our laboratories and their aging infrastructure. We know that we simply cannot conduct 21st century testing and development and attract the nation's top talent with crumbling infrastructure. We also create a new class of biomanufacturing capabilities and facilities, providing a crucial capability to transform products successfully proven in the lab to commercial scale. And above all, we must continue to bring the right talent to the table and invest in their successes. This means incentivizing a culture where risk-taking is encouraged, and yes, where failing forward is accepted in hopes of a game-changing payoff. Mr. Chairman, this is how we will move the needle forward and capitalize on the opportunities before us. It is this subcommittee that looks ahead to a dynamic future and seeks to fundamentally change the balance of power between the United States and our adversaries. If we are not successful, then our warfighters are at a disadvantage. We cannot and will not allow that to happen on our watch. I'd like to again thank my fellow subcommittee members once again for their engagement throughout this bill cycle. Your input has made this mark stronger, and it has been an honor to work alongside each and every one of you. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Cyber Innovation Technologies and Information Systems, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and to Chairman Langevin. Our near peers and adversaries are investing in emerging technologies, cyber, and other cutting-edge capabilities. And if the department fails to adopt and adapt to the new realities of conflicts, we will find ourselves losing the great power competition. It is not easy to make these types of adjustments for smaller, more agile organizations. And it is even more difficult for an organization as large and diverse as the Department of Defense. I'm very proud of this mark that the Cyber Innovation Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee is bringing forward today. It is not the magic bullet that will suddenly solve all of the department's challenges, but it does push the department to continue in the right direction. Chairman Langevin highlighted many of the excellent provisions that are in it, but it also tackles a couple of other issues that are critical for the future that I want to talk about today. First, it addresses battery needs to ensure that we can operate in challenging environments. And secondly, it focuses on growing our understanding of biotechnology to address our supply chain challenges. Outside of the city mark, I'm especially proud of the money that we authorized for the Defense Innovation Unit. DIU's mission to bring commercial technology into the department to improve capabilities and deploy them more quickly is vital to this era of dual-use technology. DIU's work should be expanding, not shrinking, which is why we doubled its funding from last year's numbers. I encourage the appropriators to follow suit. I'm proud of the work that our subcommittee has done as we've worked in a bipartisan manner this year together, as should all of the members of the subcommittee. Your contributions were key to making this a very strong subcommittee mark. Before I wrap up, I want to say thank you to Chairman Langevin for all of your work on cyber and emerging technologies and more. While this might be your last markup as a member of this committee, you have left an indelible mark on our national security posture through your work on cyber and emerging technologies. I can't think of anybody who's done more than you have on these important subjects. I've learned a great deal from you. I respect you greatly. You're an example of why this bipartisan committee works and the important work that we do. I will miss working with you and serving with you in this capacity, but I appreciate your leadership and all of your work. With that, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Seeing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Langevin for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked out and approved with the minority.
Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 1586 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1622R1 by Rep. Crow, Log 1674R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1704 by Rep. Fallon, Log 1721 by Rep. Johnson, Log 1784R2 by Rep. McLean, Log 1805R2 by Rep. Brown, Log 1811R2 by Rep. Moore, Log 1820R3 by Rep. Moore, Log 18 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1892 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1903R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1911 by Representative Spear, Log 1943R1 by Representative Fallon, Log 1947 by Rep. Banks, Log 1948 by Representative Banks, Log 2049R1 by Rep. Bice, Log 2089R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 2097R1 by Rep. Moulton, Log 2100R1 by Rep. Bice, Log 2107 by Rep. Rogers, Log 2115R1 by Rep. Bice, Log 2167R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 2204R2 by Rep. Panetta, Log 2206 by Rep. Panetta, Log 2208 by Rep. Panetta, Log 2232R2 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 2234R1 by Rep. Golden, Log 2247 by Rep. Morelli, Log 2251R2 by Rep. Moore, Log 2328R1 by Rep. Bice, Log 2350R1 by Rep. Golden, Log 2388 by Rep. Moore, Log 2394 by Rep. Crow, Log 2396 by Rep. Crow, Log 2433 by Rep. Garcia, and Log 2437 by Representative Banks.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, questions on the adoption of the en bloc package by Mr. Langevin. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
Sorry, those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems.
Questions on the motion from, the motion of the gentleman from Rhode Island. So many as in favor will say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. And I'll have to learn to pause for the video screen eyes to get that 1 or 2 second delay there. All right. This is always the point in the markup when it looks deceptively easy. There's 8 things we have to do, and we've done 4 of them. So we're halfway done, right? We'll be out by noon. All right. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Military Personnel. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments of the subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for any comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Military Personnel Subcommittee mark was adopted June 8th unanimously, reflecting the bipartisan nature of this effort. It is inclusive of many member priorities. I want to thank the ranking member Gallagher for his efforts this year as we continue to work to improve the quality of life of our service members, their families, and retirees. It's really been a joy to work with him. The provisions included in this mark make significant strides in addressing the urgent need and concerns of service members. The bill supports a military basic pay raise of 4.6% and requires the Secretary of Defense to do a thorough assessment on military pay and compensation programs. As such, There is a provision to report on the accuracy of the housing allowance and exclude the housing allowance from household income for the purpose of basic need allowance. The tragedy of suicide continues to mark the services, and we address this issue by increasing the number of military and civilian behavioral health provider educational pipelines to make short and long-term impacts on improving access to care for those who need it most. In an effort to build on recent improvements to the Exceptional Family Member Program, the bill establishes a grant program to better support families needing to navigate a new school district after every move and ensures that children with special needs receive appropriate educational services for their needs. In 2021, more than 20,000 families of military children with immediate need for childcare were stuck on wait lists. And we believe the department is not doing enough to recruit and retain an adequate workforce to support the child care needs of military families. As a result, we are requiring the Department of Defense to complete regional studies on adequate pay for military child care center employees and to implement pay increases based on the studies. Last year, we made historic reforms to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and this year we continued that work by asking GAO to review whether our criminal litigators are getting the best training, resources, and experience possible. The subcommittee's oversight of the military health system is reinforced through various provisions in our subcommittee mark. We remain concerned about the increasing number of vacancies for funded military and civilian health care providers across the military health system. So we are prohibiting the department from realigning or reducing military medical end strength until additional analysis on the impact is complete. We are also requesting an independent analysis of the quality and patient safety program and a GAO study on how TRICARE behavioral health coverage compares to mental health parity laws. The full committee mark authorizes $53 million to provide assistance to local educational agencies with military-dependent students and $22 million to assist with students with severe disabilities. Where the service member serves, so does his or her family. That has been the mantra of this committee. Together they make sacrifices for our nation, and we must continue our commitment to them. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the staff's efforts. Our Director, Ilka Regino, Dave Giacchetti, Hannah Kaufman, Glenn Deal, Forrest McConnell, and Sydney Fikes, along with my personal staff, Brian Collins, Yana Mayeva, Christine Seibert. They've worked diligently and always in a bipartisan manner to develop the subcommittee mark. As a point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out that 27% of the amendments to this NDAA come from this subcommittee.
And you view that as a positive thing?
Of the 8 committees,
just
and all I want to do as one of my last efforts as this chair is to implore the committee to assess whether or not there should be additional staff provided to this subcommittee, since they do have one of the largest loads of any of the subcommittees. And with that
is a very fair point. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, for any comments he would like to make.
Well, I thank the chairwoman, and I want to thank her for over a decade of dedicated service to this subcommittee. Your passion is evident, and though MilPers is where a lot of the more spirited disagreements tend to emerge on this committee, I think we found some areas where we've been able to work together. I would highlight in particular the hearing we had on professional military education, the first such hearing in a long time, and I hope to be able to continue the work that you started. I think we both recognize a need to reform professional military education so that it doesn't just become a highly civilianized box-checking exercise. We have a lot of reforms in the mark with that in mind. I would also highlight an issue that I've tried to focus on in this mark that gets at our tooth-to-tail ratio potentially being a little out of whack. Since 9/11, we've effectively decreased the number of active duty service members by 100,000 while increasing civilian workforce by 136,000. It's time we take a look at that. And so there are some amendments in this mark that require an assessment of the growth in the Joint Staff, the Office of Secretary of Defense, as well as CAPE. And I just would submit that should be a bipartisan exercise going forward as we try and rebalance our tooth-to-tail ratio. Finally, an issue that I think is not reflected, but we are all going to have to focus on going forward, is the emerging recruiting crisis that we're seeing right now. There could be a lot of variables playing into that. It could be economic concerns. It could be COVID-specific. It could be something else. But we're all going to have to think for a long time about what is driving that and what we can do to fix that going forward. So, again, I just would like to thank the chairwoman for her service to this subcommittee. I'd like to thank our staff, particularly Glenn Deal and Forrest McConnell. If we have more staff, part of the downside would be it's sort of fun to watch Glenn and Forrest run around this week in particular and not sleep for a week straight, but I understand the argument. And also the majority staff, Ilka Regino, Dave Giacchetti, Hannah Kaufman, and Sydney Fikes, who worked in a bipartisan manner on this effort. And then, of course, my staff, Chaz Morrison, Tony Smith, and Tom Lacey. Thank you for your dedication and your hard work. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? We will now move on to amendments. We will now consider log number 1660 by Ms. Spear. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Again, that will appear on the screen in front of you. Without objection, the reading of the amendments is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ensures that TRICARE beneficiaries are not subject to cost sharing for contraceptive care for 1 year. Mr. Chairman, military families are not second-class citizens, yet they are forced to pay co-pays for birth control when most civilians are not. The Affordable Care Act requires insurance coverage of FDA-approved contraception without co-pays, but those benefits don't extend to TRICARE. As a result, while active duty service members don't pay co-pays for contraception, dependents and non-active duty service members do. This disparity impacts a large population, since only 20% of all contraception medication filled by TRICARE are for service members. Birth control is health care, plain and simple. It enables people to achieve their educational, economic, professional goals by allowing them to plan for and space their pregnancies. And I must say, for military families, it's vital to ensure readiness, well-being, and equality. The percentage of unintended pregnancies among the military is much higher than the general population. It's also critical for treatment of health conditions like endometriosis and as a tool for menstrual suppression. And it's extremely popular. 84% of voters say that everyone should have access to birth control they want or need without barriers standing in their way. One study conducted before the ACA benefit found that women spent between 33 and 44% of their out-of-pocket health costs on contraception alone. It is not cheap. My colleagues, it should not be controversial or extreme to ensure that military families have the same access to contraception as families they serve to protect. I urge you to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, am I able to speak in favor of the amendment?
Absolutely. Ms. Houlihan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this very common sense amendment that ensures equal access to health care for our nation's military families. The Affordable Care Act requires insurance coverage of FDA-approved contraception without co-pays, but those benefits do not extend to TRICARE. So as a result, dependents and non-active duty service members face co-pays depending on where they access their contraception, even while most civilians and federal employees do not. This is unfair, and it is an unequal coverage of basic health care. So to put it bluntly, it's discriminatory. We should be putting our service members' health and safety in real-life needs first. No service member or military family member should ever be forced to pay out-of-pocket for basic preventative care, including contraception, that their civilian counterparts do not pay for. Studies show that the costs related to contraception, even when small, lead to some women to forgo it completely, to choose less effective methods, or to use it inconsistently. So this is simple. The autonomy and authority to make decisions about one's health care is vital to one's well-being and ability to succeed. Some colleagues of mine on the other side of the aisle are trying to conflate contraception with abortion, but we must strike down these falsehoods, especially those that attempt to carve out certain forms of birth control, including emergency contraceptive, from coverage. Birth control is a basic health care, and in turn, we must ensure that it is available equitably in both. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Hartzler is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am opposed to this amendment. I'm concerned that this amendment would lead to the taxpayer-funded destruction of developing human lives. Emergency contraception, such as Plan B, which TRICARE already covers, can cause abortions by preventing the newly conceived embryo, which is a tiny human being, from implanting in the womb, ending a unique human being's life in its earliest days. This amendment expands coverage of emergency contraceptions to all service members and their spouses and dependents, increasing federal funding for abortion-causing drugs and putting taxpayers' consciences at risk. Our military prides itself on protecting Americans and our allies around the world, and it should extend that protection to the most vulnerable members of our society, unborn babies. Our service members also fight to protect Americans' cherished freedom of conscience. We should not trample on that freedom by spending more taxpayer dollars on something that Americans find abhorrent. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I speak to my support of this amendment, I'd like to recognize my chairwoman, Ms. Spear, and thank her for her incredible leadership on this subcommittee. I am so going to miss you, and you have really been a trailblazer, and you have demonstrated what it means to really stand up and support our women and men who serve our country. I've learned so much from you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And your amendment is precisely that. It is a defense of our service women, servicemen who sign up to do a job, and it's our job to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect them, to give them the tools that they need to be successful, to provide them with the kind of care that creates a ready military. This is a bill that is important to our service members. I have spoken to a number of service members for whom this is a sign that we support them and we stand with them. Birth control is basic health care. And this amendment would create parity and equity to make sure that no one is left out. So, Chairwoman Spear, thank you for this amendment. I support it. I urge my colleagues to support it and to remember that we are here for our service members. We're here to make sure that they have access to the care that they need and that they deserve, not to create different tiers among those who not just serve, but among their family members as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gates is recognized. Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak on behalf of Chairwoman Spear's amendment. This is a women's rights issue, but it's also a military issue. It's a military readiness issue. It's a national security issue. We cannot have an effective fighting force. We cannot have an effective military unless we have trust within our force, unless our entire force is given access to the health care, to the rights that they need to be effective and to do the job. That's what this is about. This is not an abortion amendment. This is a health care amendment. And the women who raise their right hand and are willing to put their lives on the line on behalf of this country deserve to have the same access to health care that they would have in another job if they didn't raise their right hand. In fact, they deserve to have more, I would posit. So we cannot move in the wrong direction. We cannot go backwards. We at least need to maintain the level that they have had currently, but add to that if we can. Again, this is not an abortion issue. This is an issue of morale, welfare, readiness of the force, and we would be remiss if we did not support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this amendment. One of our colleagues across the aisle mentioned recruitment crisis. When we think about recruitment, we also have to think about retainment. And the way we recruit it is certainly based on what benefits and what health care benefits we offer our military. So this is also, in my mind, a recruitment and retention issue. We know that the right to contraceptions are founded on the same principle of the Constitution as the right to an abortion. But it's already been stated, this is not to be confused with abortion. This is a fundamental right to make the most personal decisions about our bodies, our family, our lives, and our futures. We should be putting service members' health, safety, and real-life needs first. No service member or military family member should be forced to pay out of pocket for basic preventive care, including contraception that their civilian counterparts do not pay. Even small copays can be prohibitive for some people. Studies show that the costs related to contraception, even when small, lead some women to forgo it completely, to choose less effective methods, or to use it inconsistently. Prior to the ACA's contraceptive coverage requirement, women spent between 30 and 44% of their out-of-pocket health care costs on contraceptives alone. Any amendment to restrict the Spear Amendment to cover only regular methods of contraception is an attempt to carve out certain forms of birth control. Such an effort is part of a broader extreme effort to conflate abortion and contraception and block access to any type of reproductive health care. All contraceptive methods prevent pregnancy. They do not interfere with an existing pregnancy. Any claims to the contrary are not based in science. Our service members and their families deserve access to every method of contraception, including emergency contraception. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and again, I do support this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs is recognized, and she is appearing remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to echo all of my colleagues in their praise of Chairwoman Spear, who has been an amazing mentor and leader of this subcommittee and of her time in Congress. I, too, would like to speak in support of this amendment. You know, as a representative of San Diego, the largest consolidation of military personnel anywhere in the country, and as a young woman myself, this is really personal. Reproductive health care is health care, plain and simple. For many young people, it's the only health care that they are actively seeking on a regular basis. And that's the case for so many service members. And like all health care, reproductive health care like contraception is vital for the well-being of our service members and for military readiness. And let's be clear about something. I know some folks are trying to say that emergency contraception is akin to abortion. It's not. All contraception methods prevent pregnancy. They do not interfere with any existing pregnancy. That is an important difference in what we're talking about, and anything to the contrary is not science and is not thinking about the best needs and the well-being of our service members. So in closing, I'd just like to say that it's incredibly important that as we're working on this bill, we are looking out for our service members and their families, because the families are serving too, and that's who this is disproportionately impacting. And our military families deserve to have the same rights and protections as everyone across the country. So please support this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I endorse this bill, the amendment, and would echo the comments of all of my colleagues. However, I'd like to yield my remaining time to Chairwoman Spear.
I thank the gentleman. I have great respect for my colleague, Ms. Hartzler, but I think we have to make something very clear. Our service women already have access to emergency contraception. Emergency contraception is not an abortifacient. It only works before a pregnancy is established. And it is important when you've had unprotected sex, or your primary method of birth control hasn't worked, or you've been sexually assaulted. What this amendment does is provide it to the dependents of service members. And let's also be clear, everyone in this country who has the Affordable Care Act already has access to contraception without a copay. Why are we burdening our service members with this additional cost, which can be significant, when we pay them so little as it is. So this is fundamental fairness, and it's very important to not somehow conflate an abortion or medication abortion with what is emergency contraception. And with that, I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing none. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. That will be postponed until we complete the subcommittee mark. So for those of you here and watch, we will have a recorded vote coming up as soon as we finish the subcommittee mark. We've got one more standalone amendment, one more on block. So do try to make sure you're here in the next 10 to 20 minutes so we can record that vote. I got to go back to the start here in just a second. We will now consider log number 1772, amendment offered. I'm sorry. We will now consider log 1772 by Mr. Waltz. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Waltz for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that our physical fitness standards in the United States military are based on the needs of the job and would essentially divide those into combat and non-combat categories, and importantly would make those physical fitness standards gender neutral. I think we're seeing right now across the world that Ukraine is a very teachable moment across a number of ways, readiness being one, but I think importantly also that combat absolutely can be physical, can in urban environments and trench warfare environments can be brutal, require hand-to-hand combat, and require a level of physicality. The Army was recently moving in the right direction, in my view, by making their military occupational specialties, the physical fitness requirements, based on the needs of the job, but unfortunately recently reversed that and went back to a bifurcated gender-based standard. Look, I think it's obvious, Mr. Chairman, that the physical requirements to be in the infantry or the artillery or armor is different than being a cyber warrior or a supply sergeant or a pilot and those combat, non-combat needs. And I think the physical standards and the requirements by the military should reflect that. I mean, it is obvious that a 100-pound artillery shell or a 150-pound rucksack or a 200-pound soldier that has to be moved to the top of a hill is different than a keyboard. And I can tell you for certain, the enemy's bullets don't make the distinction between age, gender, race, religion, or really anything else. They only care that you're American and that you can do the job. So, yeah, I think the second piece is that moving to a gender-based system really undermines the great gains that women have made in the combat arms. We can't, on one hand, as member of this committee has rightly done, demand full access for all Americans to the combat arms, but then on the other hand say, well, the numbers aren't right, and so now we need to move back to a gender-based standard. And you know, we're going to find ourselves going to one standard. For example, the U.S. Army's Ranger School. Everybody has to meet that standard, but yet when a woman in particular makes it through that standard, as over 100 now have, and I'm incredibly proud of them, then they go to an infantry unit that they're leading and have to go to a lesser standard. And I just want to quote very quickly the first female to graduate through the U.S. Army Ranger School, Captain Kristen Geis, who wrote that under a gender-based system, women in combat arms have to fight every day to dispel the notion that their presence inherently weakens these previously all-male units. She wrote, lower female standards also reinforce the belief that women cannot perform the same job as men, making it difficult for women to earn the confidence of their teammates. You're going to hear that we're going to a gender-based system or going to a gender-neutral system creates recruitment problems, creates retention problems, readiness issues. Those are false.
Those are false arguments. At the end of the day, this is about standards, and the standards that all Americans who want to serve this country need to meet to win wars, to do the job. The jobs are different, and therefore they should have different standards. But this is about standards, not gender. And I firmly believe this committee should always have that as its focus, and I encourage your support for this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not support this amendment. I recognize Mr. Walz's comments, but first of all, we've not had a hearing on it. Secondly, there was a RAND report mandated by Congress that found that since the implementation of the ACFT, scores collected during diagnostic periods show some groups, facilities at noticeably higher rates. The decision to adjust the ACFT and fully implement it across the force was based on soldier feedback, a congressionally directed independent study by RAND, nearly 630,000 ACFT scores, and more than 3 years of analysis and feedback. And we already do have different standards based on the situations. For instance, the services already have occupational standards for career fields like special forces that ensure that service members can meet job requirements. The general physical fitness standards for the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps are gender and age normed. The Army, as part of their proposed changes to the Army Combat Fitness Test, is going back to gender and age norm standards. These are measures of general physical fitness, not specific job requirements. So my recommendation would be that we oppose this amendment. We could certainly have a hearing on this, and I would welcome that, but I am not at this point ready to support it. I yield back to the
Any further debate? Mr. Gallagher.
Well, I strongly support Mr. Walz's amendment, and I thank you for the thoughtful way in which he approached this. I should note that this passed by voice vote in the Senate in a bipartisan fashion. And Gillibrand and Senators Gillibrand and Duckworth spoke in favor of it. Senator Ernst introduced it. And I just would also note, if anyone's interested in getting a more granular assessment of the Army PFT, we're going to be running it on Friday morning. So after being super sleep deprived, you can come join us at Fort Myers, and that will substitute for the hearing. But we should pass this amendment.
That is optional. Is there any further debate? Just quick comment. I tell you, it is quite possible that Mr. Walz is right about how to balance this, but there's been a considerable amount of work that has been done by the Department of Defense under bipartisan group of administrations, the RAND study that was mentioned. And in taking this action, if we pass this amendment, we are locking the military into a certain approach to the issue. And I don't know, I think they know more than I or anyone on this committee about what standards they need to meet their requirements. And this basically takes away that flexibility in any regard. And there seems to be a number of opinions that say that that's not warranted. So I will oppose the amendment. Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no.
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 Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. We will postpone that vote until we complete all of the amendments in the subcommittee, Mark. And we will now consider on block package number 1 for the Subcommittee on Military Personnel. And the chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purpose of offering the on block amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up on block package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority.
Without objection so ordered, would the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Ms. Spear is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 1544 by Rep. Scott, Log 1559 by Rep. Spear, Log 1568 by Rep. Spear, Log 1578 by Rep. Spear, Log 1597 R1 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 1604 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 1619 R2 by Rep. Loria, Log 1620 by Rep. Crow, Log 1638 by Rep. Scott, Log 1648 by Rep. Johnson, Log 1646 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1648 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1652 by Rep. Moulton, Log 1654 R1 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1658 R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 1662 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1663 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1667 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1671 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1683 by Rep. Brooks, Log 1688 by Rep. Scott, Log 1691 R1 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 1695 by Rep. Scott, Log 1696 by Rep. Scott, Log 1707 by Rep. Scott, Log 1716 R1 by Rep. Bergman, Log 1717 by Rep. Bergman, Log 1719 R2 by Rep. Bergman, Log 1740 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1769 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 1781 by Rep. Luria, Log 1783 by Rep. Luria, Log 1789 by Rep. Spear, Log 1799 R2 by Rep. Cheney, Log 1802 R2 by Rep. Scott, Log 1803 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1804 R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1812 by Rep. Scott, Log 1815 R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 1824 R3 by Rep. Moore, Log 1836 R3 by Rep. Brown, Log 1840 R1 by Rep. Carl, Log 1847 by Rep. Garcia, Log 1855 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1862 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1864 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1865 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1869 R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1871 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1887 R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1889 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1895 R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1904 R2 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1912 R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 1913 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1915 by Rep. Spear, Log 1917 R2 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1934 R2 by Rep. Larson, Log 1935 R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 1939 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1945 by Rep. Stefanik.
Is there
Do I
fruit?
make my point, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I think you more than doubled previous subcommittee totals there, so without question. Is there further discussion of the en bloc package?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a few short remarks?
You always ask so politely, how can I say no? Ms. Houlihan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to thank the committee for recognizing the importance of addressing supply chain issues that plague our service members and their families. We need to ensure that our service members have ready and reliable access to pharmaceuticals that they need to manage their health. Pharmaceutical shortages are continuing to create public health challenges, and supply chain disruptions pose a direct threat to patients as well as to our national security, as the DoD is tasked with ensuring that our service members are ready to face emerging threats and challenges to our national security. Our service members cannot deploy if they cannot address their basic health issues, which is not dissimilar to our last conversation, and their readiness will be impacted if they are worried about the health of their families. Many medications are manufactured in foreign countries or originate from active pharmaceutical ingredients made by a limited number of manufacturers outside of the United States. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated not only how vulnerable our supply chain is, but also why there is a need to ensure an adequate supply of safe and effective and essential medicines. I urge my colleagues to support the military personnel en bloc and the common sense amendments that are within it, asking the department to address supply chain challenges directly impacting the health and readiness of our service members. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Hearing none, questions on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Ms. Spear. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. And now we come to that fun-filled moment when we have our first roll call vote. We have two roll call votes of the amendments that we just debated. We will start with log 1660 offered by Ms. Spear, and the clerk. All right, I'm being told I'm wrong. The phone is ringing. There is another en bloc.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So we will go to en bloc package number 2 here in just a moment. We were so ready for that, but we'll just have to postpone the excitement. All right, we will now consider en bloc package number 2. The chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Ms. Spear is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following. Log 1957 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1967 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 1970 by Rep. Keating, Log 1972 R1 by Rep. Johnson, Log 1980 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1987 by Rep. Turner, Log 2022 by Rep. Cooper, Log 2030 by Rep. Spear, Log 2062 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2065 by Rep. Scott, Log 2079 by Rep. Kelly, Log 2103 by Rep. Bice, Log 2128 by Rep. Vesey, Log 2138 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 2146 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2159 by Rep. Kelly, Log 2173 by Rep. Green, Log 2178 R1 by Rep. Escobar, Log 2185 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 2189 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2193 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2197 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2216 R1 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 2248 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2254 R2 by Rep. Waltz, Log 2259 by Rep. Kelly, Log 2275 by Rep. Kelly, Log 2281 by Rep. Escobar, Log 2289 by Rep. Escobar, Log 2291 by Rep. Cahaley, Log 2292 by Rep. Cahaley, Log 2300 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2324 R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 2330 by Rep. Cahaley, Log 2334 by Rep. Scott, Log 2336 by Rep. Spear, Log 2355 R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 2362 by Rep. Escobar, Log 2375 by Rep. Scott, Log 2378 by Rep. Kelly, Log 2386 R2 by Rep. McLean, Log 2416 R1 by Rep. Crow, Log 2438 by Rep. Wilson, Log 2442 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 2446 by Rep. Jackson.
Thank you. Is there discussion of the en bloc amendment? If not, questions on adoption of en bloc package number 2 offered by Ms. Spear. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now, as has been previewed, we will have 2 roll call votes, beginning with Log 1660, offered by Ms. Spear, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. No. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin. Aye. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Aye. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear.
Aye.
Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Carbajal. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Brown, aye. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. No. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim. Aye. Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Ms. Cheney.
No.
Ms. Cheney votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Sherrill?
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes no. Mr. Kahele? Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Jackson?
No.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Ms. Strickland? Ms. Strickland? Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Veazey?
Aye.
Mr. Veazey votes aye. Mr. Moore?
Nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mr. Fallon?
Nay.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks? Ms. Stefanik? Stefanik votes no. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Ms. Strickland? Strickland votes yes. Ms. Strickland votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally when you're ready. No rush.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 24.
The amendment is adopted. And we will now have the roll call on log number 1772 offered by Mr. Waltz. Clerk will call the roll, sir.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin? Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? No. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik, aye.
Ms.
I'm sorry,
Stefan-
Stefanik, aye. Yes.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Carbajal votes no. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna? No. Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Aye. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating? No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Aye. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon? Yes. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan?
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Banks? Yes. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow?
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Aye. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mr. Green? Aye. Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Aye. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin? Aye. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs? No. Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean? Aye. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Kahele? Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Veazey?
No.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Aye. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks?
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 36, the noes are 22.
The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel as amended.
Questions on the motion, gentlewoman from California? So many as are in favor will say aye.
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 Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. Oh, sorry, a quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The strategic forces portions of the chairman's mark make our nation stronger and better prepared to address global threats. I would like to thank Ranking Member Lamborn and all of our subcommittee members on both sides of the aisle for their continued commitment to this bipartisan process to maintain our 61-year tradition of passing an NDAA. It's imperative that we continue to deter strategic attacks by ensuring that our superior nuclear forces are safe, secure, and reliable, including their command and control infrastructure. This mark focuses on ensuring that the Departments of Defense and Energy are well positioned for the immense task of sustaining our legacy forces, while also recapitalizing the nuclear enterprise for the next 70 years. It also ensures that both departments are pursuing balanced approaches, emphasizing deterrence and also non-proliferation and arms control. They must also remain focused on the highest priority efforts and be realistic in their planned programs. Plutonium pit production is a prime example where greater realism is needed. Regarding space, recent demonstrations by China and Russia confirm that they are developing capabilities to degrade and destroy our national security satellites. This mark presses the Department to publicly release a strategy on how we will defend and protect our on-orbit assets. Further, we require that the Space Force continue tactically responsive space efforts, including additional funding to do so, and to encourage increased competition as the acquisition strategy for Phase 3 of the National Security Space Launch Program is finalized. Lastly, to address the importance that integrated air and missile defense is playing in the ongoing war in Ukraine, this mark requires a strategy to share early missile warning data with allies and partners. We increase funding to bolster the quantity of terminal high-altitude area defense interceptors and continue development of the hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensor payload. The mark includes additional funding in key areas for non-kinetic missile defense capabilities, such as directed energy. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to give a sincere thanks to our outstanding professional staff led by Maria Vistola, namely John Warden, Ryan Tully, Whitney Verrett, and William Braden. I would also like to thank my personal staffer for the subcommittee, Zach Brown, for his excellent work. Before I close, this is my last HASC markup due to gerrymandering in my home state. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for making this subcommittee the last bastion of bipartisanship in Washington. I want to personally thank Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for maintaining that precedent. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for any comments he would like to make.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's been a busy year for the Strategic Forces Subcommittee. I'd like to start my remarks by noting that this will be, as has been said, the last NDAA markup for my friend and colleague, Jim Cooper. I'd like to thank you again for your years of dedicated service that you've provided to the Strategic Forces Subcommittee and for the way in which you've approached the job as chairman and as ranking member. You always bring a no-nonsense and intellectually honest approach to your work, which has been appreciated and will be missed. I have no doubt that even from retirement, you will keep us honest and continue diligently monitoring the progress made by our newest service and one of your most significant contributions to our military, the Space Force. Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased with the work we have done this year on the Strategic Forces Subcommittee. I'm particularly pleased that some key provisions have made their way into the chairman's mark. One provision directs the Department of Defense to establish a national hypersonic initiative. The top-line amendment we adopted earlier put important funding behind this effort and will go a long way towards helping us catch up with Russia and China on hypersonics. Also, I'm glad to see that we included full funding for a 16th Patriot Battalion and have directed the Department of Defense to plan for 4 additional battalions. These assets are in high demand by ourselves and our partners, and we're going to be needing more of them. Russia and China are only becoming more belligerent and aggressive in space, and we are taking action to counter their actions. We are directing the Department to make publicly available a strategy for how we are going to defend and protect our on-orbit satellites. We are also requiring the Space Force to establish requirements for defense and resilience of space systems. With that, I'd like to once again thank my friend Mr. Cooper for his service As the subcommittee puts together its mark next year, I hope and expect that we will hear from you and get your thoughts and inputs, which will always be valued. I'd also like to thank the professional staff and my own staff for their invaluable contributions. With that, I yield back.
Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Seeing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Cooper for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc.
Mr. Chairman, the en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 1643R1 by Rep. Johnson. Log 1679R2 by Rep. Lambourne. Log 1693R2 by Rep. Morelli. Log 1739R4 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 1760R1 by Rep. Stefanik. Log 1775R1 by Rep. Cheney. Log 1878R1 by Rep. Jackson. Log 1879R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 1882R1 by Rep. Gallagher. Log 1908R1 by Rep. Keating. Log 1996R3 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2004R1 by Rep. Gallagher. Log 2031R1 by Rep. Cooper. Log 2063R3 by Rep. Slotkin. Log 2104 by Rep. Lambourne. Log 2117R2 by Rep. Lambourne. Log 2190R1 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 2224R1 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 2225 by Rep. Carbajal. Log 2229R1 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 2288 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2345R1 by Rep. Jackson.
Is there discussion of the en bloc package? Not. The question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Cooper. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log 2311 offered by Mr. Moore. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I'm at the table. Thank you, Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Moore for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment would restrict 25% of operations and management funding for the Office of Secretary of Defense until the U.S. conducts a Minuteman III ICBM test. Earlier this year, the Biden administration postponed, then canceled a regularly scheduled Minuteman III ICBM test. The administration has not conducted an ICBM test since Russia invaded Ukraine. Conversely, in the lead up to the war in Ukraine, Russia conducted large-scale nuclear exercises. Additionally, since then, Russian leaders have used harsh rhetoric threatening nuclear force. I'm going to indulge me for a minute while I read some of these threats. I will spare you my Soviet accent, but Vladimir Putin made an explicit threat to those who stand in our way, saying that the consequences will be such as you've never seen in the entire history. 3 days later, he said he would raise the alert level of Russia's nuclear forces. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, I think would be enemy number one in Bill Browder's book, Red Notice. If you haven't read that, one can believe that the horsemen of the apocalypse are already on their way and all hope is in Almighty God. Defense Committee Deputy Chairman threatened multiple European nations and the United States with nuclear attack. If the United States threatens our state, it's good. Here's the SAR map for you, and there will be nuclear ashes from you, and if you think Russia should not exist. Just two more here. The head of the State Duma. Poland, along with the rest of Europe, would cease to exist if Russia is threatened. And finally, an internationally sanctioned member of the Russian State Duma and former military commander, they should understand that there could be a strike against Miami, Texas, or any other state. Apparently he thinks Miami's a state. They tuck their tail in. They aren't very brave over there. This is our truth and what we should aspire to and confidently move toward that. This isn't just rhetoric. We've seen what's gone on here. It's extremely risk-averse that Russia tests more of its advanced nuclear weaponry, and Biden cancels pre-planned regular tests of our aging ICBM systems. The cancellation of U.S. ICBM tests, which are planned well in advance, in which Russia is pre-notified of, only signals weakness to Putin and Xi, if we want to extend this into the South China Sea. Now is the time to resume our ICBM testing, not continue to appease Vladimir Putin. I support and I appreciate Senator Inhofe's also support of this, talking about how critical it is to ensure that our nuclear deterrent stays effective. So with that amendment, I'll yield back and hope to hear any discussion on this. But these have been regular. These have been planned. This is our show of force that we can continue to use what is our best capability to make sure we maintain global peace. So thank you, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Cooper is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment. I'm sure Mr. Moore's intentions are good, but I'm worried he's making a mountain out of a molehill. This was a cancellation of a single test in March. The Air Force has 2 other tests already scheduled for this August and September. The test that was canceled in no way affected the Air Force's determination of the reliability of the current ICBM system, for which the gentleman should know I've been a strong supporter throughout my career in Congress. Nor does it affect the R&D that's so important for the new Sentinel system that will be implemented. So this was largely a routine test, and testing will resume in August and September. I'm not only worried about the gentleman overemphasizing the change in testing schedule for the Air Force, I'm also worried about his effort to fence 25% of the Secretary of Defense operational funds. It doesn't help our defense posture to shoot ourselves in the foot by limiting the Secretary of Defense's operational spending. So I think overall the gentleman's amendment is gratuitous, and I would urge my colleagues on the committee to oppose it.
God, they're coming at me here. I was going to go to Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rickman, would you prefer me to go to Mr. Turner?
Thank you. Yes, there are several of us that wish to speak on this, because obviously this is such an important issue as we look to the increased provocativeness, the aggressiveness of Russia, and really the lack of a response that we've seen from this administration. This administration has been fearful of being provocative, as Mr. Moore's statements of the leadership of Russia have begun to sound more like the statements that you'd expect from North Korea instead of a responsible nuclear state. They've been threatening our allies, they've been threatening the United States, and the administration has largely remained silent, except for to take actions like canceling an ICBM test. We should be doing the opposite. We should be standing strong. We should be making certain that we are affirming both our status as a nuclear weapons state, but also as an umbrella to our NATO partners and allies working in concert with the UK and France, which are also nuclear weapons states, as an offset to Russia's nuclear intimidation. I've been very concerned that the administration has been so reticent to appear, as they've characterized it, provocative, that they've taken actions that make us less safe. Certainly they took actions that made Ukraine less safe, as they were reticent to put advanced lethal weapons into Ukraine, slow to put lethal weapons into Ukraine and respond to their will to fight. This is one that is important, I think, both to the United States and to our allies, and I think everyone should support this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Einborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't quite hear you. I, too, stand in support of Mr. Moore's amendment. I know the impulse behind this is to not be provocative, but if you are appeasing another country, that is provocative as well. And to not do testing of our Minuteman III missile forces and to let that time go by casts doubt on the resiliency and the status of our forces. So that is unacceptable because we have many countries that are under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. They have to have confidence in our fleet of nuclear weapons. And for potential opponents, they need to be strong in their knowledge that these are effective and up-to-date forces. So when these tests are made, Russia is notified well in advance. There's full disclosure that tests are about to happen. And so it's not provocative to have a regularly scheduled test that they are notified ahead of time about. So I think it was a mistake on the part of the administration to do that cancellation, and it's a good amendment to get the attention of the Department of Defense that they need to start holding these tests again. The 25% will not take effect the minute they do a test. I mean, that's not an issue. They will do the test. They'll have full funding. And so this is a well-thought-out amendment, and I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Mr. Lancherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment as well. Look, I'm all for testing. I think it's critically important that for all of our major weapon systems that they are tested and that we know that they're going to be effective and they're going to work. God forbid we ever need them, especially in this type of a weapon system. The three test launches that the Air Force conducts annually are an important component of the overall Minuteman III weapon system evaluation program, and the administration is committed to carrying out those tests, as I agree with Mr. Cooper when he said this amendment is gratuitous. The administration and the Air Force are committed to resuming flight tests of the Minuteman III ICBMs with 2 flights scheduled between now and the end of the year. But make no mistake about it, whenever we conduct tests, it also involves signaling. We do it all the time. Our enemies and adversaries do it all the time. Signaling happens. And what's most important right now in a time of heightened tension is to be very aware of miscalculation and misreading those signals. I don't think anyone wants to be in a position of having a miscalculation where it triggers a nuclear war. So in this case, I think the administration is right to carefully consider how nuclear signals may be perceived and make prudent adjustments to ICBM test schedules. There's no reason for Congress to tie the department's hands. So I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak in support of this amendment. It would be different, and I would agree with my friend from Nashville if this were an isolated instance. But this administration has repeatedly chosen not to act in fear of upsetting Mr. Putin. And that's just not acceptable. And I think this is a great way for us to send a message to the administration that they need to start treating Mr. Putin like the aggressor that he is, and we need to be acting affirmatively. So I support the amendment.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rogers, thank you for clarifying what this amendment's all about. It's a messaging amendment. Fine, okay, you got a messaging amendment. I'm thinking about a message from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly, carefully. We have a very, very big nuclear enterprise. It's also clear to anybody that cares to pay attention to the Minuteman III tests that have been underway for the last at least 2 decades, all of which have been successful. Insofar as the rocket is concerned, a couple of problems with the launching facility along the way, but nearly 100% success. So this isn't about the ability of the Minuteman III to perform its duty, its responsibilities. This is really about a message. If you want to take a shot at the administration, go ahead. I suspect this will not be the only messaging amendment that we'll have along the way towards the completion of this NDAA. All right, make your point on the messaging. The fact of the matter is, be very, very careful with nuclear weapons. Be very careful. To tamp down the discussion of nuclear weapons is the right thing to do. The use of nuclear weapons is something that we should always be aware of. But the message ought to be that the United States knows that it has whatever is necessary to wipe out this entire world or to wipe out Eastern Europe. We understand that. But what we need to do is to be very cautious when we talk about nuclear weapons. Bombast from Russia doesn't change the reality that we're very well positioned with the Minuteman III, should it ever be necessary. It will work. So, okay, we got a messaging here. Not the last for this day. I urge a no vote.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I speak in favor of the amendment. And in particular, I agree so much with Congressman Lamborn about the impact of an appearance of appeasement to war criminal Putin. I agree very much with Congressman Turner that what we have is provocations by war criminal Putin. And it even applies to people on this committee. I had the honor of being with Congressman Ruben Galeo on a delegation to Kyiv in December. And Congressman Galeo gave a very thoughtful interview with CNN. And as a result of that, a member of the Russian Duma announced that Congressman Galeo should be kidnapped, brought to Moscow for trial. And so if there's any provocation here, it's something that should be addressed with the Russian Federation and war criminal Putin taking advantage of the extraordinary people of the Russian Federation. And so I'm in favor of the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. To recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. I think right off the bat, I want to hopefully make sure that we don't look at Putin's Russia as something to be emulated in terms of how we want to conduct international relations. Yes, he's been very provocative. I hope that we will be more thoughtful in how we approach this. And all that happened here is the Biden administration delayed one test right when the war started. Kind of strikes me as a prudent thing to do to not stumble into a nuclear war. As has been mentioned by Mr. Cooper, there are already more tests scheduled. We are going to test our ICBMs, but I do not want us to get to the point where we're trying to compete with Putin's stooges on how to be the most provocative rhetorically and stumble into a conflict we don't have to stumble into. We'll point out the Biden administration has significantly shored up our defenses across Eastern Europe. I've lost track of how many of Putin's red lines that President Biden has stepped across. On a routine basis, he said, don't provide these weapons, don't bring this support, and President Biden has done that to support our allies. But just flexing your muscles for the sake of the rhetorical effect is a dangerous thing to do. And this amendment seems to imply that what we want our administration to do is to do that. You know, if Putin's and his people are being idiots about threatening stuff, well, let's be bigger idiots and threaten more. I don't think that's the right approach. I think President Biden was very prudent to delay that one test. We're not stopping tests. More tests are coming. They're scheduled. This amendment is unnecessary to meet our needs and in some ways dangerous in terms of provoking an escalating conflict of words that could potentially lead to a very dangerous conflict that none of us want. So I would urge a no vote from members. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Carl.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to Congressman Moore.
Let me just state, this is not a messaging bill. This is an attempt to make sure that we hold the administration accountable to run regularly tested, scheduled ICBM tests. It is not a messaging bill. What other mechanism do we have to make sure that we don't continue to delay and delay and delay this? So I don't have assurance that in August we're going to just do this. This is an attempt to make sure that we hold that accountable and that we do it. We have long agreed for decades that these tests have showed strength and showed the world who is the superpower. That's what we're trying to do here. This is not a messaging bill. This is an attempt to just make sure that we continue down a successful path that we've seen before. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Moore. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
We request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. I will pause just for a moment here because this recorded vote's coming. We're taking this recorded vote now because we're done with the subcommittee mark, and I know there are members out in the hinterlands here, so I'll give you a second to try to get back. But we have a recorded vote now, and the clerk will call the roll on Mr. Moore's amendment.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton.
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim.
Kim votes no.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mrs. Houlihan.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Kahele. Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Jackson.
Aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Veazey.
No.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Spear.
No.
Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna?
How have I been recorded?
That's
Mr. Khanna has not been recorded.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no.
the clerk will report the tally.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 31.
The amendment is not agreed to. There are no further amendments, so the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Tennessee. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
As many as are opposed will say no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Moving on, the committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Readiness. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. It's an honor to offer the Readiness Subcommittee portion of the mark for the full committee's consideration. I'd like to first start by thanking my ranking member, Mr. Waltz, for his partnership on the subcommittee, as well as Mr. Lamborn, who began the year with us before moving on to the Strategic Arms Subcommittee. I'd also like to express my appreciation to members of the subcommittee for their contributions. This mark would not have been possible without the committee staff, so a big shout out and thank you to Janine, Melanie, Wendell, Sapna, Ian, David, Kyle, and Whitney, and Najin. Also, a big shout out to my personal staff, Ellie Ekman and Ian Hart, for their work. This bipartisan product is the outcome of cooperation between members on both sides of the aisle. The jurisdiction of the Readiness Subcommittee is broad in scope and covers a range of topics from sustainment of weapons systems and facilities to safety, military construction, climate change, energy, and environmental policy. With that in mind, I'd like to take just a few moments to highlight some of the important issues addressed in this mark. Consistent with our work over the last 2 years, the Readiness Mark continues to address the vulnerabilities in installation and energy resiliency, both in response to extreme weather and to ensure the department can continue to accomplish its missions in the event of power disruptions. Relatedly, building on previous efforts to address climate change, this mark works to mitigate the department's impact while building resiliency and spurring innovation in clean energy. Moving on to sustainment, one of the key issues in sustaining the department's modern weapon systems is a strong, modern, organic industrial base. For too long, our nation's depots, shipyards, and arsenals have been neglected. This year, the subcommittee continues to work to ensure that the department's organic industrial base facilities are adequately maintained and modernized. This is essential to ensuring that our state-of-the-art weapon systems are able to meet the challenges of near-peer competitors. Finally, the health and safety of our military and civilian personnel will always be the top priority of the subcommittees, this and others. Building on our work last year, last year's NDAA, which made sweeping changes to address the Departments of Defense chronic inadequacy in creating and maintaining a culture of safety. This mark continues that work to ensure that these mandates are being executed effectively and overseen at the highest levels of civilian and uniformed leadership. I'm proud of the funding authorized by and the legislative provisions included in this readiness mark. And once again, I thank Ranking Member Waltz and the other members of the committee for their collaboration and partnership. I urge my colleagues to support the mark. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Readiness, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Garamendi. I've genuinely enjoyed working with you in this process, and I certainly want to echo your comments, especially regarding the bipartisanship that's driven the process thus far. And over the past several days, I think it's worth noting that Readiness has received over 130 amendments covering issues like military infrastructure, maintenance, logistics, training, quality of life for our military personnel, amongst other topics. And I look at it as essentially most of the things the Russian military is failing miserably at right now, this subcommittee is responsible for overseeing with our military. And to that end, the job of the Readiness Subcommittee is to ensure our troops have the resources they need to execute their missions today and be prepared for the threats tomorrow. And to that end, I have consistently shared concerns with President Biden's top-line budget request. The president failed to request a budget that kept up with actual inflation, signaling, in my view, a lack of support for our services against an increasingly complex global threat landscape. And most importantly, it fails to keep pace with the Chinese Communist Party. And I don't want to keep pace with the Chinese Communist Party. I want to overmatch and have our service members prepared to dominate the People's Liberation Army. In my view, this request only emboldens their rapid military buildup, and I hope that we remedy those deficiencies in a bipartisan manner later today. Other amendments considered this afternoon will enhance the readiness of the national security enterprise. They build on issues and themes reflected in our underlying mark, such as contested logistics, resiliency, weapon system sustainment, and affordability. And as the chairman mentioned, support for our organic industrial base. I, too, want to thank the staff for working tirelessly the past several days and months. Janine Womble, Melanie Davis, Wendell Wright, as well as Kyle Knowles, Dave Sinecki, Whitney Verrett, and of course our clerk, Najida Khan, and of course, Mr. Ian Bennett. I again thank the committee members for their engagement and their continued development their continued involvement as we work towards enacting another NDAA. I look forward to today's debate and voting on the final product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Seeing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved by the minority and the majority.
Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Log number 1566, Rep. Speer. Log 1571, Rep. Speer. Log 1572, Rep. Speer. Log 1587, Rep. Wilson. 1594, Rep. Scott. 1603 R1, Rep. Banks. 1634, Rep. Jackson. 1636, Rep. Bacon. 1678 R1, Rep. Bacon. 1697 R2, Rep. Slotkin. 1708, Rep. Bergman. 1709 R2, Rep. Jackson. 1722, Rep. Desjardins. 1724, Rep. Speer. 1730, Rep. Stefanik. 1741, Rep. Scott. 1746, Rep. Scott. 1749, Rep. Fallon. 1754 R3, Rep. Waltz, 1782. Rep. Luria, 1787. R1. Rep. Golden, 1797. R2. Rep. Scott, 1798. R2. Rep. Scott's 1800. R2. Rep. Scott, 1801. R2. Rep. Scott, 1810. Rep. Rogers, 1813. Rep. Brown, 1816. R1. Rep. Scott, 1823. Rep. Turner, 1826. Rep. Scott, 1827. R2. Rep. Moore, 1831. R2. Rep. Gates, 1833. R1. Rep. Carl, 1868. R2. Rep. Langevin, 1872. R1. Rep. Wilson, 1873. Rep. Wilson, 1880. R1. Rep. McLean, 1936. R1. Rep. Waltz.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. And we will now consider en bloc package number 2, and the chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority and the majority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following. Log 1940 R1, Rep. Gallego, 1944 R1, Rep. Houlihan, 1954, Rep. Slotkin, 1958, Rep. Bice, 1962, Rep. Bice, 1977, Rep. Turner, 1984, Rep. Wilson, 2003, Rep. Garamendi, 2011, Rep. Garamendi, 2037, Rep. Kalehi, 2108, Rep. Lamborn, 2111, 2111 R1, Rep. Lamborn, 2116 R1, Rep. Lamborn, 2137 R2, Rep. Shrell, 2141, Rep. Escobar, 2144 R1, Rep. Shrell, 2176, Rep. Waltz, 2183, Rep. Kalehi, 2184, Rep. Slotkin, 2187 R1, Rep. Slotkin, 2207, Rep. Kalehi, 2215 R3, Rep. Panetta, 2238 R4, Rep. Jacobs, 2243 R3, Rep. Slotkin, 2282 R1, Rep. Escobar, 2318 R1, Rep. Gallego, 2342 R1, Rep. Bacon, 2370 R1, Rep. Kalehi, 2379 R3, Rep. Escobar, 2405 R2, Rep. Crow, 2447 R1, Rep. Waltz, 2456, Rep. Bice.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Sometimes they vote on that thing and sometimes they don't, and it always throws me off whether or not there's going to be an aye vote from the screen there. But anyway, opposed will say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We will now consider log number 1673 by Mr. Scott. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Log 1673 is a pretty simple amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Scott. You have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk. I apologize, Mr.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Scott for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we currently have a little better than 500,000 installations on our buildings on our military installations. This amendment simply says that each Secretary of a military department shall carry out at least one military construction project under the pilot program using mass timber. They would be in areas identified as vulnerable to extreme weather events and for which a military construction project is authorized, but a request for a proposal has not been released. These privatized buildings in many cases have gone up approximately 40% faster than other traditional methods. And again, it is simply one building for the Army, one building for the Navy, one building for the Air Force. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate the committee's favorable consideration and yield the remainder of my time.
Further debate on the amendment? Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I do rise in opposition to this amendment. The pilot programs, these are great for testing out new materials. The key points that I just want to briefly make are that the Department of Defense can and does already build with mass timber. A report from 2021 report of the Office of Assistant Secretary for Sustainment that we have mass timber buildings. It was an early adopter of mass timber. This largely becomes a question of, do we want to allow for time for the report to be able to produce the data, to be able to make to analyze this, or not? And I think too often we jump to doing something too quickly on a year-over-year basis, and so would allow for time to let the report that we are waiting for to play out. This is simply, in opposition to, one, letting that play out, the pilot being unnecessary, and the committee can letting that play out before any additional material-specific pilots, and let the DoD come to their conclusion on the merits of each building material. And that previous project would be material neutral. So I appreciate the chance to speak in opposition for this, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was curious why this wasn't going to be on an en bloc. It should be. This particular mass timber material is used in many different construction activities common throughout the United States, and most states do allow it. It's not common in the military, but it is a very useful material and ought to be made available for the military construction wherever it might be. The fact that we have to go to a pilot program to do what the commercial sector already does seems to me a bit foolish, but nonetheless, we have to start somewhere. Mr. Scott's amendment is therefore appropriate. It would bring the military into modern construction activities that are known throughout the construction industry, commercial, housing, and otherwise. I support the amendment.
Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Pitting the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. And it is now in order to consider amendment log number 2177R2 offered by Ms. Slotkin. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Slotkin is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to say a couple of words on a PFAS amendment that I have. And I would just note that it's sort of ironic timing. We had a hometown yesterday. We've had 17 different fire stations respond, and so it's ironic that I'm here talking about PFAS and forever chemicals. It's something that we already had a problem with in my hometown, and now we'll, of course, also be dealing with. They're extremely persistent forever chemicals in the environment that stay in the human body the rest of your life, that have been linked at very low doses to serious health problems, including cancer and thyroid issues, kidney issues, low birth weight, reproductive and developmental harms. Due to decades of firefighting foam made with PFAS being used, particularly at our military sites. Some of these sites have some of the highest PFAS detection in the country. We have long suspected that PFAS exposure is far more detrimental to human health than we've been told. And just last week, the thing that's fundamentally changed since the last time I raised some of these amendments last year is that the EPA confirmed our suspicions a few weeks ago, lowering their lifetime health advisories for PFAS from 70 parts per trillion to 0.02 parts per trillion. That's 3,000 times lower than the advisory they put out in 2016. We in Michigan have been pushing for the EPA to put out a real health-based standards, and they have started this process as of last week. And this means that some of the negative health effects that may occur with these concentrations are at a near zero level. And even though DOD has known for years about the risks of PFAS, it has been slow to clean up these contaminated sites. The writing is now on the wall. We are going to be moving to an era where the Department of Defense is responsible for cleaning up more of the contamination than they have been responsible for ahead of time because of the EPA decision. But right now, there's no federally enforceable cleanup standard. So this amendment just says that DOD must commit to following the strictest standards. In Michigan, we're ahead of the game. We have put our own standards in place. That's because after the Flint water crisis, we've looked very closely at our water and found real problems with issues around PFAS particularly. So my amendment simply directs the department to follow the most stringent standard of the state that they are in. This follows on an amendment that we did back in 2020, which required the department to finalize cooperative agreements for cleaning up the PFAS around our bases. And as part of those agreements, unfortunately, they included a pocket veto of sorts for the department. This simply cleans that up, fixes that, and ensures that DOD adopts that most stringent standard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll just speak briefly in favor of the amendment, and I want to thank Ms. Slotkin for her leadership on the PFAS issue. Big, complicated issue that the military has been slow to respond to, but with her leadership and others, we are beginning to respond to it. The impact on service members is profound, and I think this is an opportunity to improve their lives and deal with this issue. And Ms. Slotkin has really been tenacious and well-informed on it, so I appreciate this amendment, support it, appreciate her leadership. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak in opposition to this amendment. The amendment essentially abandons federal cleanup law, known as CERCLA, for PFAS in lieu of a variety of different standards. And I think we need to be very careful on something this complex and this widespread. And essentially, the provision is unnecessary because under CERCLA, the EPA is already required to consider such standards. And we need to be careful about undermining the integrity of these existing regulatory authorities by bypassing or ignoring the established authorities with predetermined outcomes. For example, variability in the levels that have been established by the states will create unnecessary complexity that will divert resources from current remediation efforts. The provision prejudges the outcome of the EPA's deliberate process that my colleague just mentioned, and it will predetermine the outcome of that process on any other floral substances which have very different physical, chemical, toxicological properties and uses. And essentially, I think this is just the wrong approach. DOD is taking action in communities affected by PFAS contamination. They have an extensive program to do so. And this amendment would then undermine their existing response actions and could divert resources. So Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose. And I yield.
Mr. Garamendi.
First, Ms. Slotkin, thank you so very much for being on top of this issue. When you arrived here a few years ago, the PFAS issue was not on the agenda. It was not part of the consideration of this committee. You have made it a major consideration of the committee, and you brought to the attention of not this committee, but not only this committee, but the entire Congress and beyond about the dangers of PFAS. With regard to the standard, indeed, mainly because of your work, Ms. Slotkin, we now have the military fully engaged in cleaning up a very, very significant problem that is not only on the bases, but is seeping into the surrounding communities. Your amendment here would set the standard to which the military would be required to meet in dealing with the PFAS issue. As is normal with most organizations that have created contamination, they're always looking for the least effective standard rather than the best standard. You will force the military with this amendment to meet the highest standard, and that is necessary for the environment and, more importantly, for humans. So I applaud you for this. I applaud you for the continuing work that you have done and will continue to do in protecting us. A final comment, this committee has, at least in the 10, 12 years that I've been here, has taken on new issues that were not even considered to be a problem. For example, toxic burn pits, which now we recognize as a major health issue for veterans. And so to all the committee members here and others that have been in the past, thank you for bringing to the attention of the military and to our citizens that there are contaminants out there that create serious health problems. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Pending the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider log 2181, offered by Ms. Slotkin. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Slotkin is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Similarly, on the issue of PFAS, we know that in addition to the firefighting foam made with PFAS, that service members and their families have been disproportionately exposed to PFAS. We've long suspected that it's got an issue. It's real detrimental to human health, as we said. And this amendment, it basically prohibits DoD from procuring certain PFAS-laden items, including food packaging, cookware, furniture, carpets, floor waxes, et cetera. I chose these items because they can be significant routes of exposure for PFAS and are non-essential uses for PFAS. This isn't about putting out fires. This isn't about saving human life. This is a choice that we make with taxpayer dollars. And again, the writing is on the wall on this issue. And for everyone who has a military base in your community, I urge you to start asking questions about this and about the drinking water in and around the base. It is detrimental to human health, and I would argue that most of you are going to find this chemical, and the EPA is now finally taking action to recognize the extremely small amounts that can make people sick. So this is just an effort to limit ahead of time the number of items that have PFAS in it. It's usually used in waterproofing and non-stick materials. And I'd urge everyone to do what we can and not use taxpayer dollars for something that we know inevitably will be deemed inappropriate for use. Let's just cut it off now. Thanks very much, and I yield back.
Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment that seeks to prohibit the procurement of covered items containing any chemical from the PFAS family. The FY21 NDAA placed DoD procurement limits on a number of relevant items containing PFOA and PFAS, including nonstick cookware or cooking utensils for use in galleys or dining facilities, upholstered furniture, carpets, and rugs that have been treated with stain-resistant coatings. These chemicals have been largely phased out because of concern about human harm. This amendment seeks to expand the covered item list that we passed in the FY21 NDAA to include food packaging, cleaning products, carpeting, rugs, upholstered furniture, sunscreens even, shoes, and clothing that can contain any of thousands of these types of chemical. There is a robust regulatory process to provide oversight of covered products by a variety of federal agencies, including the EPA, the FDA, the CPSC. These agencies have clear regulatory authority to oversee this family of chemicals, to get at the heart of this issue, to ensure they're safe for all Americans. I think this amendment would put DoD out of sync with those agencies and would put a burden on our service members and on our military's ability to buy just everyday items that they need. So the expansion to all PFAS family of chemicals, it's just incredibly broad, and it's not scientifically accurate or appropriate for this committee to do. This provision would restrict substances that have been deemed safe by all those other agencies for their intended use, and that have been deemed to not present a risk to human health or the environment by all of those other agencies. Again, Congress has already acted in the previous NDAA to restrict the procurement. This amendment was brought last year, was not ultimately supported in the FY22 NDAA. Ultimately, I urge my colleagues to oppose. I yield back.
Is there further discussion of the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
I'm reminded, Mr. Chairman, of a song that kids learn in kindergarten, and it's something about a ram in a dam. Sometimes you need to continually beat on a subject until it finally is recognized as being worthy of not only consideration but implementation. And I would expect Ms. Slotkin to return next year and to continue to beat on this particular issue. Because I know that someday in the not too far future, the items that she lists here that are readily available in our life, cleaning products, rugs, food utensils, clothing, think Gore-Tex, will not be available because they will be deemed to be hazardous. So Ms. Slotkin, just keeping in mind that ram in the dam, and ultimately you will be protecting Americans and beyond. I ask for an aye vote.
Further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no.
No.
The aye, in opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments in the subcommittee, Mark. So the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for the purpose of offering a motion. Microphone.
Apparently, Mr. Chairman, there may be an additional amendment. Staff handed me a note. saying that
No, actually,
amendment-
the amendment that was pulled out is going to be put into the chairman's mark debate. So we're good. You're up.
Well, I have a motion at the desk.
Okay.
Let me find it.
You're moving to adopt the conference committee report.
I move to adopt the conference committee report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To adopt the subcommittee report on the subcommittee on readiness as amended.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, sorry, but you kind of got to say the words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt the subcommittee's report on readiness as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from California? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The subcommittee report is adopted. All right, I will give a brief programming note here. We're going to have two votes on the House floor coming up at some point. There's wide debate on that as to whether or not it's going to be at 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Well, there you go. Right. Now let's see what else can I do? I don't know. All right. Levitate. No, anyway. So, well, no, actually, no. They're going out. They're not voting. So we'll find out when the vote's going to happen. But at any rate, we're going to go until those two votes happen. I'm going to try to combine those votes with lunch. So we may give you a few extra minutes on the back end to get back. So we'll find out. Because apparently they're out, so we should know at this point when that's going to happen. We'll find out, but we're going to move on to the chairman's mark, and then we will begin debating, well, we might be able to begin debating the first amendment. You will not have a vote until after from those votes, unless something really bizarre happens and they're moving them way later. So The plan is to not have a recorded vote on the chairman's mark until after the vote's on the floor. With that, the committee will now consider the chairman's mark. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17, in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone recorded votes on amendments until a mutually agreed upon time. So not at the end of this, because we got a lot to do here. We will work in consultation with the minority and figure out when we're going to have the votes and give you that heads up. I have already made my opening statement, so I don't have anything to add at this point. Mr. Rogers, you got any statement you want to make? All right. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion of the chairman's mark? Seeing none, we will now.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, this will be my very last time. I want to make sure that if it's in the en bloc, your first en bloc, this is when I might offer a discussion on that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, then this is my very last time interrupting the presentation.
It's okay.
Couple minutes.
All right, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. And en bloc package number 1 is composed of the following. Log 1640R1 by Mr. Garamendi, log 1676R1 by Rep. Stefanik, log 1686R2 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1727 by Rep. Houlihan, log 1732R1 by Rep. Houlihan, log 1790R3 by Rep. Houlihan, log 1807 by Rep. Houlihan. I'm beginning to understand why you wanted to make sure you could speak on this. Log 1828R2 by Rep. Moore, log 1846 by Rep. Kahele, log 1876R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1883 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1885R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1899R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1941R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 1942R2 by Rep. Scott, log 1960R1 by Rep. Johnson, log 1964R2 by Rep. Langevin, log 2040 by Rep. Kim, log 2101R1 by Rep. Lamberg, log 2239 by Rep. Jacobs, log 2262 by Rep. Whitman, log 2266 by Rep. Slotkin, log 2297 by Rep. Jacobs, log 2337R1 by Rep. Whitman, log 2347R1 by Rep. Bice, log 2354R2 by Rep. Norcross, log 2385R3 by Rep. Lamberg, log 2390 by Rep. Wilson, log 2411R1 by Rep. Keating, log 2444R1 by Rep. Brown, log 2294 by Rep. Kahele, log 2088R3 by Rep. Lamberg, log 1542R3 by Rep. Murphy, log 1575 by Rep. Spear, log 1592 by Rep. Scott, log 1614R1 by Rep. Gallego, log 1625 by Rep. Banks, log 1677R1 by Rep. Bacon, log 1681R2 by Rep. Lamberg, log 1744R1 by Rep. Waltz, log 1756 by Rep. Scott, log 1767R1 by Rep. Barton, log 1796 Bacon, log 1796R2 by Rep. Loria, log 1806 by Rep. Cheney, log 1853R1 by Rep. Jackson, log 1874R3 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1875R1 by Rep. Wilson, log 1881R1 by Rep. Cheney, log 1918R2 by Rep. Jackson, log 1971R2 by Rep. Bergman, log 1978R2 by Rep. Slotkin, log 2021R2 by Rep. Turner, log 2044R2 by Rep. Turner, log 2060R2 by Rep. Jackson, log 2061R2 by Rep. Fallon, log 2068R1 by Rep. McLean, log 2090R1 by Rep. Lamburn, log 2113R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 2131 by Rep. Bacon, log 2139 by Rep. Carbajal, log 2155R5 by Rep. Garamendi, log 2172R3 by Rep. Bacon, log 2179R3 by Rep. Jackson, log 2202 by Rep. Wilson, log 2210R5 by Rep. Panetta, log 2219R1 by Rep. Desjardins, log 2236R1 by Rep. Jackson, log 2237R2 by Rep. Golden, log 2250 by Rep. Jacobs, log 2271R1 by Rep. Vesey, log 2322 by Rep. McLean, log 2331 by Rep. Panetta, log 2341R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2358 by Rep. Keating, log 2368 by Rep. Scott, log 2419 by Rep. Scott, log 2421 by Rep. Scott, log 2427 by Rep. Langevin, log 2431 by Rep. Scott, and log 2434R1 by Rep. Scott. Is there any discussion of the en bloc package? Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to offer and to encourage my colleagues to support my bipartisan amendment that extends the authorization of the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs and their related pilots for an additional 2 years. It is critical that we extend the SBIR and STTR programs, which are set to expire if we do nothing September 30th of 2022, unless Congress acts. These programs are also known as America's Seed Fund. They incentivize small businesses to engage in federal research and development with the potential for commercialization. The SBIR and STTR programs foster government-industry partnerships across 11 federal agencies, which offer competitive awards to small firms that help tackle our 21st century needs. Funds from the SBIR and STTR programs move innovative technologies from concept to marketplace or from the lab to our government programs and systems. And as an entrepreneur by trade with experience in scaling several businesses in Pennsylvania, I know just how important seed funding can be to a product's commercialization potential. The SBIR, STTR programs are critically important to the Department of Defense, which is the largest funder of the SBIR, STTR research across the federal government. In the words of the DoD, the SBIR, STTR programs play a vital role in enabling the U.S. to maintain our technological dominance and to provide the innovation to allow the U.S. to remain ahead of our adversaries. The Department has also shared that it is doubling down on the SBIR, STTR programs to help address its unique technology needs to increase investments in federal seed funding. This will represent a remarkable investment of taxpayer dollars and will return $22 for every dollar that the U.S. government spends on SBIR and STTR projects at the DoD. An SBIR STTR program lapse would be extremely harmful to small businesses and to federal research and development programs across all 11 participating agencies. For instance, the DoD has shared that the failure to reauthorize the programs will result in 1,200 warfighter needs not being addressed. Imagine the harm that this will cause not only to our national defense capabilities, but also in defense of our allies globally during this very critical time. In the DoD's own words, failure to reauthorize the SBIR and STTR program would result in thousands of small businesses being forced to lay off workers or to drive them to other sources of funding, like foreign investment, to lose access to the innovative technology solutions that increase the readiness, modernization, and lethality of our warfighters, and would discourage small companies from doing business with the DoD in the future. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to submit a letter for the record from the Department of Defense, Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. The SBIR, STTR programs are vital across our federal landscape, funding innovative R&D on everything from national security to medical treatments, such as those used to fight COVID-19. This bipartisan amendment included in this en bloc will prevent the expiration of these programs and the associated pilots. I'd like to thank my colleague, Rep. Mike Turner, for his partnership on this effort and encourage my colleagues to adopt my amendment to extend the SBIR and STTR programs. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, so many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I am hearing that the votes are supposed to be called like right now. We may as well go ahead and get started on the amendment. There will probably be a little bit of debate on this, but we're now going to consider amendments to the chairman's mark. So the first amendment is log 2468 by Mr. Golden. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to speak to it.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Golden is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would increase the funding top line to be authorized in the bill by $37 billion. We need only look to world events in Ukraine, read reports regarding China's plans and actions in the South China Sea, or simply read the latest headlines about Iranian nuclear ambitions and North Korean missile tests, as well as ongoing terrorist threats in order to see why this funding is necessary to meet the security challenges of our time. At the same time, the inflationary pressures that are impacting economies worldwide are hampering our military's ability to purchase new equipment, invest in emerging technologies, and to adequately pay and support our greatest national security asset, the men and women in uniform. I'll not list every line item in this amendment, although I will note that it's been made available to every office and that this amendment came together through a thoughtful negotiation that includes feedback from many members of this committee, both Democrat and Republican. To name just a few of the programs, the amendment would provide additional funding for 8 additional FA-18s, 5 C-130s, 2 V-22 medium lift, and 4 EC-37B Compass Call aircraft, 1 additional Flight 3 DDG-51, 1 additional FFG frigate, as well as an oiler and 2 additional expeditionary medical ships. It restores 2 expeditionary transport dock ships and 5 littoral combat ships. Includes investments in large surface combatant shipyard infrastructure in our public shipyards. It will also add funding for advanced air and missile defense systems, 4 Patriot units, and additional THAAD interceptors. It invests in offensive and defensive hypersonic programs and new long-range fire programs. Critically, as the Ukrainian military continues to fight for Ukraine's freedom, this amendment provides a $550 million increase to the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative, bringing the total amount of aid in the security initiative to $1 billion total for the bill. The amendment also helps the department make investments in emerging technologies, including biomanufacturing, biotechnology, quantum applications, and 5G and future 5G networks. To help counteract the adverse effects of inflation on the department's buying power, this amendment provides $3.5 billion for military construction, $2.5 billion to offset the high cost of fuel, and most importantly, the amendment provides $2 billion for inflation-related personnel bonuses and commissary support for our servicemen and women and their families, as prices have risen greatly in recent months. Although additional funding in this year's bill is necessary given today's threats and economic challenges, I want to emphasize that this amendment is tailored to crucial military needs and the effects of inflation. There's almost always political pressure to increase defense spending, and often there are legitimate national security justifications for such increases in our defense spending. But we should be mindful of the responsibility to be careful stewards of taxpayer dollars and not authorize more spending than is necessary as we structure this bill each year. I believe this amendment strikes the right balance between meeting the immediate needs of our defense while guarding against excess spending. With that, I would like to thank Rep. Loria and the other co-sponsors who have joined me in offering this amendment. One of the best parts of the committee, as we've already heard today, is the willingness of its members to consistently work in a bipartisan manner to ensure that our men and women in uniform have the resources they need to protect our national security. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this bipartisan amendment. The amendment funds critically needed priorities from our service chiefs and combatant commanders that were left unfunded by the President's budget. It adds over $7.3 billion needed to counteract harmful effects of record inflation on the department, including inflation bonuses for enlisted personnel, reduced costs for military families shopping at commissaries, additional housing allowance to offset higher rents, and $6 billion to cover skyrocketing fuel and milcon prices that are eating into our readiness. Most importantly, this amendment ensures we have the resources necessary to counter the growing threat from China and our other adversaries. I urge all members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Loria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Golden, as well as the ranking member, Mr. Rogers, for joining together in this effort to add needed funds to this year's defense budget. I think myself, like many of us in this room, were quite disappointed when we saw the budget, when we saw a budget that sought to decommission 24 ships and only build 8, and that's just one example of the shortfalls within this budget. I think that we made strides, as I mentioned earlier, in the Sea Power Subcommittee to correct some of those deficiencies, and I think that adding this $37 billion, which my colleagues have outlined, but I'll highlight some additional things of particular interest to me. An additional $3.65 billion for an additional destroyer, 1 additional frigate, 1 additional oiler, 2 additional expeditionary medical ships, and funding to restore 5 littoral combat ships and 2 expeditionary transfer dock ships. Many of those which were well before their end of their service life and were being proposed to be decommissioned, as well as $2.8 billion for 21 additional aircraft. These include 8 FA-18s, 2 advanced Hawkeyes, 5 C-130s, 2 Ospreys, and 4 EC-37B Compass Calls. In our current threat environment that we see with Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, as well as China's increased aggression towards Taiwan and the very vulnerable time that we see within this upcoming 5-year window. We saw Admiral Aquilino testify to the Senate just a year ago that it is very likely that China could try to use force against Taiwan in the next 6 years. That's now 5 years. It's a time to grow our military, not shrink our military. I think this $37 billion is a start. I applaud the Senate for their addition of $45 billion. I know we have slightly different priorities, and throughout this process, I hope we will end up with an agreement somewhere north of this 37, but I think adding this to the budget, at least for me, makes this NDAA acceptable in its overall top line, and I support all of my colleagues join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Spear is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly object to restoring 5 of the LCSs when the President has asked for 9 of them to be decommissioned. We all know what lemon cars are. We have a fleet of lemon LCS ships. We have spent billions of dollars on this fleet when they have no capability to help us deal with what our largest threat is, which is that of China and Russia. The only winners have been the contractors on which the Navy relies for sustaining these ships. The LCS has been plagued, the Freedom class has been plagued by reliability issues from the start, with numerous power and engine failures, including 10 out of the 11 deployments that the GAO examined. They've got problems with the gears that are faulty. I mean, it goes on and on. The Freedom class LCS was primarily used for counter-drug activities. These missions are nowhere near the top priorities under the National Defense Strategy. Now get this. Each LCS costs $59 million a year to maintain, 3/4 of the cost of a much more capable destroyer, but LCS offers no relevant capabilities against China or Russia. We have already sunk $4 billion acquiring these. It is a sunk cost. It makes no sense to continue to spend millions and millions of dollars on these ships. Now, let me just point out a couple of them. USS Little Rock was commissioned in December 2017. In March of 2018, just 3 months later, it was stranded in ice for 3 months on its maiden voyage. In January 2022, it lost power at sea. The USS Montgomery, in 2016, when it was commissioned, in September had engine failure. In September had second engine failure. In October had a cracked hull and bent interior beams due to collision. October 2016 had a split side. The USS Freedom, commissioned in 2008, had a 6-inch crack in its hull in 2011. In 2013, it was immobilized during a trial run. In 2016, coupling cracks. In 2016, engine replacement needed. The USS Milwaukee, commissioned in 2015, broke down a month later due to software malfunction. It had to be towed 40 miles. This is ridiculous. And it's shameful that we are restoring 5 of these decommissioned ships into service when all we're going to do is spend money towing them back to port. Furthermore, the Navy doesn't even have enough sailors to man the ships it has. The surface fleet is roughly 15% undermanned. The result, overworked, fatigued sailors who labor 80 to 100 hours a week, leading to burnout, behavioral health conditions, and suicide. Decommissioning 9 LCSs not only frees up funds, it frees up sailors to be reassigned to improve manning on more capable platforms that actually make a difference in our fight against China and Russia. I urge us not to include this in the amendment. It is wasteful, it's taxpayer funds, and we are committing $59 million per ship to be towed back to port each year. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself. I'm going to oppose the amendment. I think there's a lot of good things in this amendment, and I really want to applaud Representative Rogers, Golden, and Loria in particular for how they worked together to try to put together this package. To begin with, there's a lot of things in here that address inflation for our service members in terms of housing costs and a variety of different other costs. Plus, there's a lot in here that goes after the modernization issues that our committee has talked about so much. An effort to invest in the new command control systems and the new technologies that are going to be crucial to modernizing our force. Ultimately, I think it's too much, as you have heard me, and I will not belabor the point here, but I've said many times, I care as much about how the money is spent as I do about how much is spent. And I think making sure that the Pentagon has some fiscal discipline and is forced to make tough decisions and not just always rely on another pot of money coming along is crucial to modernization. And I think this number is higher than it needs to be, and I will oppose the amendment. I will also associate myself with the remarks of Ms. Spear. However one feels about the LCS, there have been some arguments that have been made that I just find deeply troubling. One is, well, we already bought them, so why would we decommission them? And good money after bad is about as cliche as it gets, but it is really important at this point. And Ms. Spear did an outstanding job of pointing out, we have to pay to operate these things. I'm also not fond of the analogy, the juice is not worth the squeeze, but I think it's very applicable here. We have to pay money to operate these things, and they consistently break down, and they consistently have incredibly high maintenance costs. So we're paying money, and we're not getting much in the way of capability. We can save that money, spend it on other things that actually are capable. And the final thing, I've heard a lot of people saying recently, quantity has a quality all its own. And I just want to be clear, no, it doesn't. That's one of the dumbest damn things I've ever heard. If you have 100 different things that are incapable of doing anything, you're not better off if you've got 200, okay? Now, we can debate whether or not there is quality here, okay? And if there is quality and if those 100 things are doing something for you and you want to make that argument, that's fine. But please don't give this, well, we got a lot of them, so we must be in good shape, right? I remember a member arguing about ships about 10 years ago who said, do you realize that we have fewer ships in our Navy now than we did at the start of World War I? And I was thinking, yeah, and I'll take 5 of the ships we have today up against all of those ships that we had pre-World War I, and I'm pretty sure we're going to come out on top. So please, let us focus on quality, not just quantity, as we make these decisions going forward. And this is not the last we'll hear of this. It is my intent to offer an amendment on the floor. It was complicated offering it in committee to have a debate on these 5 LCSs so the full House can have their say on whether or not it is a wise place to spend money. With that, I've got 2 more people on the list here. I'm sure there will probably be more, but I'm going to take Ms. Sherrill and Ms. Jacobs, and then we're going to break to vote and eat lunch, come back, complete debate, and have the vote on this amendment. Please be aware of that. When we finish debate on this amendment, we will vote on this amendment. So pay attention if you're out getting lunch and vote and everything, and make sure you're back when we have that vote on that amendment. Ms. Sherrill and then Ms. Jacobs, and then we will, Ms. Sherrill is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that I support this amendment reluctantly. The President's budget request was the largest ever, an increase over last year's enacted level, which was itself a significant increase over the President's request for the prior year. And although the Department has made progress on its audit, I struggle with supporting an increase to its budget when it has yet to come anywhere close to passing a clean audit. But despite my discomfort, I will still support this amendment. Our country faces myriad threats, and in an era of great power competition, we can be certain that our adversaries are not trimming their investments in defense. If we are going to outpace cyber threats from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, we have to invest in new and innovative technologies, both to defend ourselves and to bolster our ability to fight back. This defense budget does that. If we are going to continue to support our friends in Ukraine as they valiantly battle for their democracy, we must ensure we're able to continue to fund supplies here at home, and this defense budget does that. If we're going to sustain the most capable military in the world, we must ensure we pay our soldiers and sailors enough so we can continue to recruit the best and brightest. This defense budget does that as well. And if we're going to protect our nation from the threats posed by climate change, natural disasters, refugee flows, resource conflicts, we have to invest in new ways to decrease our emissions and fuel our country. And this defense budget does that. And if we're going to move our country in the right direction, This Congress needs to come together to pass bipartisan legislation that makes real, tangible progress for research, innovation, national security, education, and this defense budget does that too. So I, like many of you, am uncomfortable with our skyrocketing defense budget. Like many of you, I am dedicated to conducting rigorous oversight over the department to ensure they are managing taxpayer dollars responsibly. So I'll support this amendment today for its investments in our country and our national security, but I will also be sure to hold the department accountable for every dollar unaccounted for and for every dollar wasted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to get Ms. Hartzler in and then Ms. Jacobs, and then we'll break. Ms. Hartzler is recognized.
Very good. This amendment includes many, many capabilities that our country needs, and our adversaries certainly have been building up their military, and it's imperative that we catch up. And I want to just highlight a couple of priorities that I think are important. This amendment authorizes an additional 8 FA-18 Super Hornets for the U.S. Navy, and this is to address the Navy's strike fighter shortfall, which is now projected to not be resolved until FY31. Last year, the Navy told us their shortfall will be resolved in 2025, and that was before we went ahead and authorized appropriated 12 additional aircraft. And I'm not surprised the Navy's projection has been extended because it's not clear to me that they have a plan. I can speak for about an hour about my concerns with the Navy's strike fighter inventory and the Navy's lack of a coherent plan to manage its fleet, but I'll spare my colleagues the time. But I appreciate the bipartisan consensus to authorize more aircraft, and I believe these additional aircraft will help to address this very serious and dangerous strike fighter shortfall. Second, I'm pleased this amendment increases Army ammunition procurement of 556 millimeters, 762, and 50 cal millimeter ammunition by 8.5% above the President's budget request. This funding will help to ensure we are meeting both the demands of our military and able to maintain a highly skilled workforce as we prepare for the production of 6.8 millimeter ammunition for the next generation squad weapon. I'm also pleased this amendment includes $95 million in additional funding for urgent safety updates at the Lake City Army Ammunition Plant in Missouri. I will be supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I respect the opinions of my colleagues, Congresswoman Luria and Congressman Golden, I have to oppose this $37 billion increase to the Pentagon's requested budget. It's wild that at the same time Republicans are complaining about runaway inflation, that we would increase federal spending in a reckless way on things DOD itself has said it doesn't need. And I've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about Ukraine. I think the real lesson of Ukraine is that what we need is cheaper, more survivable, easily distributed weapons, not large and expensive legacy platforms such as tanks and capital ships. I associate myself with the remarks of the chairman that quantity does not equal quality. Too many of my colleagues view the defense budget as a federal jobs program. I would love to work on a federal jobs program with all of you, but the defense budget is not a federal jobs program. We need a federal jobs program that invests directly in jobs, that does it in a way that actually helps our constituents instead of just increases the profits of defense contractors. We need to have an honest conversation about the Pentagon budget. We need to ask ourselves what's achievable and deliverable and make funding decisions based on the threats of the future and not the past. We need to make decisions based on threats, not what is good for our districts, and we need to actually prioritize. And I want to be clear. There are some good things that would be funded in this edition, and there are some areas in the defense budget where we need to increase funding, especially as it relates to military personnel as families. Frankly, it's pretty unconscionable that even without this increase, we're talking about a budget of over $800 billion, and yet I will still have constituents in the military who have unacceptable housing conditions. I will still have military families, thousands of whom are on a wait list to get childcare. I will still have over 39,000 members of military families in San Diego County alone who have to visit the food bank every single month. So yes, we need to increase funding to expand resources for mental health and housing and childcare. We need to address the impact of inflation on our service members. But these are priorities that we can and we should address within the existing top-line number that we have. And if we are really serious about competing with China, we need a better resourced and funded diplomatic corps. We need greater investments in our development practitioners so we have resources to compete with China's investments. We need to invest in our education system, in innovation, in our domestic infrastructure, and pandemic preparedness. That is what will determine if we are competitive with China, not whether we have one more LCS. That, as Chairwoman Spears said, doesn't even work, and as the Pentagon themselves said, they don't need. For the last 20 years, we've been told we need more. But I think it's time to recognize that more is not a policy. And yes, we have a lot of challenges, but there are simply not military solutions to every problem. I am voting no on increasing the budget by $37 billion, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. We are in recess, coming back, and remember there will be a vote fairly soon after we come back. So we will reconvene after the votes on the floor. Thank you. So I'm going to give everybody like a 2-minute warning here. I know there's some folks out in the chamber, others who might be listening. We're going to, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to resume at 2:10, so a 5-minute warning. At 2:10, we will resume and go back to debating the Golden Amendment. So if folks could assemble, that would be great. Attempt to reassemble here. Call the committee back to order. If we could get people come in, take their seats. We are, as you know, in the middle of the debate on the Golden Amendment. And then we have a whole bunch of other amendments, so we'll work through that. I did, actually. All right. We are resuming debate on the Golden Amendment. Is there further discussion? Ms. Escobar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to say that I too appreciate the where the amendment is coming from. I too believe that we are facing threats like never before. I think it's so important that we continue to support Ukraine, and there are a number of other issues that are applying pressure on the existing budget. However, I agree, Chairman, with the statement that you frequently make, which is it's not how much we spend, it's what we spend and where we spend it. And during some of our briefings, we really heard alarming information about China's advances, and I contrast that with the need for many members of Congress to hang on to legacy systems. And we need to begin to be more appropriately face our adversaries and let go of some of these legacy systems that, as some of my other colleagues, including Chairwoman Spear, have laid out, we are essentially pouring hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars into these legacy systems that are not adequately functioning and are not adequately adding to our defense. And so I think it's important for me to speak up, especially since I take this role incredibly seriously, not just because of the service members in my community that I represent and the veterans in my community that I represent, but on behalf of the taxpayers, that we have to be smarter about where we spend these precious resources and not throw money into these legacy systems that the DoD itself is telling us we need to move away from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address this. I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in favor of this amendment. I believe this is one of the most important votes we're going to take today in the NDAA. Without this, we're going to increase the budget by about 4%, which is in a time of 8.5% inflation, which means we're going to cut the military, we're going to cut stealth fighters, we're going to cut surface ships, we're going to hurt our ground forces, we're going to go backwards with electronic warfare, we're going to go backwards with precision targeting, which all of this, if we had it, equates to better deterrence. In a time of Russia invading Ukraine, and just this past week, they threatened Lithuania, the Baltics, it was threatening Kazakhstan. You have China building a nuclear force that's on a pathway to match ours, and they're threatening Taiwan. We cannot afford the optics of going backwards with our military. Now, I can't defend every single line in this, but the totality of it, it is very much needed for the deterrence, and I think it's very much needed for peace through strength. So I heavily support this bill, and I appreciate my two colleagues for leading it. Thank you.
Is there further debate? Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of this amendment. Part of me wonders when we're just going to get the amendment to have $1 trillion defense budget, because it seems that's where we're going. I mean, every year they're basically adding $30 billion more to what the president wants. And I think that's what we really need to think of on this committee. If you're supporting this amendment, you're basically paving the way to $1 trillion defense. Is that what we want in this country? $1 trillion more than a half of our discretionary budget is going into defense compared to all of the other needs, the security needs that this country has? Now, obviously, we have major threats with Russia on the Ukraine border, where the president has done an extraordinary job in rallying NATO and standing up for Ukraine. And we passed on large bipartisan majority support for Ukraine, the threat that China poses with Taiwan. But that doesn't mean that we need defense budgets that are more than they were at the height of the Cold War. That was a serious threat too. But we had the imagination and the innovation to be able to meet those threats without consuming over half our discretionary budget. I just want to be clear, there is no country in the world that has anywhere close to over half the major power that's putting over half its discretionary budget into defense. And I would rather, for us to be the preeminent economy of the 21st century, be investing in the health of our people, in the education of our people, in the industries of the future as we compete with China. Let me just make one more point about China. You know what China is really doing in 2025? They're not putting all their money in defense. They've got a Made in China initiative. They have a Little Giants initiative. You know what the Little Giants initiative is? It's 4,000 startups that they think are in critical technologies that they're funding. They're funding their universities. They're producing engineers and scientists, millions of them. That's what's going to make America lose. If we don't invest in the new technologies, if we don't invest in the new companies, if we don't invest in the new industries, if we don't make more things in America, it is easy to just keep upping the defense budget in this committee. I trust President Biden. I would support his defense budget. But what requires more imagination is to actually get production back, to actually do the things that are going to make us win in the 21st century. And that's why I oppose this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Golden. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed will say no. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, but I will also request a recorded vote on this amendment. As people were warned, a recorded vote is now happening. So if you're not here, find a way to get here. And with that, the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Mr. Rogers, excuse me, Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Aye. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. No. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. No. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Desjardins. Yes. Mr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Yes. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Aye. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating. Mr. Gates. Aye. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon.
Yes.
Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks. Yes. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Aye. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. Luria.
Aye.
Ms. Luria votes aye. Mrs. Weiss.
Aye.
Ms. Weiss votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Cahaly. Mr. Cahaly votes aye. Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Veazey.
Veazey votes aye.
Mr. Veazey votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy.
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, this is Brooks. How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, Mr. Brooks.
Brooks votes aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Keating.
Nay.
Mr. Keating votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore is a yes.
Clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 42, the noes are 17.
The amendment is agreed to. It is now, sorry, I got to get back on script here. Just one second. It is now in order to consider log number 2280 by Ms. Escobar. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Escobar is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply directs the Secretary of Defense to provide a report to this committee about the Defense Innovation Unit's efforts to extend their outreach to communities that they don't already have a presence in, including economically disadvantaged communities. This is simply following up on language that was included in the final fiscal year 2022 NDAA that was agreed upon by both parties. It's a very simple amendment that asks for an update on the DIU's efforts to expand beyond cities and regions like Boston, Austin, and Silicon Valley. Communities like my own, and I would be willing to bet many communities here that are represented here by members of this committee, have tremendous talent and innovation. And many times the DIU overlooks communities like that. And so this simply is following up on something that we agreed on, again, in a bipartisan manner. I understand Mr. Gates wanted this removed from the en bloc. I asked Mr. Gates if I could answer any questions about it. I'm happy to answer, but this is basically something that is pretty simple, but happy to address.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield.
What is an economically disadvantaged community?
I can describe my own community where there are high rates of poverty and people who generally have been locked out of opportunity if they don't live in wealthier communities like Austin, communities in Silicon Valley. So in my community, as an example, El Paso, we have the University of Texas at El Paso where we produce PhDs, engineers, lots of great innovative talent, and frequently the DIU with its resources concentrates those resources in communities that have more of a capacity to attract investments like those that come with the DIU. So this we've already.
Will the gentlelady yield for another question?
No, let me. If you don't mind, I just want to finish my thought. So we already agreed that this would happen in the last NDAA. This simply asks that the committee receive a report. So if there were a problem with it last year, or if there were a problem with this fundamentally, then last year would have been the year to argue against it. This, again, simply directs the SecDef to give us a report.
Will the gentlelady yield for another question?
Sure.
Well, actually, you can do that, but we can also just give you time here in a second, but go ahead. Sorry.
Perhaps the call
Go ahead.
will resolve the issue. What criteria would the DIU use to determine whether a community was an economically disadvantaged community for purposes of the report?
I'd have to go back and look at last year's NDAA to see what the criteria was that we all agreed to last year. This is simply asking for the report.
So, gentlelady, yield her time?
I'm sorry?
Do you yield?
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support Ms. Escobar's amendment. First of all, I very much believe in the mission of DIU, and one of the primary roles of DIU is to find those hidden capabilities and people and connect them with DOD for the benefit of the warfighter, and bring those technologies to the forefront. So the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022 gave the Secretary the ability to expand the efforts of the Defense Innovation Unit, including efforts to extend outreach to communities that do not have a DIU presence. So the work we do ultimately comes down to people, our greatest asset, and that turns policy into practice. So a geographically diverse workforce which reflects the diversity of this nation is critical to the work that DIU does. And limiting backgrounds, perspectives, experiences, and expertise of a workforce to communities with a known DIU presence will result in equally limited solutions to the national security challenges that we face. We don't want to do that. We want to expand those opportunities and those areas where the technologies that may be developed in the private sector will benefit the warfighter, benefit our national security overall. I urge support Ms. Escobar's amendment so that we can better understand DIU's extended outreach to underrepresented communities. And I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Move strike last word.
No, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. I thank the gentlelady for being gracious enough to yield for questions, but it seemed in the response to those questions, we got the information that shows why the amendment is unnecessary. The DIU is already doing this work, and so this just requires an additional report on work that is already being done. You know, I recall the time under Chairman Thornberry's leadership where he would often admonish us about how many useless reports we end up demanding in the NDAA over information that members' offices could readily acquire just by asking the various entities under the Department of Defense. And so I think it's a needless report, and I think we should be cautious about those. I also found it a little concerning that the author of the amendment was unable to describe what an economically disadvantaged community was, because I could see that being very subject to one's own interpretations or bias as they are tasked with preparing this report or engaging in this activity. I would also observe that when we continue to divide America between communities that we call economically advantaged and communities we call economically disadvantaged, we do no service to unity in this country. I would suggest there are advantaged and disadvantaged people in almost any community, and that if we continue to kind of like have this geography approach to advantage and disadvantage, we miss the mark. Our military should be focused on capabilities, not reports, not having specialized focused on an economically disadvantaged community, whatever that is. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sherrill.
I yield to Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Ms. Sherrill. So, Mr. Gates, I wanted to be precise in my response, but there is a definition for what an economically disadvantaged community is. It's generally based on a census tract and on income levels. I think the latest is $40,000 median income or below. And while you may believe that it is unnecessary to fight for access for economically disadvantaged communities, coming from and representing an economically disadvantaged community, I can tell you it's worth the fight. But having said that, I don't want to drag this on. This is such a non-issue. In terms of asking for a report, I've asked during posture hearings for updates, and I did not get the updates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have submitted this language asking simply for a report on what we placed into law last year. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last year we offered the language that led to an expansion of DIU's presence into the Midwest. They just opened an office, had the ribbon cutting in Chicago. So that's a big deal. Before that, they had offices in Silicon Valley. Representative Moulton and I traveled and visited their office in Silicon Valley. We visited their office in Boston. And they happen to have an office in Austin, Texas as well. So now they have 4 offices, one in Chicago, which probably everyone in the room might call a economically disadvantaged community, Chicago, Illinois. They now have an office there. The question that we have to ask ourselves, are we going to straddle DIU with more mandates and make them do more things that don't have anything to do with the mission of the Defense Innovation Unit, which is to foster greater innovation, to give our warfighters better technologies that they need to go and fight wars so that they never find themselves in a fair fight and we always have an advantage? Or are we going to straddle them with mandates and silly language like this where they're focused on where they open up offices in all of our districts? Because that's what we're focused on, instead of what the mission of DIU is to be in the first place. This is a silly amendment. Don't force DIU to do something that's not their core mission. Otherwise, you're making it harder for them to do what we ask them to do. So to me, this is a simple amendment to oppose, just merely because of that. I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, for a minute there, I thought I was reading the wrong amendment. The amendment asked for a briefing, am I right? We are about to raise the defense budget $36 billion, I think. 37? And a briefing is overburdensome? Every single one of the members of this committee, both Democrats and Republicans, have experienced foot-dragging and an unresponsive DOD when we've asked for information. All of us have. Sometimes they're responsive, often they're not. We're asking for a briefing. Talk about being overburdened. Think about black and brown communities that have been overburdened because they've been underrepresented and underserved. We're not asking for changes in what DUI does. We're asking for a briefing on the extent to which they're in disadvantaged communities. You can go throughout the CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, as well as the USC, the United States Code, and you will find ample definitions of economically disadvantaged. If DIU is unable to figure that out, then I'm sure they can ask HASC committee, can you give us a little guidance informally, what did you mean? This thing made it out of committee, made it out the House floor, made it to conference, and we're going to be debating this again? And I know I've got about 3 or 4 other amendments coming down the pike, all of which either made it en bloc last year or were in the chairman's mark and now are on the floor for debate or are in this committee for debate because they deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't think that we're really actually at cross purposes here. I think everyone supports the mission of the Defense Innovation Unit, and we don't want to overburden them. We want them to focus on what they need to do. This certainly is not overburdening. It's a briefing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I actually do feel that it is core to the mission. We're asking for a report, and I take the point on, how many reports do you ask for, but Mr. Brown's absolutely right. Also, you get stonewalled and you don't get it, so you have to require it. But the only thing that really troubles me about this debate is the idea that this isn't core to the DIU mission. Just in my own area, what happens is you have areas that have, considerable wealth, but also they've got the connections. They're used to doing it. In my area, it's the Seattle, Bellevue, Redmond corridor. If you're starting up a business, if you got an innovation idea and you're in the Seattle, Bellevue, Redmond area, the odds are you've got access to the people that you need to get access to pitch it. Now, just even in my own area, you go south, and I used to represent all the way down to Olympia. We spent a lot of time with a lot of startup, innovative companies down in Tacoma and Spanaway and Olympia who couldn't get the time of day from companies like the DIU because they were all focused there. And I think it's great that they're now looking in Indiana. Ideas do not just come from rich, wealthy neighborhoods, okay? Don't just come from Silicon Valley. They don't just come from Bellevue. They come from all over the country, and I think it is appropriate to encourage DIU to find those. I think that is core to their mission. I'm glad we passed it last year. We debate about the report, but I hope we don't understand how valuable it is to seek out areas beyond the typical. And that's all we're asking to do here. All right, that's always a dangerous point in the work. There are so many issues that we could debate for 5 hours, but we've got about 50 of them coming here. I think we've kind of both said our piece, so if we can be brief as possible in wrapping this up, Mr. Carl, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give my time to Congressman Gates.
Briefly, I do understand that dynamic in the Pacific Northwest, but I think that post-COVID, we've gone through a geographic democratization of talent more than ever before in human history. And so the report, and frankly the language from prior NDAAs, seems to accept as a premise that people around certain talents congregate in certain areas. I know many, many couples that have moved out of San Francisco and Silicon Valley and now live on the Florida Gulf Coast because teleworking allows that. And so I think this intense focus on geography and that
Would the
argument.
gentleman
And
yield?
if the gentleman would yield for just one
It's
quick.
Mr. Carl's time.
Oh, sorry. Just one quick comment is, that's true, and we want to make sure the DIU is looking out there, not just where it used to be. I mean, that's sort of what we're trying to balance. I'm sorry.
Mr.
Carl,
Carl,
it's your time.
Mr. Carl, would you yield? Sir, thank you so much. Mr. Gates, we're not relitigating the decision we made last year. This amendment simply is for the report. If you were against
We always relitigate.
but if you were against it, last year was the year to say, I don't want the DIU to do this. But we instructed the DIU to do this. At a posture hearing, I asked for an update, couldn't get one. Oh, we'll get you that information. I don't have that information about what Congress told them to do. All I'm asking for is to get that information. And I'm asking for this body to say, well, we found it important enough to put into last year's NDAA. We should at least know what they're doing. I don't think that's too much to ask.
I reject the premise that we don't like or that was misplaced, that we have no opportunity to revisit that. That was for the prior
I'm
year's
not saying
discussion,
that.
not
I'm
for
saying.
All right.
doesn't do
Hold
that.
on.
Mr. Chairman, I
Mr.
give my time
Carl
back.
controls the time. Mr. Carl would like to yield back his time. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. We will. All right. We'll postpone further proceedings of that amendment. The plan, by the way, at this point is we will accumulate a certain amount of amendments and we will give you fair warning when we will then vote on those amendments. Try to do, 5, 6, 7 at a time. And we will give you fair warning of that. It is now in order to consider log number 2455 offered by Mr. Cooper. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
My colleagues will be relieved to know that I have a thoroughly bipartisan amendment here. I'm happy to join my friend and colleague, the ranking member, Doug Lamborn, in adding $45 million in R&D money to the effort to do continuing research on submarine-launched cruise missiles with nuclear warheads. Now, we all know there are lots of pros and cons about actually deploying these on attack submarines. But recently, the chairman and the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the commander of the United States Strategic Command, and Admiral Mike Gilday, the CNO, have all said basically we need to have the option to have these in future years. So the R&D money, it's only $45 million, is indispensable to keeping the program warm, to keeping that option available. And was it Yogi Berra who said predictions are hard to make about the future? No one can tell in an uncertain world what we will need, but it's important to keep this option available. So I'm happy to join my colleague, Mr. Lambourne, in suggesting that the committee adopt this amendment.
Is there discussion? Hearing none,
Mr.
all
Chairman,
those...
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. We're almost there. Mr. Lambert.
Very briefly, I just want to back up what Chairman Cooper said. Having more capabilities promotes stability. When you don't have all the capabilities that you used to have, that creates seams and gaps that an aggressive opponent might want to exploit. So I believe that this does promote stability, and that is something that we would all favor. It's a $45 million item, and it does not deploy these particular warheads, but it does keep up the research and development so that it would be an option in the future. And with that, I urge support for this amendment.
Further debate?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard advice from our chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the vice chairman, the EUCOM commander, NATO commander, the United States Strategic Command commander, that they need this capability. But this is what Admiral Richards said from the STRATCOM. The current situation in Ukraine and China's nuclear trajectory convinces me a deterrence and assurance gap exists. To address this gap, a low-yield, non-ballistic capability to deter and respond without visible generation is necessary to provide a persistent, survivable regional capability to deter adversaries, assure allies, and provide flexible options, as well as complement existing capabilities. And let me just add to this. The Russians are investing significant amounts of money and resources into low-yield nuclear weapons. Their doctrine calls to use them in any confrontation with us, with the thought that we have primarily higher low yield that will back off. But having this capability adds like extra pieces of the chessboard there that may deter Russia from doing this in the first place. So with that, I support the amendment.
Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo the reflections of my colleagues. It's incredibly important for us to have an equal response capability in order to deter our adversaries. When the only response in our arsenal to the deployment of a low-yield nuclear weapon is a high-yield nuclear weapon, that takes options off the table for us. And I would argue it actually emboldens and potentially provokes confrontation from a near-peer adversary. Having the ability for us to respond in like kind, I think, is the greatest tool of deterrence that we can have, continuing the effort to research on these weapons, to develop these weapons, sends a signal to our adversaries that we are serious about this capability and serious about having this in our arsenal. And I believe in and of itself starts us down the path to make our adversaries think twice. And again, it makes their risk calculus more complicated. Anytime we can increase the risk calculus that our adversaries have to undertake in looking at what risk we put upon them, that's a good thing for us, because that is an incredibly strong part of the effort of deterrence. So, Mr. Chairman, I am strongly in favor of this amendment.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I vote no, it'll be because I don't want it and we don't need it, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is worth noting that the Secretary of the Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations said that they don't want this. So the people who are in the Navy who operate attack submarines understand the impact that this is going to have on their ability to do what attack submarines do. We have a wide variety of other nuclear weapons. Attack submarines have a unique mission, and the people in the Navy don't want this. So, this is, a compromise, not to commit to it, but to give us the option going forward. I still don't support it, but it's a reasonable, it's a reasonable compromise off of what was being proposed before that. All right, I think we're good. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is now in order to consider log number 1764, offered by Mr. Gates. And for what? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask for unanimous consent that we go to 3-minute time limits for the rest of this debate. We've got over 50 amendments pending, and last year we had 22 when we were here at 3 a.m. So yeah, I hope everybody would be concise.
Just without objection, so ordered. And unless, Mr. Rogers, freak you out unduly, actually, we had more debates last year. We had 23 that we actually voted on. So it's not quite that bad, but it's still a challenge. And also, we didn't have the upcoming 2.5-hour vote series that we're going to have that's going to gut a certain portion of our debate as well.
Mr. Chairman, will that require us to use the 3 minutes?
Yeah, no. and by the way,
I just wanted to clarify.
Very few members have used 3 minutes in their remarks, so we've been doing reasonably well in that regard. So yeah, we don't wish to encourage you to go further. All right, as I was saying, Mr. Gates is recognized. Well,
Mr. Chairman, I have an
Mr.
amendment
Gates,
at the
for what
desk.
purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
This amendment lays out the sense of Congress that the Secretary of Defense did not accurately assess our hypersonic capabilities when testifying before the committee. It observes that on March 1st, General Van Herk told us that China was doing tenfold what we were doing. On April 27th, Secretary Kendall told us that China had fielded more capability than we had. On May 12th, our distinguished chairman, Mr. Smith, said on hypersonics, I think it's really important we point out we're behind the Chinese and the Russians right now because they have deployed them. And yet on April 5th, when Secretary of Defense Austin came before us, he and I were in a bit of a disagreement about something, and I suggested that we were behind in hypersonics, and he erupted at that suggestion, saying that how could I possibly believe that we were behind in hypersonics when in fact we are, and it was a briefing that Mr. Cooper called that really I think informed my perspective on the issue greatly. I know we can't discuss all those elements here, but every member of this committee knows that we're behind in hypersonics. And yet we had a Secretary of Defense sit before the Congress and the rest of the country and just lose it at the suggestion that we were. And for us to continue to gain, the reason this is important for the sense of Congress is because for us to gain the confidence of the members we need to pass these bills, it's really important, I think, that we reflect on this specific capability, what it means in terms of nuclear deterrence, global deterrence, and we have to be honest. We have to be honest, and for us to do that, I think we have to point out that when the Secretary of Defense was here, he was not. I yield back.
I urge a no vote. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. It is now in order to consider log 1814 by Mr. Brown. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, which I will point out, was in the chairman's mark last year. It requires defense firms with certain contracts to report their key demographic information to the public annually. The reports would include demographic data on their workforce, senior leadership, and the board of directors, as well as the programs and policies at the firm regarding diversity and inclusion. I do believe that the defense industrial base, which represents over 100,000 companies here for contracts with the United States, Department of Defense and the Homeland Security agencies. They support millions of good jobs around the country, and I think it's imperative that all Americans have an opportunity to participate in this activity. I think supporting diversity and inclusion throughout the defense industrial base has been a bipartisan priority. I think that we recognize there's a need for transparency in one of the federal government's largest contracting pools. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any other comment on the amendment? Sorry. Mr. Banks, Representative Banks, Indiana, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the Brown Amendment, and I'm very disappointed by this attempt to politicize a bill that's meant to help our men and women in uniform. This amendment would require contractors to generate an annual report collecting data on the racial, ethnic, and gender composition of their board of directors. The report would also have to include each company's plans for racial, ethnic, and gender diversity among its board and a summary of participation in diversity programs. This information would be required for any defense contractor awarded more than $150,000 annually, which basically means every single small defense contractor in the country. It is time-consuming and expensive, and the information being solicited by this amendment is mostly available on a company's website anyway. But more importantly, can anyone explain how pronoun training will make a defense industry more cost-effective and more lethal? Of course not. No one can explain that. But we do know it will waste company time. And common sense tells us that conservatives and Americans with no political agenda will be less likely to seek employment at these types of companies. Can anyone explain how the number of white, black, Hispanic, or Asian board members is supposed to affect the quality of a contractor's product? Can anyone tell me how the department will use this information to improve acquisition outcomes? I challenge anyone in this room to tell me what they consider the ideal racial makeup of a contractor's board of directors that would allow them to best contribute to our national defense. No one would dare answer that question because it's ridiculous and it's offensive. So why is the House Armed Services Committee trying to collect that information? Over the past 2 years, Democrats have tried their best to strip our military of its apolitical nature. The Navy put an extremist critical race theory manifesto on its official reading list. Meanwhile, there was a DoD stand down to combat, quote, extremism. There were no religious or viewpoint exemptions to the vaccine mandate. Is there any evidence that wokeness has increased our overall military readiness? There is none. But some would like to inject that same leftist agenda into private contractors. Why? This isn't about strengthening our military. This is about political ideology. Congress should be focused on preparing our military to deal with Russia and China and keeping our country secure at a time of unprecedented global chaos. But instead, we're focused on the radical left's political agenda. It's shameful. And once again, the bill author cannot cite one single example of how the language in this amendment would affect any contractor in America or why it's necessary to begin with. And for that, you should all oppose it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman?
Go with Representative Escobar from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, thank you for bringing forward this amendment. It's really striking to see how our colleagues really are coming out against anything that would provide this Congress, this committee, with information about anything having to do with diversity or equity. It is, even 12 months ago, the difference is really striking. You know that report, the very last amendment, my amendment that asked for a report on DIU? It was an amendment on a report authored by, an amendment from last year's NDA authored by none other than Mr. Banks. And yet he spoke out today against me getting a report for this committee. How things have changed. I wonder why. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Louisiana for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Banks. I just think this is outrageous. And I think if our constituents back home knew what was going on in this committee with this amendment, they would be outraged. I suspect when they find out, they'll be outraged. Look, this is not the place for culture wars. I get the zeal for diversity, and no one is against that. But to mandate that every contractor that does business, and it will affect every contractor because there's really no limit. It says any contractor agreement valued greater than $150,000 between the Secretary of Defense and one or more other persons creating obligations, it includes first-tier subcontracts, sub-agreements, transactions. This is everybody. So we're going to say that you cannot do business with the Department of Defense if you don't have a diversity and inclusion board, if you don't make public all of these sort of intrusive questions about gender identity and orientation and all that. Listen, that has nothing to do with the merits of whether someone can deliver a contract to DOD. I just think this is not the place for it. And I respect my colleague, Mr. Brown. I respect the zeal, but we're inserting culture wars into the Department of Defense at the worst possible time. This is very serious business. This is a very dangerous time on the world stage, and we all know it. We're playing games with this at a time when it could affect our national security. I think it will. I think you're going to block out an entire group of persons and contractors and good faith people who do good work just because you don't like their internal corporate policies. It's wrong. It's wrong-headed. It will lead, I think, to disastrous results, and it would have a terrible effect on the economy. For those reasons, I oppose the amendment. I hope my colleagues will do the same. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wishing to claim time? I have Mr. Gallagher, Representative Gallagher from Wisconsin for 3 minutes.
All right, I suspect we're going to have a lot of diversity, inclusion, and equity debates. So I just want to make one point, and then I don't intend to get involved in a lot of these debates. The entire diversity, inclusion, and equity cottage industry is based on shoddy social science. The most recent meta-analysis we have of DIE programs, like DIE-related training, show that it's counterproductive. A recent study looked at 50 academic studies, and the result was that these programs are generally ineffective at achieving their stated goals. They reinforce pre-existing biases, they increase minority turnover, and they increase intergroup hostility. So we're not achieving what you're trying to achieve. Furthermore, whenever the services come and cite some study, if you actually take the time to read the study or the footnote, you realize that the social sciences is bogus. So for example, the Navy came here and said, because they were saying diversity is our strength, they have this report that says diverse organizations are 35% more likely to outperform their non-diverse counterparts, as if this could be quantified, right? So to support this, they cite a 2015 McKinsey study called Diversity Matters, which looks at board diversity using something called the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, where they quantify the racial composition of company boards. And they claim that racial diversity correlates with greater earnings for a company. Except the formula is so convoluted and dumb that a company with a board that has 1 white, 1 Native American, 1 Latino, and 7 black members would score as less diverse than a board with 6 white and 4 black members. They also break the data set into quartiles, and they only compare the top quartile to the bottom quartile. They omit half the data set. So the correlation is weak to begin with, and if you actually analyze the whole data set, there is no correlation at all. So my only point with all this is that these programs, this cottage industry, are based on, at best, inconclusive research. And the picture that's emerging is actually one that shows they're counterproductive to the aim of promoting diversity or reducing intergroup hostility. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Representative Jackson from Texas for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I do need to go on the record. I speak in staunch opposition to this amendment. This is nothing more than yet another attempt to push the radical social issues of the left down the throat of the U.S. military. This is a waste of time and money. Small companies cannot afford this, and even larger contractors will ultimately pass the cost onto the taxpayers. Americans want the best defense contractors working on our national security issues, not the most woke.
This is a regulatory burden on American businesses and a financial burden on hardworking U.S. taxpayers, and it is pushing an agenda and creating a litmus test that many people in this country would like to keep out of our U.S. military. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I have Representative Scott for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take the full 3 minutes. I'm opposed to this, and I do want to point out to my colleagues the language in the legislation. It's not corporations. It's anybody with 15 or more employees. So any small business owner who does business on a military base is now going to be subject to this. And I oppose.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Representative Gates of Florida for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, he's too modest due to himself, so I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record Woke Warriors in National Review by Mike Gallagher, How DEI Threatens the DOD.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the double down on wokeness in the military, but it extends the wokeness in the military to a mandate on the private sector that supports the mission. You know, I called a Democrat in my district who's in the defense business this morning and is in the RDT&E space, and I asked him, so at your company, what did you guys do for Pride Month? And he laughed at me and said, we're in the munitions and missiles testing business. We just focus on our mission. And I said, well, you better be ready to answer what you did for Pride Month. What's your plan for, minority board members by 2050 at a certain percentage or ratio? And it's just craziness, whether it's in our military or in the private sector. I say this to my Democrat colleagues. This will be the amendment that I see in the package that we will consider today that will drive Republicans off of this bill. And you need Republicans to pass this bill on the floor. You may need a few to pass it in this committee. And if this is in there, I'm telling you, it's going to be like the red flag laws last year. It will make it incredibly difficult to do the otherwise fantastic work that so many of us have contributed to this legislative product. And I say this to my Republican colleagues. This is precisely the type of amendment that should drive you off this bill. It really is. If this becomes law, we are waving the white flag of surrender on these issues. And I don't want to have to explain to our colleagues on the floor how we let something like this get into a legislative bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. We should not do it. We should stand strong against this. And there are so many good things we can do without trying to mandate wokeism to defense contractors of all size. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I just want to make sure y'all understand that I'm violently opposed to this amendment. I'm going to do everything I can. It doesn't survive conference, but we don't need to spend a lot of time on this. Just know I'm opposed to it.
Given the ranking member's comments, are there any other comments? Thank you. All right. With that, then, questions on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What would you like to do? Record votes have been requested. We'll roll it till the end, till when we do recorded votes. Next amendment is 2130 from Mr. Crow. I recognize Representative Crow of Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Sorry, I thought we were deferring.
Mr. Crow did say he had an amendment at the desk. We just recognized Mr. Crow.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is something that I hope we can all get behind. This committee has a long history, bipartisan history of supporting NATO, our allies and partners, and as we've seen, particularly in the last few months, the importance of maintaining a robust and vigorous alliance and partnership network, particularly as it pertains to NATO. One of the challenges we're facing in Arctic competition in particular with Russia is our degrading infrastructure in the Arctic and in Northern Europe. And it's unclear under existing law that our military construction funds and the funds that we support and we send to our allies and partners that offsets our use of some of those facilities. We use a lot of those ports, a lot of the logistics, a lot of the transportation facilities to move troops in and out, to transit the Arctic, to transit the northern seas. It's unclear under that law that those funds can be used for resiliency, extreme weather, and to bolster resiliency in that infrastructure. So this amendment will make it clear that we can use under the existing programs and those fundings money for those purposes. And as sea levels rise and as we see more extreme weather, it's important that DoD have the flexibility necessary to make those investments. Now, this uses an example of the recently executed agreement with Norway, a defense cooperation agreement, which expands investment in Norway and in the north for port facilities, deep water shipping, and other important things to help us bolster our forward presence in NATO and against Russian aggression. We have to be making investments to make sure that we can increase that presence. So that's essentially what this does, and really would ask for very strong bipartisan support on this amendment. I yield back.
Representative Yields, is there any other representative wishing to speak on this amendment? Mr. Johnson from Louisiana. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I'll be brief because I think this is a really simple point. I don't believe it's the place of the United States and our taxpayers to harden NATO facilities against perceived impacts of climate change. It's not any secret that many of these European countries have gone all in on this green energy quest, and look where it's gotten them. They're now hanging by a thread. They're practically begging the Russian Federation to not further restrict their natural gas supply, and the United States is scrambling to provide energy security to our allies. So we're already moving heaven and earth to make sure their lights stay on, and it would be an inappropriate use of precious American taxpayer dollars to fund their climate change remediation. These European climate change requirements are their business. It's not ours. And we shouldn't be paying for it at a time when we have, by the way, a $30 trillion federal debt. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I just think it's common sense, and I yield back.
Representative Yields back. Are there any other comments on this amendment?
Can I be recognized?
Representative Houlihan is recognized for 3 minutes.
I yield my time to Mr. Crow.
Time is
Yeah, with all due respect to Mr. Johnson, that's just not what this does. These are defense facilities that we use. We send ships to Norway and to Northern European partners all the time, and it's not perceived effects of climate change. It's the U.S. Navy that says that sea level is rising. It's the United States military that says the permafrost is melting and our radar facilities are actually sinking into the ground. So this is not some made-up thing. These are just very real changes to the environment that are happening that are threatening our ability to conduct operations with our partners. And in the name of national security and for the good of our troops and our military to still transit the places they need to transit, use the ports they need to use, and for us to use the radar systems we need to continue to use, we need flexibility to make investments in those defense facilities of which the United States of America uses. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yeah, I'll yield.
This is a good faith question. Are our NATO allies investing in all of this? Are they putting in sustainment dollars?
Yeah,
and
yes,
to what
they
extent?
are. They do. These are actually their facilities. And in fact, the example that I used of Norway, we just signed a defense cooperation agreement with Norway where Norway has agreed to make substantial investments in major facilities, including their ports. The vast, vast majority of that is their money, and we're going to be using those ports. So they're making substantial investments in infrastructure. This is part of our contribution because this is stuff we use.
So what percentage of all this would be our obligation?
Well, that's for DOT to determine. You can't, in any one project, look at a percentage, right? We have to look at project by project, what the needs are, how the needs are evolving. What this does is give DOT the flexibility to say that we can use this existing program and funds for those resiliency types of projects.
Well, I guess can I ask another question, make a comment? It's your time. I would just say, when we say perceived impacts of climate change, I know that to you this is settled science and this, all this is substantiated, but there's a lot of experts who disagree, and you can justify a lot of expense of U.S. taxpayer dollars, precious resources, in the name of this, quest to stop so-called climate change. And I'm just telling you, not everybody's united on that, and just because some NATO ally said it's true doesn't mean it is. And even
Well, again,
if
I'll reclaim my time and the time that we have. This is not perceived.
Okay.
It's the U.S. Navy that's telling us unequivocally sea level is rising, our port facilities are degrading. We have Norfolk, for example, that's flooding regularly. We have permafrost melting. It's actual facilities that are experiencing these problems. This is money. And in those facilities that we use,
Mr.
I
Lohan's
yield
time
back.
has expired. I think we're good here. Anybody else have any comments on this amendment? All right. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Okay, guys, you're really going to have to start doing better. This is going to be very difficult. We've got to have a little enthusiasm over here. Those opposed? No. You see? No. You see? That's how they're doing it. And the opinion of the chair, because I can count even if volume is not ultimately the decider, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 2035 offered by Mr. Green. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2035, and I ask for its immediate consideration at this time.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our nation faces many serious challenges from adversaries like Russia and China. Part of our job on this committee, of course, especially with the NDAA process, is to ensure that defense spending is properly accounted for and directed toward our most critical national security needs. Recently, the President's Special Envoy for Climate Change, John Kerry, said at the Davos World Economic Forum, and I quote, "Maybe we can help with technology of some kind to help the Chinese move faster," end quote. I believe Mr. Kerry fails to understand the nature and threat of the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is a regime that has sought to expand its tentacles of influence worldwide through its predatory Belt and Road Initiative while using stolen American technology, including military technology. China is not genuinely interested in a partnership on carbon reductions. It wants to dominate the world stage and become the center of the global economy. My amendment would prohibit the provision of military air support for the travel of the Special Envoy for Climate Change. It wastes valuable taxpayer dollars needed for modernization, modernizing our military and improving things like Army barracks, taking money from the DOD. We should direct these dollars to support our military and meet the challenges of the 21st century. If Mr. Kerry needs to travel to assist China getting their technology, at least he should do it not on the DOD budget. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment. We should not be micromanaging how the DOD decides to travel. You certainly disagree with the policy, a lot of different ways to express that, but this is undue interference with what is a clear prerogative of the executive branch, and I urge opposition to the amendment. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. 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 Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. And it would appear, by the way, that you're more enthusiastic when you're saying no than when you're saying yes. It's not like one side or the other. It's like, I don't know about there's a negative outlook there that we need to work on. All right. It is now in order to consider log 1986, amendment offered by Mr. Bergman. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Sorry, I forgot the next line here in a second. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike Section 1085 from the chairman's mark. Section 1085 would require the Secretary of Defense to create a center of excellence in civilian harm mitigation. The underlying provision I seek to strike is premature. Secretary Austin has already directed creation of a civilian harm mitigation and response action plan, which will examine U.S. military policies and procedures relating to how the department mitigates and responds to civilian harm. According to the administration and at the direction of Secretary Austin, the action plan will outline the steps the department will take and resources required to implement appropriate recommendations from recently completed studies of civilian harm sponsored by DoD, recent DoD Office of Inspector General evaluations, and independent reviews the Secretary has directed. So, essentially, this work is already being done, and it's still ongoing. So the provision is duplicative and could be even in conflict with the final action plan report. Congressionally mandating something like this could also potentially eliminate the necessary flexibility the department might need in the future to reshape its organization. Like I said before, this provision is premature. The work already being done will provide a more detailed vision for the operation, function, and scope of the Center of Excellence. Once finalized and released, DoD will be better positioned to discuss what the Center of Excellence will do, how it will operate, and the resources it will require. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to strike Section 1085, and I yield back.
Debate on the amendment. Mr. Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for the inclusion of such important language in the mark to help prevent and ensure accountability around civilian harm. As a Marine in Iraq, the rules of engagement were very simple and drilled into us again and again. Don't kill civilians. American service members are rightly expected to uphold those standards. That's why each one of the civilian harm provisions in this mark is essentially maintaining U.S. credibility abroad and strengthening our national security. And that's why I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. This amendment seeks to strip Section 1085 from the mark, which would create a DoD Center for Excellence in Civilian Harm. Over the past year, serious flaws in how the U.S. military prevents, investigates, and responds to civilian deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria have come to light. While improvements have been made, the Pentagon must look at the new steps to address this issue, and this Center of Excellence is one such step. The Center will provide leadership, best practices, research, support, and training toward departmental efforts to reduce civilian harm, and I encourage a no vote on this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Ms. Jacobs.
Mr. Chairman, I had about a minute left. Could I reclaim a little bit of it?
That's not the way it works.
Okay. I just threw that out there in case someone might want to jump to my.
You can do that quietly, actually, and it works better. But we get there. Mr. Kelly is recognized.
I yield to general argument.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I don't care whether you're, but let's just take it to the military and Department of Defense. We need, as senior leaders, need to let our junior leaders command when we've given them command in the field. I would suggest to you we need to give the Secretary of Defense the ability to lead and do what they're already been missioned to do before telling them how to do it and maybe getting it not quite right. So instead of ready, aim, fire, we don't want to end up with ready, fire, aim. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for including this important language in the chairman's mark. Look, the whole point of why we pass the NDAA every year is to make sure that Congress is helping to shape what the Pentagon is doing. So I have no doubt that the SHMRAP and everything that Secretary Austin is doing will bring about many needed reforms, and I applaud Secretary Austin for his tremendous leadership on this issue, but the fact of the matter is we need to codify the Center of Excellence and make sure it continues its work long into the future. We have seen many different efforts to prevent and mitigate civilian harm at the Pentagon, and too often they've been isolated efforts, occasionally championed by a field commander, a combatant commander, or even a secretary. But many of these efforts have died because they were driven by individuals and not implemented more broadly across services and commands to become real policy and practice. We already know what the problems with civilian casualties are. All of the DoD Commission reports have told us, but there's no institutional muscle to implement the DoD recommended solutions, and we need to put the solution-making capacity in one place. This is something the Secretary of Defense already wants to do. RAND, an institution that has immense bipartisan respect across this committee, has recommended the creation of the Center of Excellence. It's now up to us to resource it and help it be effective and sustainable. And this language was crafted in a way that gives the Secretary adequate decision space to determine structure, staffing, and the outer bounds of its authority and role in civilian harm mitigation. This is about best practices, not about handcuffing. In almost every briefing that we've had on the issue of civilian casualties, we've been told that the service members themselves have followed the protocols and processes correctly, and yet we continue to see these casualties. So we have to look at the protocols and processes so these service members don't have to bear this burden, so that we are doing our job and looking systematically and making sure that we are putting in place the right protocols and processes so these civilian casualties don't continue to happen. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an effort for us to be able to show that both branches of government are lined up together on a critical priority. You know, this is an opportunity for us to say that this is not duplicative, instead it's supportive. It's an opportunity for us to say that we've had a lot of challenges on this in the past. And I've seen it with my own eyes. I've worked on Iraq and Afghanistan for a decade. I worked at OSD policy. I worked at the Pentagon. I've seen this from the White House and other positions. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot that we need to improve. And from my experiences both there and then now here on the Armed Services Committee, I certainly think we could use all the help we can get to make sure that we're sustaining this kind of engagement going forward. So I think that this effort is a strong signal of prioritization from both our branch as well as the executive branch working hand in hand. It doesn't affect the chain of command. It gives SecDef plenty of leeway, and it's going to be something that will be supportive of the efforts that he is leading on already. I yield back.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Mr. Crow.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Bergman, we come from a same background, and I know that we share similar principles in that we tend to subscribe to that military philosophy that you defer to the person closest to the problem, right? The commander furthest down the chain closest to the problem. And I generally do that. But I view this very similar to those entrenched issues that have been just resistant to any change for decades, where time is up. It's time for us to step in as the people's house and as the people who decide what type of military our country should have, and to say it's not working. And after 20 years, after ending our nation's longest war last year, what is clear is that we're not living up to the standards in all cases of our country's values, and we're creating problems downrange that make us less safe, and that drive resistance to American leadership, that feed into the rhetoric of our enemies. And it's got to stop, and we can do a better job. And that's what this amendment is about. That it is ultimately this Congress that decides whether or not the values of our military is living up to values of the country. And I just don't think that it is in this instance. I think we can do better. We must do better. We must expect more. And we're not telling DOD exactly how they need to do that, but we are sending a very strong message that this is a priority, and you know that prioritization is an essential command element. This is a priority. It's going to be resourced, and we need to take it seriously. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon.
I agree wholeheartedly on everything that's been said. I guess my only question is, are we jumping the gun on this? Is it premature? Is there any evidence that the Department of Defense has failed to begin their app? If there is, okay, then I yield.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the answer to that question is yes. And look, I have a lot of support and discretion for the military determining how to fight when they're out there. Civilian casualties are a factor, micromanage them, big concern. But we had a study done by the RAND Corporation that recommended this Center for Excellence as a wise way to make sure that we're minimizing civilian casualties for all the reasons that Mr. Crow and others have stated. But I'll also say that, when we began to look into some of the reports of civilian casualties from particular instances in 2019, I wasn't as much disturbed by the description of what happened as I was by the description of the way that the department tried to bury it and then was not transparent with us You know, we had some hearings where we attempted to ask some pretty simple questions and were pretty aggressively stiff-armed. And the impression that let me be clear, not by Secretary Austin, okay, not by Chairman Milley, but I'll be honest, by General McKenzie, who I have an enormous amount of respect for. But when we tried to ask him questions, the impression was, leave us alone, it's none of your business. And that I don't agree with. So I think that lack of transparency is what triggered me to put what I put into the mark. There was some more aggressive stuff that was out there that I wasn't in favor of doing, but I think the Center for Excellence, it's time for us to say you need to do this. Do I hope that DOD comes to that conclusion? Sure. But I'm at the point where whether they come to that conclusion or not, it needs to be done. It's the right thing to do. So I urge opposition to this amendment and support for the underlying mark. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thus far, the debate has been very good. I'd like to put one more thing on the table here, and that's the future. All of us know that we're looking at new weapon systems in the future. We're looking at AI. We're looking at autonomous vehicles of all kinds. And this Center of Excellence not only will deal with the issues that have been raised here about the current equipment that we use or misuse, but also, I would hope, would look at the future and the kinds of issues that are going to be facing the military when these autonomous systems and AI are employed. And we would be very well served to have a Center of Excellence look to the future weapon systems as well as to the past. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. No. Pending the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Garamendi's slip-up notwithstanding. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. How many amendments do we have in the queue for votes now? 5. We have 5 amendments in the queue. We're going to do the next 2 amendments. Sorry, 4. We're going to do the next 2 amendments, and then we're going to take a round of votes. So I can't predict for sure how long the next 2 amendments are going to go. But when we're concluded with those next 2 amendments, so probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, being optimistic, we will have a series of votes. And by the time we take those votes, we will determine exactly how many of them there are. But we'll take those votes in like 10 or 15 minutes. It is now in order to consider Amendment 20.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a point of privilege?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce guests we have in the committee with us today. My wife is here, Cammie Green, and she has our son, Captain John Mitchell Green. Hey. So, Captain Green is a member, he's the innovation officer for 2nd Brigade of the 101st, our 1st Brigade of the 101st Airborne, Bastogne Brigade of the 101st Airborne Division, and that is a part of Army Futures Command, now pushing innovation officers down to the front lines of the troops. So thank you for recognizing him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Green. Very, very appropriate. Thank you very much for your service. It's great to have them with us here today. It is now in order to consider log number 2287, amendment offered by Mr. Kelly. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment would strike Section 1084 from the chairman's mark that creates a commission on civilian harm. And it talks about civilian harm, not civilian casualties. So one of the issues I have with it is a little too broad. If I kill someone's goat, is that civilian harm? Because they've suffered a loss, and that is property. And therefore, even though I may have avoided civilian casualties, if I tear up their farmland. And so it can get really deep, and I think that's one of the things. And I thank the chairman for offering this, but I'm also offering this amendment to strike this because it's unnecessary. The Department of Defense is already establishing this. The scope of the commission instructs for the inclusion of incidents confirmed by media and civil society organizations. This is wholly inappropriate and an unclear set of standards for an investigatory framework. Civilian harm is widely defined as the destruction of civilian property. The scope of this is unmanageable and will undoubtedly lead to issues of subjectivity and bias. It creates an unnecessary expenditure of $4 million in FY23 alone. The DoD task force will address many of the stated priorities of the proposed commission. Elements of this legislation will be duplicative and will take longer to actually produce worthwhile results. For example, Secretary Austin already issued a memorandum directing the creation of a civilian harm mitigation and response action plan, which will examine U.S. military policies and procedures relating to how the department mitigates and responds to civilian harm. Because this committee process is still ongoing, and because the work of the Tiger team that is part of this committee remains pre-decisional, aspects of the Commission on Civil Harm are duplicative, redundant, or in conflict with elements of the final mark. The Democratic administration is already doing a deep dive on this and creating new offices to oversee these issues. This commission even undermines the current administration, and I just ask that we allow them to do their work, and then if they're not doing that, if Secretary Austin and the administration is not doing that appropriately, then we should maybe do this. But right now, I don't think we need to convolute the issue, and I think we need to let Secretary Austin do his work. And with that, I yield back.
Is there debate on the amendment? Take a quick stab at it. Again, the department under Secretary Austin appears in the last couple of months to be headed in the right direction, and that's great. As chairman of the committee, I want to make sure that they get in that right direction. This amendment creating this Commission on Civilian Harm does not prescribe what civilian harm is going to be or how to handle it. It gives them broad parameters to take a look at the issue so they look at it comprehensively. Again, I think we had a lack of transparency coming out of DoD for a number of years that Secretary Austin appears to be interested in rectifying, and he's working on it, and his department is working on it. This committee has an interest as well. We don't just rely on the Department of Defense. If it's an issue that is important to us, and the lack of transparency around civilian casualties and civilian harm is what's raised this concern and made me put this in the mark to make sure that we are going to get a clear picture of this and that we are going to begin to address it in a reasonable way. Who seeks recognition? Dr. Desjardins.
I yield to General Kelly.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I would feel much more comfortable if we did define that. That kind of becomes the issue, is we don't want some outside organization defining what that harm is because we don't know the makeup of who that commission is. And I just say I trust Secretary Austin to investigate this, and then if he doesn't, and he doesn't do the right type of harm, if he doesn't go deep enough, then we go behind him. But I think that they're doing that, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important that we recognize why we're addressing civilian harm. It's not because we just think it's the right thing to do, although it is. It's because it actually has a material impact on our national security. First of all, failing to prevent and mitigate civilian harm hurts our credibility on the world stage as we are talking about defending human rights. But second of all, we know that the key drivers of terrorism and violent extremism are human rights, state repression, state-sponsored violence, and yes, state-sponsored violence against people's property and economic livelihood. So allowing this to continue to happen in our name is fueling the exact problem that we are aiming to solve. And we have seen so many examples of this, including recently reporting in the New Yorker on Afghanistan that detailed the aftermath of multiple U.S. airstrikes in 2019 in the Sangin Valley that resulted in civilian deaths and torn apart families, and shortly thereafter, an increase in folks from that valley joining the Taliban in retaliation. So this commission is not about handcuffing the department. It's about saying, look, we have seen a lot of investigations that have shed light on cases that were likely prematurely dismissed as a result of faulty assessments. We have seen many different people across the department, field commanders, combatant commanders, current and past secretaries who have examined these issues, but we're still seeing the same problems over and over again. And so it's long past due that Congress critically examines this issue through an independent commission and finds out how and why these past efforts have failed so that we can help inform and improve and make sure what Secretary Austin is trying to do moving forward is actually going to work. If we don't learn these lessons, we risk creating a vicious cycle of repeating the same mistakes of the past. And again, this is not just about it being the right thing to do. It's also about our effectiveness more broadly. I don't think anyone thinks it's good when we're hitting the wrong targets. A 2013 joint staff study for example, found misidentification of a target as the primary cause of civilian casualties in Afghanistan. 8 years later, the Air Force Inspector General investigation found the same finding, and a recently released congressionally mandated RAND report also found that the majority of recommendations made in the 2018 Joint Staff Review were either not yet implemented or only partially implemented. So this commission is not politically motivated. It's not meant to harm the department. It would look at harm across multiple administrations to learn lessons and make sure that as we move forward and as Secretary Austin, who is rightly prioritizing this issue, does his work, he has all of the information and outside advisors helping him to do that, just like we do on very many other topics. So I oppose this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Who seeks time? Mr. Khanna is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership in introducing this commission. To me, it seems pretty self-evident. I don't see why it's controversial. Everyone, I think, would agree that we want the United States to lead in human rights, that we as a military take the greatest caution to not have civilian casualties or have disruption for civilians around the world. And so all this is saying is anytime you have an institution, you want to have some alternative perspective, just because people within an institution can have blind spots. And this is saying let's appoint 12 people, leaders in human rights, leaders in the military, but who aren't currently employed, to do a study and to examine it and make recommendations. Now, we're not ceding any control. It's Congress that appoints those people on the commission, and the report comes to Congress. So it's up to us whether we want to act or not. This is just looking to make sure that we have a complete picture, and my view is that the commission may have interesting insights that could help inform the Secretary in their decision. So I appreciate, Chairman, your leadership on this, and I strongly support having the commission, and that's why I respectfully oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee came together last year to move forward in a bipartisan way on commissions when it comes to looking at what happened in Afghanistan over the past 2 decades. I see this very much in that same light of just trying to understand what happened and how we can improve going forward, and recognizing that these challenges that we face when it comes to civilian harm is not restricted to any geographic location. These are ones that have spread across multiple different operations all over the world, and to be able to have a commission be able to look at that with that same ability to take a step back that we all agreed to when it came to the Afghanistan war last year, I think that that's something that we can move forward. It's something we've done together before as a group, and I think that this is very much in that same light. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Recorded vote has been requested. We will set aside this amendment and deal with it shortly. And again, for members, as soon as we finish debate on this next amendment, we will have a series of votes. I'm not sure exactly how many, but we'll figure that out. So let's make sure everyone's here and ready to vote in just a few minutes. It is now in order to consider log 2402R1 offered by Mr. Franklin. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purposes of describing his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike Section 1071 of this bill, which massively broadens the scope of reporting requirements regarding civilian casualties as a result of our military operations. I'll be the first to state that our military and provide transparency when its operations kill civilians. That said, the current reporting requirements set forth in the FY 2018 NDAA provide the structure for that oversight. The proposed new language is far too broad, and complying with it would place an unnecessary burden on our forces. Additionally, some of the information it requires to be disclosed could endanger operational security. For example, this language would change the reporting requirement of any strike that harms civilians from disclosing location of the incident to the exact geographical coordinates. I don't think I need to explain to the committee how public disclosure of exact coordinates of military activities could be a bad idea, but especially when combined with another new requirement to provide justification for each component of a strike conducted as part of the operation. For these and other reasons, the amendment would strike this section from this year's NDAA. The FY 2018 requirement is wholly adequate to fulfill the objectives. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I yield back.
Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment, or this is actually an amendment that would strip language that I proposed and I worked with the committee on. And I'm extremely aware and sensitive, as many of you know, about operational security issues, protecting our troops downrange, making sure that we're not jeopardizing our special operators and others who are working in classified areas or under covert means. So this would not do that, to be clear. Nor would I ever support anything that would do that, because I'm very sensitive to those issues. What this does do is do something that, as Mr. Kim mentioned just a little while ago, just a couple of months ago, all of us were extremely keen on, and that is conducting congressional oversight on civilian casualties and strikes that went awry, and asking questions, hard questions of the administration, as our constituents and as the American people expect us to do, that frankly administrations, Republican and Democrat, sometimes drag their feet on. But that's the way our system works. We are a check, we are a balance on that. We have independent obligations to conduct that oversight. This would enshrine in law this language, our ability to do that. Regardless of who's in office, regardless of what happens, it would give us access to information to have the robust debate, to actually discharge our independent obligations and to do so, as we've talked about during the conduct of the last three amendments. We just have to make sure that we're putting some structures in place to regain congressional authority and oversight in matters of war and peace. And this is in that spirit. I don't think in the last 20 years, frankly, this Congress has done a good job. I think we in some ways have given a blank check to administration after administration. It's time to change that. It's time for us to reassert our role in that. And to do that, unfortunately, requires us to put it into law. So I would respectfully ask my colleagues in that spirit, and something that I hope we can come together around, to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question to Mr. Crow. Can't Congress right now ask for a hearing with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs or come up and brief an incident that occurs? I mean, we have that authority right now, don't we?
Mark, how many times have we both asked for hearings and they didn't show up?
Well, that's not appropriate. I mean, if we ask, they need to be.
It's not appropriate. That's why we put it into law. That's what we're trying to do.
I think it's in the Constitution. I don't think we need it in the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Crow, for his leadership on this. I just want to point out a few things. So one is that we worked with DOD on this language. So they have the flexibility in this requirement to address any concerns about the fact that this might have operational security downrange. It's also really important for our own legitimacy because, for instance, the media and the public were skeptical when we said there were 0 civilian casualty claims from the February 2022 anti-ISIS raid in Syria because they don't feel like we have been transparent in other instances. So when we actually do the right thing, we don't get credit, and that's not good for us. That's not good for the department. Lastly, yes, we can request hearings. They sometimes happen, but this information is important so that we even know what we have to request hearings about, right? This is important so that the public and our congressional oversight, so that we have this information and that we are doing the public disclosure necessary so that we even know what questions we need to be asking. So yes, the department has made important strides in transparency since Congress mandated this report in 2017, but it's clear further efforts remain if we're going to continue holding ourselves up to our own standards and commitments, and as we rightfully highlight when other countries fall short. So I oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Further discussion, Ms. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Vice. And Mr. Crow, I fully respect the intent that what we're trying to accomplish here. I think we all fully agree that we should hold our military accountable. Where I guess we philosophically disagree is I feel that whenever government doesn't function as it should, my colleagues across the aisle's solution is to add more bureaucracy. I feel that we should enforce what we have there. I think the current NDAA language gives us the latitude to get the information, and shame on us if we don't get it. But I do understand where you're coming from. Now yield back.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. All right, so we have 6 recorded votes coming at us. And can we get those up on the screen there? Is that possible? Or there we go. Got to add a couple, but all right. Well, we'll get a couple added here, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, so those are the 6 amendments that we are now going to have recorded votes on. So it is in order now to have a recorded vote on the Escobar Amendment, log 2280, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. No. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Aye. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. No. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Aye. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Ms. Hartzler. Ms. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, they skipped you.
Mr. Gallego.
Yeah, they're on board.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Ms. Cheney.
No.
Ms. Cheney votes no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz.
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Ms. Luria.
Aye.
Ms. Luria votes aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr.
No.
Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes no. Ms. Jacobs.
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mrs. McLean. No. Mrs. McLean votes no. Mr. Kahile. Mr. Kahile votes aye. Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, no.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Moore. No. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Panetta. Aye. Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mr. Fallon?
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford?
Aye.
Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Norcross?
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey?
Clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 30, the noes are 28.
The amendment is agreed to. And is now in order to consider to vote on log 1764, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Mr. Rogers? Mr. Langevin? Mr. Langevin?
Langevin votes no.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton?
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
Nay.
Mr. Keating votes no.
Nay.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes no. Ms. Houlihan?
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes yes. Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz? Mr. Waltz?
Yes.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden? Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Loria?
No.
Mrs. Loria votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean?
Yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mr. Kahale. Mr. Kahale votes no. Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, yes.
Mr. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford.
No.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no. Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32.
The amendment is not agreed to. Next up is log 1814, amendment offered by Mr. Brown. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Excuse me. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney.
Cheney is. No.
Ms. Cheney votes no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Waltz.
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes yes. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Ms. Luria votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin's a no. Mrs. Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs votes no. Oh, sorry. Ms. Jacobs votes aye. I wrote it in the right column. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Ms. McLean votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, no.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes yes.
Ms. Strickland votes yes. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes yes.
Mr. Vesey votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Garcia.
Sorry.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no.
I'm sorry. It's yes.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Horsford.
Yes.
Mr. Horsford votes yes. Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. It's now in order to call the roll on log 2035, amendment by Mr. Green. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman
votes aye. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Ms. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz? Mr. Waltz
is aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Loria?
No.
Ms. Loria votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice? Mr. Morelli?
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Kahale? Mr. Kahale votes no. Mr. Jackson?
Jackson, yes.
Mr. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford?
No.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bice? Yes. Mrs. Bice votes yes.
Clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is not agreed to. And now we will vote on log 2287, amendment by Mr. Kelly. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Aye. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Ms. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna?
No. No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no.
No.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan?
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz? Mr.
Aye.
Waltz?
Aye.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. Loria?
Aye.
Ms. Loria votes aye. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean?
Aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Kahale? Mr. Kahale votes no. Mr. Jackson?
Jackson, aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy? Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford?
No.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 30.
The amendment, I'm sorry, the ayes are 29, noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes were 29, the noes were 30.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. The amendment is not agreed to. Yeah. So we will now move on to the last amendment in this vote series, log number 2402R1, offered by Mr. Franklin, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Ms. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Ms. Houlihan?
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Loria?
Aye.
Ms. Loria votes aye. Mrs. Bice?
Aye.
Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Franklin? Aye. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Ms. Jacobs? Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mrs. McLean?
McLean, aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mr. Kahale? Mr. Mikhaili votes no. Mr. Jackson?
Jackson, aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Horsford?
Can you hear me? I said no.
Mr. Horsford says no. Votes no.
Okay. Clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. And we're done voting. So we're moving back onto the amendments. Reflected on the fellow screen. It is next in order to consider log 226R1 offered by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our amendment extends the prohibition timeline that prohibits the use of funds for the transfer or release of individuals detained at Guantanamo Bay. It modifies Section 1033 of the FY19 NDAA by extending the prohibition date from 31 December 2022 to 31 December 2023. Ever since Barack Obama was in office, there had been repeated calls for the United States to close the detention facility located at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and relocate prisoners to facilities within the United States. Thankfully, Congress has repeatedly acted to ensure that a prohibition on any such transfer remains in place. The facility now holds 39 detainees at Guantanamo. Simply put, the individuals who are imprisoned at Guantanamo are the worst of the worst. Let me give you a brief idea of these people we're talking about and what's at stake if we release them. According to Fox News article published on 25th of August on 2021, the Taliban announced the appointment of Mohammed Nabi Amari, a former Guantanamo Bay Naval Base detainee, to governor of the Khost province in Afghanistan. Amari was part of a 5-prisoner trade during the Obama administration in 2014 for Sergeant Bo Bergdahl. These 5 former prisoners were part of the Taliban team discussing the terms of the U.S. troop withdrawal during the negotiations held at Doha, Qatar in 2019. According to a New York Times article on these 5 former Guantanamo detainees, the most infamous former detainee is Mullah Fazl Mazloum, a frontline commander who was also chief of the Taliban army. He's been accused of mass killings and of scorched earth brutality. Barack Obama conducted a review of Guantanamo detainees and concluded that about 4 dozen prisoners could not be prosecuted, but were too dangerous to be transferred or released, according to a New York Times op-ed in 2013. The remaining detainees include Ala Hasman al-Balul, who was convicted in 2008 by a military court for creating al-Qaeda recruiting videos that incited suicide bombers. During Balul's trial, he engaged in a 50-minute anti-American monologue and tirade, where he declared his devotion to Allah and berated the U.S. And another remaining detainee is Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was the principal architect of the 9/11 attacks. Mohammed and 5 others are awaiting trial for involvement in 9/11. If we can't house these detainees in Cuba, they'd have to be housed somewhere in the United States, and that means that in one of our congressional districts. And I doubt anybody here would want these types of nefarious individuals in their districts. And a transfer to the U.S. would also make the detainees accessible to the public, the detainees rather, which may result in endless protests by activists and opponents of U.S. policy. There's absolutely no need to move them to be brought to the United States and mixed with the United States citizens. The facility at Guantanamo Bay is critical to our national security, and I urge passage of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. We've had this debate many times and been doing this for like 12 years or so. And just point out the debate, the first part of the gentleman's remarks about how bad the people are and what happened with previous releases from Guantanamo is not the issue here. The issue isn't whether or not these people should be held. It's where they should be held. This is a prohibition on shutting down Guantanamo. It's not. That doesn't mean that if we shut down Guantanamo, we make any different decision about who to release and who not to release. So that isn't even part of the discussion. The question is where do we hold them? And again, I've made this argument for 10 years now, unsuccessfully to date. We have reduced, in fact, if I could ask the staff a quick question, how many people are in Guantanamo? How many detainees are in Guantanamo at this point?
37.
So we're down to 37. And, we hear this argument all the time about we can't hold them in the U.S. And we hold incredibly dangerous people in the U.S. right now. We hold terrorists in the U.S., for that matter, every little bit as bad as the ones in Guantanamo. We hold mass murderers and some of the most violent, dangerous people imaginable in the United States of America. So I completely reject the notion that we don't have the ability in the U.S. to have secure facilities. And as far as the political point is concerned, well, there'll be more focus on them. Again, we hold terrorists in the U.S. right now, okay? So we are capable of doing it. The reason it matters at this point is because we've got 37 inmates in that facility, and I don't know what the numbers are at this point, but they are the most expensive detainees in the history of the world right now. So few of them, it requires personnel to be down there to look after them. It simply does not make sense at this point to keep this prison open. And it's not about letting these people go. I want to emphasize that. I know we're going to hear how awful, terrible, horrible they are, and I do not disagree with any of that. I just disagree with the amount of money we're spending down at Guantanamo to keep this prison open. That's why I did not put into the mark this prohibition on shutting down Guantanamo Bay. The next debate we'll have is about building facilities in the U.S. for it. But I would urge opposition to this amendment for all of those reasons. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Permit me the chair, the noes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
Okay. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. So we will suspend and we'll hold that recorded vote later. And now, it's now in order to do log 2223, also offered by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purposes of describing his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would extend the prohibition timeline that prevents the construction or modification of facilities in the United States to house detainees transferred from Guantanamo Bay. It modifies Section 1034A of the FY 19 NDAA by extending the prohibition date from 31 December 2022 to 31 December 2023. And the remarks and arguments and history that was made in the prior amendment would apply to this one. And I yield back.
Thank you. And same discussion in the previous amendment. We had the debate. Same arguments apply. I would urge a no vote for all of those reasons. Is there further debate? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. Permit the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. We will further consideration of this amendment will be suspended until we hold that recorded vote. Now it is in order to consider log 2043 offered by Mr. Green.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
what
Chair.
purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 2043.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every day, the Chinese Communist Party looks for new ways to exploit our trade agreements and undermine our global influence. We all know this authoritarian regime has no regard for our laws and will attempt to steal our technology and military secrets any chance they get. That's why I'm proposing that we ban Chinese manufactured or imported products from any and all military post and base exchanges. We cannot in good conscience fill post exchanges with products created with slave labor and sponsored by and benefiting financially the authoritarian regime of the Chinese Communist Party. As the CCP attempts to build its military war machine and encroach on our allies' sovereign territory, the last thing we want to do is financially contribute to their tyranny. They are laughing at the idea of American soldiers funding their schemes by filling the shelves of our PXs and BXs with their products. As you all may know, the China Task Force met to discuss the issue of export controls, or I should say lack thereof, when trading with Communist China. Our lack of restrictions on trade has led the CCP to believe they can steal our military technology without consequence, and enough is enough. We need to demonstrate that there are consequences to their actions. Removing Chinese products from our military exchanges is just one step we can take to reduce the flow of American dollars into the pockets of CCP officials. I want to remind the committee that this is the same regime that falsely blamed our service members for the COVID-19 outbreak while lying about its origin. Their manufactured narrative endangered the lives of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines posted throughout the Indo-Pacific. Our nation produces an abundance of goods that stock the shelves of our military posts. We cannot ask American taxpayers to foot the bill for Chinese goods that benefit the pseudo-capitalist economy propagated by the CCP. American goods, not Chinese goods, should stock the shelves of American military posts and exchanges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. I understand the sentiment behind this. It's very unworkable. There is simply no way that we could not sell anything made in China, as we well know and as well documented over the course of 30 years. We are longer than that. We buy a lot of stuff from China. There's simply no way that we could stop and turn that off. It's also a clear violation of the WTO to ban the sale of these products. I think we need to go after China very aggressively for their violations of a wide variety of different trade things. This is unworkable, even though I'm not unsympathetic to the sentiment behind it. It would have a very negative impact on our ability to keep functioning. China and the U.S. economy are very codependent. We've got our challenges, but we also have to recognize that. With that, is there further debate? Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition. Representative Green, you very admirably presented your wonderful son who's serving in the military today. But in essence, what you would be doing is taking the privileges of the PX and the Navy Exchange and Commissary away from him and his family. Because at least half, if not more, of the products sold in the PX or the Commissary, where I've been to and continue to go to, are made in China. So I just point that out because in essence, although it sounds great, and I'm with you on making more products in our PXs and Navy exchanges made in America, as we should thrive to do. But the implications of, while it sounds good and very patriotic, would have the adverse effect for our military families. We, in essence, would make them go out into the civilian world to purchase many of the goods that they rely on and basically say, you no longer have that great benefit we give you through the PXs and the commissaries. So it sounds okay, but I just want to point out to you the impracticality of it and the fact that you would be taking away this benefit from your son.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure there's clarification. I mean, it's just saying that the shelves have to be stocked with American-made or other manufactured, can't be Chinese manufactured. If there's a resource for them on the civilian market for that, then it would be provided in the exchange. So the notion that they would have to go off base to make the purchase is not accurate. What this does is tell the exchange to sell not to sell Chinese manufactured goods. That, just
I
want to make that
reclaim my
point of
time.
clarification.
You know, I see that point, but if you look at the products made, they're not made from other countries. They're made from China overwhelmingly. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the issue? Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't pretend to speak for Captain Green or so many other soldiers out there, but I'd be willing to bet they would they could do without some T-shirts or socks or some other items in the PX or BX to know that we have to stop funding our adversary. Multiple administrations have said this is the greatest adversary. Many of us on this committee have said this is the first adversary in American history that could likely defeat us on the world stage. And yet, historians are going to look back at all of us sitting here and say, time after time again, when it came to a little bit of pain at home, we demurred and said, too hard, unworkable, too difficult. Yet we're sitting here debating massive increases in taxpayer dollars to our own defense budget to deal with the adversary that the rest of our dollars then go and fund. And as many of you know, whether it's the CivMil project, whether it's the China 2025 project, there is a direct correlation to the buildup of the Chinese economy and the buildup of the Chinese military. So when is enough is enough? When do we accept a little bit of hardship? And I would argue it's really not that hard to fill the shelves of our PXs with American-made goods. The President of the United States, President Biden, has put forward a Buy America provision. And let's stop talking the talk. Let's start walking the walk. And if, as we just said on civilian casualties and a number of other measures, if DOD needs to lead the way and be a little bit more difficult, then let's do it. And final point, Mr. Chairman, I've looked back and did a little research, and there are many members of this body who supported a ban of goods from South Africa over apartheid, including contracts with the Defense Department, including having South African-made goods over apartheid. Yet we have the greatest genocide in the history of the world since the Holocaust ongoing. So again, when it comes to human rights, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to national security, let's put our money where our mouth is. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slotkin.
Very quickly, I'm sympathetic towards this amendment. I think we need to wean ourselves off of these products as much as possible, and the military is as good a place to start as any. But I also want to ask Mr. Green, if those products from China also contain PFAS, this chemical that I am trying to get rid of, will you concede that there is a Venn diagram between what you're trying to do, what I'm trying to do, and we can kill two birds with one stone by supporting this amendment? I'm supporting it, but I want your support next year, Mr. Green.
Does the gentlelady yield? I assume we're talking about where they're manufactured. That's where the PFAS would, but that would be in China, right? So, okay, just your point of clarification. Thank you.
All right. Is there further debate? Mr. Kahale.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You know, I appreciate the sentiment of the gentleman's amendment, but, you know, I've been shopping at the commissary and exchange since 1999. There's hundreds of thousands of military service members that depend on our military exchanges, and to remove such large numbers of products immediately from our military exchange shelves would negatively affect military families who depend on this benefit to purchase everyday household items, everyday food items at a significant cost savings that are not experienced off base. You know, for austere locations, places like Hawaii, Diego Garcia, wherever we've got military bases and exchanges throughout the world, we already have a supply chain issue. And this would be extremely detrimental to those military families or those remote service members that depend on the exchange and the commissaries. And I just believe that this would put our military exchange and commissaries at risk. And I'm all about buying America. I think that's something we need to do. I don't think we can flip the switch overnight. And I'll be opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to associate myself with Mr. Green's amendment. You know, Weaning ourselves off of China is a good thing. When you think of baby formula that had melamine in it, I think you could make an argument that safer products are being manufactured in the U.S. Children's toys and games with lead in them, children's jewelry with cadmium in it. We have a gift shop here in the house that the only items in that gift shop are made in America. I think we can make it in America and maybe create some smaller businesses to do some of this. So I will associate myself with this amendment.
Thank you. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. No. I'm in the chair. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 1963R1 offered by Ms. Spear. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment furthers the DoD implementation of a bill signed into law by then President Trump in 2017 called Women, Peace, and Security Act. The department is asking us to, for this amendment because it has the request oftentimes to assist partner militaries with training and support to incorporate women, peace, and security. Both the department and partner militaries have asked for this. It helps partner militaries remove barriers to retention and promotion of women, improve women's ability to qualify for entrance into occupational specialties, and the like. It also provides for the Secretary of Defense to develop a plan to incorporate women, peace, and security as part of the core curriculum at the service academies and war colleges. It's already an elective at the war colleges, so this would just make it part of the curriculum. And finally, it seeks to build on the recommendations of the Independent Review Commission on Sexual Assault in the Military to support the department's gender advisory workforce. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Gallagher is recognized.
Well, I must oppose the amendment. Security cooperation is obviously a vital pillar of our national security. I look no further than Ukraine to understand how important that is. It can mean the difference between life and death, but it has to be laser focused on warfighting. And I'm deeply concerned that this amendment would broaden the scope of DoD security assistance and end up watering down the results for both the U.S. and our security partners. Promoting human rights, I don't think anyone is going to argue, is an important goal, including the rights of women and minorities. Our development policies are often aimed at doing just that. But that's precisely the point. It should fall under the jurisdiction of state and USAID, not the military. It's not to discount the importance of these issues, but I believe our military is not the right tool to advance these issues. As former Obama administration official Rosa Brooks argues in her recent book, How Everything Became War and the Military Became Everything, the U.S. military has in recent years taken on too many stray missions that are not related to its core responsibility of fighting and winning our nation's wars, and I fear this amendment would only exacerbate that trend, and so I would urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Further debate, discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. That's tough. It would appear that the noes have it. Sorry, it's just hard.
Can I have a roll call, Mr.
All right, roll calls request. We'll have a roll call on that. It is now in order to consider log 1946, offered by Mr. Johnson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It would require the Secretary to repeal his COVID vaccine mandate within 30 days, and if he does not comply with that directive, his waiver to serve as Secretary of Defense would automatically be repealed. Mr. Chairman, there's a lengthy list of things that have gone wrong under Secretary Austin's tenure at the Department of Defense. Perhaps none is more damaging than the requirement that service members subject themselves to the COVID vaccine. Out of approximately 22,000 applications for a religious exemption to the vaccine, approximately 58 have been granted across all the services. That's 58 out of 22,000. On top of the farce of an exemption process, we can see the mandate having a real-world impact now on the Army's end strength. They asked to cut 12,000 positions in their budget this year. Why? Because of the vaccine. More than 40% of males aged 18 to 24 have chosen not to become fully vaccinated in the U.S., and as a result, they are ineligible to join the military. So right off the bat, 40% of the target demographic for military service is in fact ineligible to serve. Now, in my area of the country, the Southeast region, where DOD recruits approximately 50% of its enlistments, over half of the male population has not gotten the vaccine. It's not hard to see where all this is headed. The mandate is forcing qualified people out of the force, and it's preventing qualified people from joining the force. I urge a yes vote on my amendment for all these reasons, and I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Ms. Sherrill.
Mr. Chairman, something that's incredibly important to our military is readiness, and so certainly as those who've served know, there are mandatory vaccines that take place. You know, I remember when I was serving in Bahrain, I had the anthrax vaccine. Many of the service members that have served have had to serve in dangerous places with outbreaks of various diseases, and it's incumbent upon the military to make sure our fighting force is ready to fight. We know the impact on readiness that it had when the Theodore Roosevelt came down with an outbreak of COVID, and we certainly don't want to see that again. So I think if you cannot be protected as you're serving with vaccines, then possibly the military is not the choice that you should be making. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to remind this committee of the mandatory vaccinations that are currently required for all service members entering initial entry or basic duty. I too had all these vaccinations. I don't even know how to pronounce half of these darn vaccinations. Adenovirus, meningococcal, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, poliovirus, influenza, tetanus, diphtheria, measles, mumps, rubella, varicella. When deployed to specific geographic areas, anthrax, hemophilias, influenza type B, Japanese encephalitis, pneumococcal, rabies, smallpox, typhoid, fever, yellow fever. All these, many of these were given to me when I was mobilized for Desert Storm. Vaccines save lives. I received these vaccines when I served, and so did my colleagues across the aisle who served like me. The COVID vaccine has become a politicized and a boogeyman issue within the military, and in reality, it is a readiness issue. We vaccinate our forces to protect them and protect their fellow troops. When service members get sick, it undermines the effectiveness of our force. It's as simple as that. The nature of the military and in the service academies that we serve in close contact and live in close quarters. If we are serious about the health care and well-being of our troops, then we must ensure our forces are not compromised by some contagion that they can easily immunize from. Human diseases are like Trojan horses, and we must take every step to ensure we don't allow them to insidiously infiltrate our ranks. We all saw how COVID impacted our sailors in the U.S. Theodore Roosevelt. Over 1,200 sailors tested positive, which represented 27% of the crew. In combat, when the military looks at risk management, one of its tenets is know the enemy. With COVID-19, we know the enemy, and we have the weapon to defeat it. If vaccinations are too much to serve, don't volunteer to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Yeah, the problem with that is they aren't volunteering to serve. We've heard testimony over and over again how every branch of the military is now facing recruiting shortages. And it's crazy to me that we would say, well, you know, we've got other vaccinations, and so they ought to be able to force people to sign up for the COVID vax. The difference is on those other vaccines, you have long-based longitudinal data to be able to evaluate. And then the military makes sound choices as a consequence. You don't have that with the COVID vaccine. I think my colleagues are correct to talk about the issue of readiness. Unfortunately, they issue the wrong verdict on readiness. Mandates for the vaccine in our military do not enhance our readiness, they harm our readiness. We don't have enough pilots in the Air Force, and the principal litigation moving forward against the Air Force is from a group of pilots. You know, we don't have as many Navy SEALs as we ought to have, and the actual relief that's been granted by a court was a group of very healthy Navy SEALs that brought it. In the Army, they're about to separate from 3,000 troops as a consequence of this vaccine mandate. I mean, that's a brigade combat team that we could see a separation because of the vax. So I think losing great service members doesn't enhance our readiness. And certainly, the benefit of longitudinal data with all other vaccines would create a principal distinction with the types that my colleagues have discussed. And I got to tell you, when I go behind the wire and I meet with these service members, and they are so distraught over the challenges of this vaccine, it's heartbreaking because they're able-bodied, they're patriotic, they want to serve our country. We don't have nearly enough of them, and they are being driven out, and they are leaving, and our country is weaker as a consequence. I yield back.
Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my friend, Representative Carbajal, I would just want to say that people that you say shouldn't volunteer and go in the first place, we're talking about people 2 years from their retirement. So they went in potentially many years before, and this was before COVID ever came along, and they're kind of being hit with something out of the blue. You know, we all were, the whole society was. So it's not people that are going in and volunteering with this in front of them and their eyes wide open. I yield back.
Mr. Kim.
I yield to Mr. Carbajal.
I'm going to pass. Representative Kim, thank you very much for your time. Well, actually, I'll go ahead and take it up. Let me not waste the opportunity. Let me not waste the opportunity.
Reclaiming my time.
You know, I heard my colleague, Mr. Getz, speaking about the wire, and I'm just wondering if my colleague, Mr. Getz, has ever served in the military. So I just wanted to ask my colleague if he's ever served.
No, I haven't, much like our distinguished chairman, but that doesn't mean that we can't love our military any less if we admire those who serve and have the opportunity to serve them. Thank
you, and I appreciate that point of view. I was just trying to understand when you went behind the wire what it meant or not. Thank you very much.
Like many of us, it's appropriate to go.
Mr. Gates, you don't actually have any time at the moment. Want to keep things under control. Let's calm that down. There's no need to get into that. Who seeks recognition? Ms. McClain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I clearly oppose the mandates, the vaccine mandates for our military, and I find it interesting that we sit in here and we talk about, oh my goodness, we have to have a study for this, we have to have a commission for that, we want to study everything. And we keep talking about vaccine mandates. The vaccine is a substance used to stimulate the production of antibodies and provide immunity. The polio vaccine is not the same as the COVID vaccine, right? It doesn't eradicate the disease. We've proven time and time again that there are other things, such as antibodies, that can give you protection against the COVID virus. We also know that people who have gotten the vaccine get COVID too. So to me, I just think we're jumping the gun to mandate this to our servicemen and women who, like Mr. Gates had said earlier, is we're struggling to get these people in. And then also we're changing the rules of the game for the people who are retiring, 2 years from retiring, making them get the vaccine, mandating it, when we don't even have all the all the science. What we have is political science. So we have a study for everything else. Why rush to judgment on this? And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate the debate. I think it is controversial, difficult issue. But if you went through that laundry list that Mr. Carbajal listed, there's a lot of people who question probably just about every single item on that list. I know certainly the anthrax vaccine is pretty seriously questioned. And a brutal experience, from what I understand, by the way, to take an anthrax vaccine. And it is an incredibly slippery slope. And for those of you who have served in the military, and yes, Mr. Gates, I wasn't involved in the discussion. I don't know why you had to drag me into it. But no, I have not in fact served, and no, I have not in fact criticized. You're part of that anyway. But so I haven't gone through it. But if you basically tell service members, you know, if you don't want to do this, you don't have to, that's a huge problem, because there are legitimate objections, depending on your definition of legitimate, to a whole laundry list of items there. And also, I don't want it to be left out there in the public that this vaccine for the COVID virus was somehow just puked out upon the public. As we well know, Project Warp Speed, as Mr. Trump would like, you know, take credit for and deserves some credit for. The irony there is multi-layered. But the FDA has looked into this. This isn't just something that they went, I don't know, we'll just try that. Okay, this has been reviewed and approved and now actually fully certified in many instances. So what has really been driven by a very political argument is now walking us down two very slippery slopes in the military. One is, if a service member can find something on the internet that objects to an order from the military, then we ought to let them not do it. And two, if anybody questions the science, no matter what the FDA says, no matter what the research says, then we have to throw it over the side. And that's just a real problem here, to undermine the military in that way. So I don't think we should stop the vaccine mandate from being implemented for those reasons. And I think there are ample reasons why the Pentagon made the decision that they made. Mrs. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your comments, but I would actually want to clarify a point, and that is that the vaccine mandate was put into place under an emergency use authorization, not full authorization by the FDA, and I think that's the big contention point here for a lot of people. And then furthermore, the other thing that I'm hearing from all of my servicemen and women back home is that they are being denied religious exemptions, and this is for servicemen and women who were given religious exemptions for previous vaccines are now being denied under what I believe is more of a political reason, not truly vetting that religious exemption request. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to echo at least some of the comments of my colleague. I have, as a guy assigned to a special operation unit, gotten every vaccine you can imagine, from Japanese encephalitis to anthrax. One point about the anthrax vaccine, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld lost the lawsuit on that one. So I think it's the nature of this vaccine that has so many people questioning. It's the first messenger RNA vaccine. There isn't super longitudinal data on it, as my colleague said. And there are studies coming out now, they're released here in the last couple of days, that there's actually an increased virulence in the new Omicron variant for people who are vaccinated. So we still have lots of studies to be done on this vaccine. And I would suggest that the argument made by Mr. Gates about 40% of the population not, the military age guys not, and women not getting a vaccine impacts our readiness, and that we're having to decrease the size of our force just because we can't recruit. So there's an issue to readiness there, and we have to look at the sort of return on investment of this mandate. And is it impacting, COVID in an 18-year-old is significantly different than COVID in a 70-year-old. And the data on that, as a clinician, I will tell you, is abundantly. Further, there's in an 18-year-old better than the vaccine. So this mandate, I mean, we need more information. But here we are kicking people out of the Army, out of the Navy, out of the Marines, to the tune of an entire, as my colleague said, brigade combat team. 12,000 people, we decide we want to cut the end strength, a small division, because we can't recruit them because they don't want to take the shot. So I think we should seriously consider this. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. I think we've had a very robust debate on this. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. All right, we've got 9 votes on the House floor. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Okay, that's all I'll say. So hopefully that's like hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes. We've got a few minutes here before it gets to the point where we got to get over there. So I would plan on going until at least another 10 minutes before we stop here. So we're going to move on to the next amendment. We're going to keep rolling, but we will recess here in about 10 minutes to go take those votes. Next up is log 1726R4. Mr. Gates, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is also on the vaccine mandate issue, but the amendment expresses the sense of Congress that in addition to disapproving of the vaccine mandate, that we believe that service members who have already been separated ought to be restored with their pay and with their rank. And I would observe that in times of fear, our nation has proved time and again that we are capable of making very irrational decisions. And that fear can come with the fog of war. In the earliest days of our republic, the Congress passed and President Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Act in response to what was considered an imminent war upcoming with France. These laws were a direct violation of our First Amendment rights, and after the perceived danger had passed, the illegal laws were repealed. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, a terrified nation looked inward, and our government forced the internment of Japanese Americans. During the Cold War, driven by fear of communism, our government targeted and blacklisted Americans deemed suspect. After 9/11, we passed the Patriot Act that allowed terrible invasions of the privacy of our citizens. But the good news for America is that in many of these circumstances, after time had passed, the decisions did not stand up to logic or common sense or reason or the freedoms enshrined in our Constitution. And so we got rid of them and we did what we could to make right. And this is indeed what is called for when we evaluate the horrendous military vaccine mandate. A vaccine, by the way, that we know with 100% certainty does not prevent COVID. It is a vaccine created with the intent of preventing high-risk Americans from becoming fatally ill, but our service members are predominantly low risk. Our military is one of the few jobs left in America where individual health and wellness is a mandatory condition to keep the job. That's not the case in almost any other job that we can think of. And yet, the Department of Defense's policy is forcing the services to fire thousands of service members at a time when we are indeed in a recruiting crisis. Think of this. According to testimony we've received, the pool of young adults fit to serve is around 23%. And DOD is calling it the Nintendo generation. And a reason that we will now endure recruiting challenges going forward, a reason why recruiting tours are even being extended in the Army, is because young people look at this vaccine mandate and it makes them less likely to serve in the military. I don't know that there are any young people who say, you know what, I want to serve in the military because of the vaccine mandate. I know there are a great many who won't. And so for us to be able to endure that recruiting challenge and to be able to strive, I would suggest that the best thing the Congress could do is express our displeasure with the mandate and our desire that the Department of Defense reinstate these individuals who never should have been separated in the first place. I yield back.
Thank you. I pose this amendment. It's essentially the same debate we just had, so I will not reiterate all of those arguments. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? I hesitated for a second. I looked away, and it's fine. Okay. All right. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. I think we can keep going here. Next up is just messing with me there, moving the board around, trying to read it. Anyway, log 2156 by Mr. Jackson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Jackson is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that builds on the great work the Armed Services Committee did last year. As everybody will recall, last year we included Section 736 as part of the FY22 NDAA, which stated that if a service member was discharged from the military solely on the basis that they had not received the COVID-19 vaccine, then they shall receive either an honorable discharge or a discharge under honorable conditions. Like me, I'm sure many of you in this room went back home and visited with service members who thanked you for advocating for them and for helping to protect their sincerely held personal religious beliefs. One drawback is that these protections have a sunset date of 2 years after the FY22 NDAA was enacted. We all came together and agreed that this was the right thing to do last year, so I would urge my colleagues to come together and support it again this year. Anything short of an honorable discharge or a general discharge under honorable conditions can and will have a lifelong impact on these members and their ability to find employment and provide for their families. Punishing an individual because they're unwilling to compromise on their sincerely held beliefs is not what this committee should stand for. I would urge my colleagues to support this very straightforward amendment that would extend this vital protection of an individual service members' beliefs and liberties. And I yield back with that, sir.
Thank you. Also similar debate to what happened before. Less troubled by this because this is more a matter of not whether or not you should be required to have the vaccine, but what the punishment for it should be. And we did last year decide that dishonorable discharge should not be a punishment. My inclination would be not to accept to accept it for the purposes of this debate and to continue the discussion as we move along the process here. But if there are members that have a strong objection to the amendment, or any objection for that matter, happy to hear from them. Any discussion? No. All right. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? No. Paying the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now I'm on a roll. I'm going to keep pushing this up to the absolute last minute. We're going to try one more, and then we will go vote. So it is in order to consider Law 2054. Mrs. Hartzler has the amendment. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? The objection to the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Hartzler is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you. I really believe this is an amendment that we can all agree with on this topic. It prohibits the DoD from requiring the COVID vaccine for individuals with natural immunity. I'm offering the natural immunity amendment because the Department of Defense is actively discharging unvaccinated military members who may have the same or better level of protection from COVID-19 than those vaccinated. The CDC itself acknowledges that immunity as a virus occurs through infection with the actual disease, resulting in natural immunity. Unvaccinated service members who contracted COVID-19 now have natural immunity in the form of antibodies, just as vaccinated members do. That is why this amendment allows our valuable service members to continue to serve without an unnecessary vaccination if they have natural immunity from antibodies following a lab-confirmed COVID infection. If protecting our service members is truly the intent of the vaccine mandate, then the DoD should look to the science and not simply check the box that considers service members protected solely because they received a vaccine. The SecDef's August 2021 memorandum authorized each military department to use new or existing policies and procedures to implement a vaccine mandate. This memorandum did not include a requirement for identical timelines, process requirements, or exemption standards across the services. So in the FY22 NDAA, Section 720 of the enacted bill, it required the SecDef to establish uniform review standards for administrative, religious, or medical requirements for exemption from the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. The joint explanatory statement accompanying it stated that the expectation was for DoD in establishing uniform standards for medical exemptions to review the scientific literature to determine to the extent possible whether a previous COVID-19 infection may induce sustained antibody protection, natural immunity against SARS, thereby potentially eliminating a requirement for vaccine. Unfortunately, the Department of Defense chose to ignore the requirements passed in the last year's NDAA and continues to avoid the topic when asked about it. According to the World Health Organization, the CDC, 90 to 99% of people infected with the SARS-CoV vaccine 2 virus develop detectable neutralizing antibodies, and their immune responses remain robust and protective against reinfection for at least 6 to 8 months after infection. In many other cases, especially younger and healthier individuals, natural immunity can protect against reinfection for 2 years. We have the ability to test for these antibodies to determine whether a service member has the required protection against COVID, regardless of whether the antibodies developed from being exposed to the virus or through vaccination. The truth of the matter is that this vaccine mandate is more about political theater than protecting our military members. The science shows that
I'm
on
sorry,
average...
your time has expired.
Can I get
So,
time?
all right, who seeks time on the debate? All right, let me just say quickly, I'm going to just say a quick thing about this. The science is far from clear at this point about how long the immunity lasts. There is no clarity on this, so I think we allow the DoD to make their decision about what is going to constitute or not constitute immunity, and that's why they're requiring the vaccine. So I will oppose this amendment. Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, I think this amendment is complete common sense, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing it, because we're talking about, we're told to follow the science. If you have the antibodies, then you have them, regardless of how you got them, whether it's through a needle or through happenstance. I almost died of COVID in February 21, and I have the antibodies. And I got vaccinated anyway because I had them because I was going to Europe, but one of the exemptions they had was in the EU, was if you had a certification that you recently recovered from COVID. So our allies had already done this, and we're just behind. I like to lead and not follow what the EU
If the
does.
gentleman yield for just one quick second, that's what this doesn't say recently. This says period. So that
Maybe an
is
amendment to the
sort of
amendment?
concern about it. But anyway,
Yes, I yield to Dr. Green.
Well, I think it says the antibodies present. So that means that, and I understand the chairman's point about the evolution of we don't have the longitudinal studies to know how long the vaccine's going to last or the antibodies from the infection are going to last. That's a true point, Mr. Chairman, but you can test, and then you know whether you have the antibodies or not. And the data is pretty clear that natural immunity is beating the vaccine in terms of prevention of disease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Dr. Desjardins.
Yeah, I think that this is a great amendment, and just to extend a little further the comments that were made, we do know one thing, that the vaccinations have waned in terms of their effectiveness. In fact, almost every one of you knows somebody right now, Mr. Whitman, others, staff in my office who've been vaccinated and boosted, have gotten this new Omicron variant 2, which there's studies that I was looking up online as we speak are showing that people who have had the vaccination may be more susceptible to the infection than people who are not vaccinated or have natural immunity. The one thing we do know is natural immunity has been consistent since the beginning. SARS-1 that happened in 2003, people are still immune to that. The only reason we don't know about SARS-2 is because it hasn't been 20 years yet. So we know it's been going on 2 years and natural immunity is still effective, and more so than the vaccines, which we know they keep talking booster 3, booster 4, booster 5. So I think this is a very timely and reasonable amendment, and everyone in this committee knows somebody who's been infected right now that's had the shot. And you can make the argument, oh, it would have been worse if they didn't, but that may not be the case. The science is starting to show, and actually Fauci said this in the beginning, that mass vaccinations of a population will lead to variants of this virus, which is exactly what we're seeing. So Mr. Green, Dr. Green is right that this is evolving, and it's going to continue to evolve, and I think we've punished people who used to be heroes, first-line workers, policemen, hospital workers, our military were heroes for working through this COVID outbreak, and now they're being punished, they're being discharged. Thank you for accepting the amendment that Dr. Jackson had, because that just makes sense. But I'll just close with saying that this is a timely thing. Natural immunity has been proven to be the most effective means so far in terms of keeping you safe from reinfection or new infection. And that science is evolving, I'll grant you that, but let's not punish our military until we know the facts.
I think we've covered this reasonably thoroughly, and we have to go vote. Okay, I guess we haven't covered it as thoroughly as I thought we had. So Mr. Garamendi seeks recognition.
See if we can do this in 30 seconds. This is the wrong place to be fighting the vaccination issue. We're talking about the military, the American military's ability to be able to fight tonight. We do know that vaccinations of many different illnesses significantly improve the ability, the probability that the military personnel will be healthy. So let's not fight this out here. Go fight it out in the general public. There are multiple reasons why, there's one reason why we vaccinate against all kinds of illnesses for the military, and that is the probability that they will be healthy is substantially increased. One more thing here. We're talking about a 2-year period. How many variants have we had thus far? 4 or 5? And there's going to be more. We know that they are evolving, and we may or may not be immune to the next one coming up. This is a prohibition against the next one coming up. This is nonsense, folks. We want our military to be healthy. This will not help them be healthy.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Scott had been trying to get in for a while, and I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I yield to Ms. Hartzler, one of the things I do hope the committee will consider as it pushes forward is there are people who had long-standing religious exemptions that were taken from them. And I'm talking about people who had religious exemptions prior to COVID, prior to the vaccine, and then all of a sudden COVID came along and those religious exemptions were no longer honored. And that's a set-aside group of people that I do think we should try to find a way, especially for that group to work with. With that, I yield to my colleague from Missouri to finish her statement.
Thank you very much. 2 points to this. This is about natural immunity. The Department of Defense is ignoring what we passed in the NDAA last year that said the Department of Defense had to have a uniform policy regarding exemptions across all services. They've ignored that. I have the letter we wrote to Secretary Austin. He has not responded, and we passed the bill saying they had to include and consider natural immunity. They have ignored that. And now we know the reality that unvaccinated people who have received COVID or had COVID have higher natural immunity. They have more antibodies than somebody who's taken the vaccine. And we are kicking people out of the military who have a high level of antibodies. They have natural immunity, and we are kicking them out at the same time that we can't meet our recruitment goals. This is insanity. Let's all come together and support our men and women in uniform who right now can serve, and they have natural immunity, and let's move on. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
You know who's not going to be able to fight tonight? The pilots who are no longer flying for the Air Force, the SEALs who are being separated from the Navy, the thousands of troops who will not be able to wear the uniform in the United States Army. They won't be fighting tonight. And it's because of ludicrous policy that does not recognize natural immunity. I'm in strong support of the Hartzler Amendment, and I firmly believe across the entire enterprise of government, if Big Pharma could find a way to make money on natural immunity, we would have a broader public health strategy that recognized natural immunity. But because Big Pharma can't make money that way, this is not specific to the military, but across the enterprise of government, we don't recognize it. And it's illogical to suggest that because we don't know the duration of the resiliency that natural immunity gives you, that you should not consider that as part of a health and readiness decision. We don't know how long the duration of support and protection the vaccine gives is. And by the way, that's not because we're not trying hard enough, it's because viruses evolve. So as the virus evolves and as natural immunity demonstrates antibodies, one could think of natural immunity very much as Mother Nature's vaccine, giving human beings the ability to fight off the virus, to have lower levels of medical acuity. And I'm sorry this debate is taking a little longer than some people would like, but there are lives that are being destroyed and ruined by these vaccine mandates and by the fail to recognize natural immunity. So if we have to take a few extra hours to make our point and to debate them, we're going to do so because we got a lot of brave patriots, heroes in this country who are taking off that uniform for the last time each and every day because of crazy policies that are not based in science or logic or in how we view our freedoms. I yield back.
Mr. Murphy. Yeah.
One thing that I want to add to this conversation, above the common sense nature that some have already mentioned, natural immunity actually adds an enormous amount of credibility that can bring a lot more people to accept, like, okay, I will explore this. I am told I have to take this shot. I'm just not going to do it. If we embrace natural immunity, that's why I like this amendment so much. If we embrace natural immunity, I think we're going to get a lot more people willing to, to truly sit down, speak with their healthcare provider, speak with their ranks within the military, and talk about it. I think there's an overall net positive by doing something like this. It's just a more inclusive, positive way to embrace this whole topic. I've been looking at that for the last year and a half and thinking, why aren't we doing more of that? So I really like this amendment and full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. We will suspend. Now we will go into recess. When we return, we've got a lot of votes lined up. We will do one debate to give people a chance to come back, and then we'll take our next series of recorded votes.